Oh, welcome to the Normal America Show. I'm your host, robnoerr. Got a full slate of shows finally for you lined up. Tonight, we have a rematch of MojoRyz3n. Interesting name, spelled interestingly. The only thing interesting about him, though. This was a person who advocated for some questionable acts of violence against conservatives he didn't like in the past. Now he wants to come on and tell me how I'm a dangerous conspiracy theorist. So, should be good. Tomorrow, we will be having Average Debate Enjoyer is going to come on and try to convince me that I believe we should be intervening in Ukraine as we are, or more. It is you, yeah. So it'll be about interventionism. I think it'll focus on Ukraine. That'll be tomorrow. Wednesday night, normally I don't stream on Wednesdays, but an offer was sent out to me by Sansel to join him and Wick in watching the Republican debates and then commenting on them. So I said, oh, you want it to be ideology-based. That's fine. I'll do it. Here's the thing. The reason I'll do it is this. I've decided I'll stream it, don't get me wrong, but I would rather watch the debate than watch the debate with someone commenting over it, because I feel you miss things when someone's commenting over it. So I've tried to do this in various ways. I've tried to, in the past, just talk over the people debating. I don't know that works really well. That's probably the way this show will be set up. In the past, what I've done is pause the live debate and interject my thoughts, but then we end up there for 4 or 5 hours. So anyways, that will be Wednesday. Thursday, I think I'm going to be streaming, will be with Ogre's channel, who's a fan of the channel, and he's going to be playing Minecraft, and I'll be commenting on Minecraft and things like that. So it should be interesting. Thank you, everyone, for the follows. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Full slate. I enjoy doing the show more when I have people to interact with, both in the audience and with people calling in and things like that. So enjoy it. Now, we are waiting for MojoRyz3n. Let me just check my messages to make sure. Okay. It's 6:08 p.m. He said 2 hours. That would put it at 8:08. So we'll see if he's on time. So, predictions. How did this come to be? Mojo is someone who follows me on Twitter. I have him muted after the last interactions I had with him, where basically he's, just a troll and someone who, advocates, someone who's a big talker on Twitter, and then once he came on the channel was far less aggressive, but still heinously advocating for the shooting of Patriot Prayer people as an act of self-defense. What you'll see here this evening is how someone, keep in mind, we'll go through the debate, what is a conspiracy theory, how am I a dangerous conspiracy theorist, etc. And he's going to be talking about, even though I expressly condemn any form of political violence that occurs in the modern world, I condemn it all. I talk about how it's immoral and it's unstrategic. He's going to say how my thoughts lead to violence, while simultaneously, remember, he believes if you're a conservative and you're on the road with a gun, legally open carrying, he should be allowed to shoot at you. That's not violence. That's self-defense. Do you understand? So we won't harp on that fact till the end of the debate, but I just thought it would be interesting. Also, he said that I primed my audience well. That means he's been watching, which is great. But like I said, I have this person muted. He comments on a huge amount of Twitter things that I put out there. I never even look at his comments. But sometimes I see people that follow me that I do follow commenting on his comments. And keeps calling me I'm wrong, I'm a liar, I'm a dangerous conspiracy theorist, blah, 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 blah. I said, you want to come on and talk about it? We'll talk about it. He said he needed to do research. Now, if I was saying you're a dangerous conspiracy theorist over and over and over, and someone said, do you want to come on and tell me why you think that? I'd say, sure, let's do it. Unless I was busy, that would be different. But I wouldn't say, no, I'm not prepared right now, I need to research. He ran his mouth. Okay, let's see you bring the goods. So, he'll be here this evening, hopefully. If he doesn't show up this evening, then he's not going to be muted anymore, he'll be blocked, and I just will never deal with him again. There are very few people that I just don't deal with. The reasons are either because they're so morally heinous, or that their audience is so toxic that it leads to real world things like doxing and stuff like that, or that I just find them so uninteresting and bland that I choose not to interact with them. But the third category is people that significantly waste my time. And, you know, such as saying something and then I say, you said that, and they say, no, I didn't. And I was like, yeah, you did. And they say, no, you're lying. And then I go back in the video and they say exactly what I said. That shit pisses me off. Or saying that they want to do a debate and then I set up a show for it and then they don't show. Those are the sorts of things that will get me to just be like, I have no interest in interacting with you. Unless it was like, you know, something serious happened. So, all right. Looks like we're in the waiting room. So, he also told me he doesn't have a camera. So, that's fine, though. We could just do it audio. All right, Mojo. Can you hear me? If you could hear me, your mic is muted. I know you might be doing an audio setup or something. That's fine. But
yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Go ahead and say something. Let me make sure that it sounds like the audio is good in your end.
Something. Does my audio sound good?
Sounds wonderful. So before we get started, if you would like to tell people who you are, and if you have a channel or anything like that, I'd be more than happy to let you do that. So,
I have channels on every platform. I have not put out any content.
Yeah.
So,
what about your Twitter? Do you want to promote it?
Whatever. It's just the same MojoRyz3n.
I'll try to. Let's see here. You know,
it's the same on every platform.
You know what I dislike?
So
this has nothing to do with you. This isn't a criticism of you. It's really hard to go from messages to just click on someone's name in messages and go to their page. And I don't know why. You would think that would be an easy feature for X or Twitter or whatever, but I found it. So I'll put it in the chat because it's spelled in a
with an E.
way. Yeah. So
All right. The Y and an E.
So here we go. All right, here we'll set this up. You'd been on the channel before. We will discuss that later, perhaps. We'll see how long this goes. But the impetus of this is, based on interactions we've had, I just mute you on Twitter, and other people had been responding to you, responding to me, so then I was like, well, who is this that's muted? And I saw that you'd been responding to a lot of things I've been saying, particularly when it comes to like the Burisma, FBI corruption type things, calling me a conspiracy theorist, and talking about how that was dangerous. So you said that you would come on, you wanted time to research. Do you feel that you've had time to research, that you're ready to have this conversation tonight?
I wanted time. I had, like I said, I had an appointment that when you contacted me about it, I have stuff to do over the weekends. I happen to be have a life outside of the internet. So
I understand, but you did.
I needed time to do all sorts of stuff. But yes, I did say I wanted to do a little. Okay. Yeah, I did say I want to do some research as well.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the amount of research you've done? It's not. It's not gonna be something that you're like, I wish this happened 5 days later.
No.
Okay. All right. I think those grunts mean you're good to go. So I forget you outlined specifically what you wanted to talk about. I think you tell me if this is a fair presentation of what this discussion will be about. You were going to tell us what conspiracy theories are, how you define conspiracy theories, and how they are dangerous and could potentially lead to bad things and violence. And then the only part I added on is, and how am I connected to that? Do I meet your definition and your criticism? Is that fair enough?
Yeah, something along that.
I mean, if you want to add to that, I'm totally flexible. So if you want to add to that, nope. It's not like we have a moderator and it's like an official debate with time limits and shit. So, but that's the gist of where we're starting out. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Given that, I think that since you're the one who is criticizing me for this, I think that the best place to start would be you to tell us your definition of what a conspiracy theory or a conspiracy theorist is.
Well, I think the most simple way would be to, because I did listen to your show the other night.
Thanks for viewing. I appreciate it.
Most certainly. I tend to watch you a lot, even though you mute me. But
it's for a reason. But go ahead.
So it's not just a couple people. When you're speaking about the law, or you're speaking about crime, or investigations of crime, yes, a conspiracy or the charge of conspiracy would be a couple people or more getting together to plan a crime. Sure, that would be conspiracy. But when we put conspiracy theory together, now we are talking about the person that's talking about these other people that have gotten together to commit a crime, or what they see as a crime. So being a conspiracy theorist is not criminal. It's not a crime for you to think something. It's not a crime for you to put those thoughts out to the world.
Right. I think we could all agree. Right. Okay, so we've gotten that engaging in a conspiracy can be illegal, but touting conspiracy theories is not illegal. That's fair. I don't think you'll get an argument from me on there. But I was wondering if you could define what a conspiracy theory is.
Generally speaking, it would be something that has a foundation of some factual information, and then added factual information that may or may not attach to the original information, or may be a correlative piece of information instead of a causative. And then the conspiracy theorist at that point takes a nice little yarn and starts connecting all these dots that may or may not actually exist, may or may not connect to each other. And then they spin a yarn, spin a tale for other people to listen to. That tale usually involves some much larger player that is out to control or harm all of us.
Are all conspiracy theories false?
You know, I don't know. I guess I can't think of one that isn't.
You can't think of one that isn't false?
That has been
all right.
proven correct.
We'll get back to that. And then the reason that you bring this up is you find conspiracy theories to be dangerous. That would be all of them?
No, they can be. And I'll defer to your conversation with average debate enjoyer.
Okay. So you would say, is what makes them dangerous the ones you're talking about? So you're saying that you can't think of any conspiracy theory that's been proven true. Not every conspiracy theory is false, or not every conspiracy theory is dangerous, but they can be. Is what makes them dangerous the falsehoodness of it? Or what specifically separates from what's a dangerous conspiracy theory versus one that you would say isn't?
I'm not sure if it was you that said this or somebody else, but what makes it dangerous is when that conspiracy leaves somebody in a state where they have no other option but to commit violence to stop said conspiracy theory.
Okay, and the last thing is, you would say that when I talk about some of the things I talk about, that is dangerous, that I am putting people in that position.
Yes.
And can you give me an example of something that you've heard me say that is a conspiracy theory that is dangerous?
How about the tweet that you just put out? I don't know what it was, like an hour ago, where you tagged all the right-wing
about disband the FBI.
Yeah.
Okay. So the policy prescription of disbanding the FBI is a dangerous conspiracy theory in itself.
I think that your rationale behind why you want to do that, and also including wanting to jail FBI agents or anybody involved in that particular process, I think both of those things make it dangerous, yes.
Okay. All right, so we have the groundwork laid. That's great. I think your definition is terrible. Normally, when you're going to accuse someone of doing something that you think is wrong, you would have a concise definition of exactly what that is. Your definition was something that starts off with a kernel of truth, and then maybe more kernels of truth that could be correlative but not necessarily causative, are added on to spin a yarn. But I could list many things that I wouldn't even consider a conspiracy theory that would fit into that definition.
Okay.
Like,
go ahead.
Theory of relativity. Theory of evolution.
The theory of evolution has a whole lot of evidence that walks from one point to another. And those points are actually described in the process of the scientific method.
Okay, so then if we have points that are walked from one point to another, then it's not a conspiracy theory.
Well, so if you can give evidence that this led to this, led to this, led to this, led to this, then you now have what the factual information is, because you have proven that one thing has led to another.
So then if I do that, for example, if I outline a double standard in the FBI's treatment of Donald Trump versus the treatment of like the Bidens and the Hillarys, and I go step by step through it, and the response that I get from you and other lefties is, "Nuh-uh, you're a conspiracy theorist," that would be an erroneous charge. They would have to articulate why my step by step going through that is inaccurate, correct?
I can do that.
Okay, great. That's what we'll do then. But before we get to that, do you believe that Donald Trump incited people to an insurrection on January 6th?
I do.
That sounds like a dangerous conspiracy theory to me.
I think it sounds like a crime, and I think that he has been charged with said crime.
Really? He's been charged with inciting people to violence?
Yeah.
Can you show me where that was?
He's been charged with interfering with the
well, that's not charged with
right of people to vote. He's been charged with the interference of people to exercise their right to vote in this country.
That's not what the question. That's not what the question was. The question was, do you think that he incited people to an insurrection? He hasn't been charged with that. So that we'll get to whether or not charging means something's a conspiracy theory or not. But you haven't provided any evidence against your dangerous conspiracy theory that you believe. So why is it okay for you to espouse a dangerous conspiracy theory that, let's say Trump had won the election, or that they would have somehow, he wouldn't have left office? Could it not be that someone would have thought, well, he incited an insurrection and now there's nothing to do except me to take it into my own hands? So it sounds to me, or let's say Trump's close to winning again. Will you think he incited an insurrection? Doesn't that mean people believing your dangerous conspiracy theory may go out and commit acts of violence?
See, this is where the problem starts. Because you start making all sorts of assumptions. You start doing a whole bunch of whataboutisms. What if this? What if this? What if this? What if this?
That is very specific.
That's exactly what it is.
No, it's not.
That's exactly what it is. So here's one of the problems with what you do, Rob. You don't give evidence that leads from one point to another. What you say is probably, or in my world, or it seems evident, or you can't get around it, or so you're saying that this is just coincidence, or I'm just asking questions, or my gut feeling. These are all terms that you use on a regular basis when you're talking about Burisma and Hunter Biden.
It's not terms that I use that frequently. I do talk about things.
It is because I just went through your videos.
It's not something that I use. All of those statements. It's not something that I do regularly. It's not. When I talk about my gut feeling, I will say specifically, I don't have evidence for this, but my gut feeling. When I talk about, for example, the video I put out that led to this conversation, there are 4 facts about Burisma. I'll name those facts right now. Right? Those facts are A, that the alleged corrupt leader of Burisma, Zlochevsky, said that he was under pressure from Ukrainian government sources and told Hunter Biden to call his dad to deal with it. B, Hunter Biden called his dad. C, his dad within a week. No, I'm going to outline the case, and then you tell. This is where you said I was a dangerous conspiracy theory. C, Joe Biden went to Ukraine and forced the firing of Shokin. And D, the pressure against Burisma stopped. Those are facts. You said that's a dangerous conspiracy theory.
Yes. So what did Hunter call his dad about?
Well, we don't know exactly what the phone call was.
Ah, okay. Could it have been about a recipe for rhubarb cobbler?
It could. Your argument could be that this corrupt oligarch, who everyone admits hired Hunter Biden to lobby people that he was connected to, i.e. his father, told Hunter Biden to call his father. Hunter Biden called his father then almost immediately. They talked about peach cobbler. Then Joe Biden almost immediately forces the fire of this prosecutor, and coincidentally, all the pressure against Burisma is dropped, and they're given a slap on the wrist.
What's almost immediately? Can you give me that time frame?
It was that evening. That's what Devin Archer testified, because when they got in the limousine to go home, that's when Hunter Biden told Devin Archer. Hunter Biden and Vadim, the secretary of Burisma, told Devin he called his dad.
This is what Archer said.
Devin Archer testified to, correct.
Okay.
I think it was within a week.
Is there any physical evidence that shows that call ever took place at all?
So we have the evidence that Devin Archer says that that's what he was told, and then he was told by Hunter Biden that took place.
So all you have is hearsay.
Okay, so then all you have is hearsay about Donald Trump.
That may be true.
So then you admit that you're a dangerous.
We can possibly go through that later. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, no. What we're talking about is this. If you label an accusation at someone, if you say you are doing something that I feel is worth criticism because I think it is dangerous, then it is implicit that you believe that you yourself are not doing that action, right? Because now.
Why?
Well, because what's the criticism?
What if I'm an expert on that action?
So that's your claim.
What if I'm a professor? What if I studied for 8 years about that particular action, and then I put it into place and actually did it, and I made a whole shitload of money doing it?
Okay, so then you're conceding that you are a dangerous conspiracy theorist.
I didn't concede anything of the sort.
Are you a dangerous conspiracy theorist? I'll ask you point blank.
No.
You're not. Okay, no. Then you're saying
I could be lying.
Okay, then what's the point of having this conversation? If you're just sitting here and telling me you can't believe it, you're literally telling me now, well, you can't believe anything I'm saying because I could be a liar. Then what's the point?
The point is that I am accusing you of something, and what I do in my life has nothing to do with that accusation.
The point is, the reason I bring up what you're doing is because the way that people in positions of power and people like you on the left label people conspiracy theories is you want to silence people that talk about things that are critical of institutions and beliefs that you have. So you say, that's a conspiracy theory. Then when we get you to define what conspiracy theory is, it's so broad that literally almost anyone who believes anything, you think the Iraq War was corrupt, you think Donald Trump was corrupt, you think that Sam Bankman-Fried was corrupt, you think that that people have been engaged in Ponzi schemes, etc., etc., etc. That would mean that almost anyone who has any thought politically or about any sort of criminality in this country would be engaged in, quote, conspiracy theories. So if you broaden the definition of something so wide that almost everyone believes it, then it means that the way you're using that term is in a partisan bias way. And that's exactly how people in positions of authority use the term, and that's how you're going to use it. And I could prove that by showing all of the conspiracy theories that you believe, and the mainstream Democratic Party believes, and the mainstream FBI believes, etc.
Well, you don't even know if I'm a Democrat.
I don't care. You're
okay. Wait. Okay, let's go back to the beginning here of what you said. Have I ever tried to silence anybody?
I have no idea. I don't have proof of that. What you did suggest shooting people that are in Patriot Prayer. That would probably be silencing. Yes, you did.
I did nothing of the sort.
You mind if I bring up the DMs?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's see what you said. Okay. This could be a little lengthy, but I'll be putting them on the screen so people could see. You said, do you have a link for Vaush calling for violent action, or do you only have where he's talking about people defending themselves? I put a link. He said, you say, he didn't call for proactive violence there. I figured you had an actual video of him calling for direct action and would see that if you did, but you don't even have that. It seems without the manifesto, the shooter just called him a terrorist, which is what you're doing. I said, you're wrong. He called for the shooting of Patriot Prayer when they protested in Portland. It's plain as day. If you'd like to debate about it and not run like synth, I'd be happy. You said he called for people to defend their homes. I've wanted to chat for you for a while. I think you're a smart person, mostly rational, more than most Republicans, but I've never done this to jump on a chat with Garland Farms. Well, that's not important. I say, explain to me how him saying he wished people would have shot and killed Patriot Prayer was not calling for shooting people, but only defense. You said, well, first off, he didn't say wish. He didn't call to shoot anyone. He didn't call to kill anyone. He was talking about people being terrorized in their homes by a hateful group of people carrying guns and driving big trucks around their neighborhoods, felony me knocking style. He said something about being able to take pot shots at them, and they were doing that. At least in the clip you gave me. Felony menacing. You correct. I said, you're correct. He didn't say kill. I shouldn't have wrote that. He said shoot at this group that was lawfully protesting. You're thinking that this isn't a call to preemptive shooting at people because you agree, I guess, that it's self-defense to shoot these people. Doesn't prove me wrong. It proves you're unhinged like Vaush. You say he was talking specifically about people driving around their neighborhoods rolling coal, brandishing weapons and screeching. They were not peacefully protesting. You have no reason to personally attack me. I've not attacked you. I don't agree with anything you say, but I don't deny it. I said it's not a personal attack. It's the truth. Defending people shooting at people who were permitted to protest and lawfully open carrying because you think that that's not a personal definition of peaceful is insane. You said no one gets permitted to protest in a neighborhood. From the clip you share, I feel like he was talking about people at the actual protest that drove around and caused havoc. I could be wrong. I am anti-gun, so I'd never suggest that, but I don't think he called for terrorism. I say that's terrorism. Saying if people are breaking into your homes, you should shoot them, that's self-defense. Saying Patriot Prayer being allowed in cars and having guns where they're allowed to do that should be shot is terrorism and murder. You say, he said pot shots, not shoot them. I define terrorism as any action that harms civilians with the intention of changing government policy. I consider sanctions to be terrorism by definition, but again, it seems that the shooter agrees with you. Hard to say without the manifesto. I said, okay, when he said he wants people shot, he meant intentionally miss. You said, he said pot shots, right? I say, no, he said shots. You say, you are correct. Still don't think it rises to terrorism as they're in their homes being terrorized by people driving around their neighborhoods. I don't agree with what he said or suggestion nor what Patriot Prayer people were doing, but still think he was on the side of defending the home. I said calling for shooting people who you politically disagree with because you feel intimidated is not self-defense. You bring up Zimmerman. You say, I suppose we could name all sorts of cases that I've disagreed with your assessment. You say he didn't call to shoot people. I said, yes, he did. He called to shoot Patriot Prayer. He said, no, he called to shoot at people driving around their guns at their houses.
So did I call for violence anywhere in there?
Well, in our debate, I don't have the debate in front of me. In our debate, you defended this statement. I'll ask you again.
I defended a person protecting their own home. You're the one who's against a person having a gun in their own home to protect their own home.
I'll ask you straight up. I'll ask you straight up, and we'll see. I'll go back and find the old debate that we did. I'll ask you straight up, though, now to see if your answer has changed. Do you think that people should have shot at the Patriot Prayer people that were driving around, blowing coal and brandishing weapons?
I don't, but I think that those people should have been able to be armed.
Well, that's completely
different. That they can protect themselves from those.
Why are you defending Vaush's statement saying that he wants people to shoot at them?
He didn't want people to shoot at them. He said these were people in their houses. He wants people to be armed so they can take pot shots from the second window of their own homes as people were terrorizing their neighborhood.
That's not.
And they did not have permits.
That's not what he said. We went through this in the
debate. That is
exactly
exactly what he said.
All right, let's see. So you're saying he never. You're saying he never said, "I want people to shoot at Patriot Prayer." He never said that.
He said, I want people to be able to take pot shots out of a second-story window at their own home.
Well, that sounds like exactly what you just said that he didn't say. I said he said he wanted people to shoot.
That's what I just said he said.
I said okay, so then you're saying that you're admitting that he said that he wanted people to shoot. He wants a world where people will shoot at Patriot Prayer.
He wanted people to be able to take pot shots out of their second-story window.
What does pot shot mean?
And wait, hold on. He wanted people to be able to take pot shots out of their second-story window of their own home as their neighborhood was being terrorized.
Okay, what does pot shot mean? What does pot shot mean?
Did he want?
What does pot shot mean?
Did he want people to be able to defend their home, or was he inciting violence?
What does pot shot mean?
I don't know.
He doesn't use that term.
Honesty.
He uses the term shot. But you're
he says pot shot.
Okay.
He says pot shot.
Can you hear this? Here we go. I'll play the audio.
But like others will say like, no, don't do that. There might be attempts at ousting. Remember during the Black Lives Matter rallies, you know, there were like those Patriot Prayer dumb fucks rolling their, you know, $60,000 trucks through like urban neighborhoods with a bunch of guys with guns in the pickup trucks. When that happens, I want people to be able to take shots at them from apartment windows.
He said, remember Patriot Prayer where those people running around with pickup trucks and guns? When that happens, I want people to be able to take shots at them from windows. You there?
I couldn't hear any of it.
I know, but that's what he said.
I don't know how I have my setup. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to hear something like that, but I'll have to figure that out later.
I could, if you would like, I could send you the link in Discord.
No, you don't have to send me the link.
Okay, I listened. That's what he said. Okay, so then
I've watched that 2-hour debate over and over and over again.
Okay.
So it is a 2-hour debate, by the way.
Okay.
And that particular clip that you mentioned, 10 minutes before that, they were talking about in their homes, in the neighborhoods, taking pot shots. So you did do a short clip after it was described what he was asking for.
Can you define to me why pot shot is different than shot? You keep saying pot shot as if that differentiates. So can you tell? No, let me finish real quick. I promise I'll leave you finish. You keep saying that as that's a point of differentiation. He said pot shot previously, so I want you to explain to all of us why saying I want people to take pot shots at people is different than saying I want people to take shots at people. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I don't really care one way or the other about what was actually said. But to me, it would seem like pot shots would be like, I don't know, possibly shooting in the air or shooting over their heads or shooting anywhere, just taking some random pot shot. Shooting, I would like people to be able to shoot these people would be a different statement.
So your argument is when Vaush says, I want people to shoot at Patriot Prayer out windows, that he is implying to intentionally shoot over their heads. That's your argument.
No, I said it when he said pot shot. I would say that.
So
and
previously,
when he's talking about there, he's not talking about actually shooting people either. He's also talking about them sitting in their own homes.
Right. So for example, we did this in the last debate I had. So if I'm sitting in my own home and I see a bunch of teenagers that happen to be people of color blaring rap, and I feel threatened, and I take pot shots at them out my window, you would say, oh, Rob's not saying to shoot at those people because he's in his own home. He feels unsafe in his own home. So that's not saying that we wouldn't say that means he's shooting at them. That's different, right?
If they're outside vandalizing the neighborhood or causing a disturbance of the peace, yeah, I would say that you would be justified in defending your home.
If they're disturbing the peace or committing acts of vandalism, I am justified to shoot at them.
I don't know. Ask Rittenhouse.
What does that have to do? What does you accused me of moving goalposts? Rittenhouse's situation was massively different. That was someone physically attacking him, charging at him, physically attacking him while a gun was shot behind him. That's not the same as I look out and see someone spray painting my mailbox, so I shoot them. Or I hear someone in a loud truck, and so I shoot them.
He walks into a neighborhood, armed with a rifle. He walks around with that rifle strapped to his chest into a protest where everybody's going to disagree with him. And then somebody gives him shit and he makes a threatening gesture and then he gets attacked. Okay. So if these people were to come out of their house and tell these other people to leave, the Patriot Prayer people, and they said, fuck you, they say whatever they're going to say, and they don't leave. Do the Patriot Prayer people have the right to shoot, or does the person defending their own? home at that point had the right to
Your
shoot.
analogy is so off base with what happened in Rittenhouse, and it's a goalpost move of epic proportions anyways. Let's go back to what you said. If I look out my window and see someone committing an act of vandalism, I'm justified to shoot them.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
This has nothing to do with this has nothing to do with the topic.
We'll get to it. Give me 2 more minutes and we'll bring it back to the topic.
Go ahead.
If I look out my window and I see someone not even necessarily like spray painting something, but disturbing the peace by having a very loud truck and hooting and hollering, I could shoot them.
You can do whatever you want, Rob.
Okay. Now, when I said, so I knew that this was where we got previously when I said that you called for acts of violence. Now we'll bring it back. We'll get off of that subject. I just want the audience to see someone like the juxtaposition between someone like me and someone like you. I routinely condemn all acts of political violence. I've condemned it on the right. I've condemned it on the left. Universally. I was on January 6th. I think January 6th was blown out of proportion, don't get me wrong. But there certainly were acts of violence that I condemned the day of January 6th. Probably quicker than any other streamer because I just happened to be watching as I was going to pick up groceries for my pregnant wife. So I did a live stream in the car, which I could show it to you if you want, condemning those acts of violence. You say that I'm still dangerous because I talk about, quote, conspiracy theories about FBI corruption, and that theoretically could lead to someone committing an act of violence. But at the same time, you're literally advocating if someone's vandalizing your mailbox, you should be allowed to shoot them. And you have the nerve to criticize me because what I say could theoretically, if someone listens to it, could theoretically cause violence? You even called me a stochastic terrorist on Twitter the other day.
I actually didn't call you that. I actually said, stochastic terrorism and all.
So it seemed to be you were implying.
It was kind of a jab. It was kind of a jab at you.
So
what you said about Vaush.
Okay. So that's where we're that's where we're at, correct?
But I mean, by definition, that's kind of what it would be if. Okay. Let's go back to FBI.
Right.
The corrupt FBI. The FBI that is such a dangerous force in this country that it needs to be destroyed or disassembled.
We can talk about the specifics of that. I don't have a problem, but I just want.
Timothy McVeigh thought the same thing.
Okay, so if I can put, do you believe in massive social programs? Like, do you believe in Medicare for all? Do you believe in government that we should have government
I'm not
control?
sure how it's relevant.
But I'm just asking a question. Do you believe that? Do you believe
I'm not sure how it's relevant.
Do you believe in socialist policies?
I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Oh, so did Mao and Stalin. So did Mao and Stalin.
I can't follow your connect the dots here, Rob.
It's very simple. Well, that's probably because you're not that intelligent.
Because I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
No, what you're doing is you're saying you said something and here's someone heinous in the past that agrees with a portion of what you're saying. Therefore, you should be condemned. I'm like, okay, well, you have political beliefs that heinous people like the communists would have believed, and they committed heinous actions. So should we say, oh, well, then you're heinous because you lead to that? You'll say, no, of course not.
Do you know why Timothy McVeigh attacked that federal building?
Why? You tell me.
Because of Waco.
Yeah, that Waco
because
was
of a
really
video.
Bad. Yeah, Waco was really bad.
Because of a video that was pushed by a conspiracy theorist about all the atrocities that the FBI commits and how they need to be taken down and taken apart and disassembled. And he decided he was going to do something about it.
So do you think
when I say that what you're doing right now can lead to dangerous consequences, that is the dangerous consequences I'm talking about. People right now are threatening judges. They're threatening the president of the United States. They are arresting people. People have gotten shot now by the FBI because they've made threats to politicians because of things that you say, things that people like you say.
Okay, things people like you say literally just got a woman convicted of sending ricin to Donald Trump. Things people like you say got Judge Kavanaugh an assassination attempt. Things people like you say got Steve Scalise shot at a Republican ball field. Things people
I didn't
like
say any of those things. Hold on. I didn't say
so you
any
never
of those
criticized Republicans when they wanted to repeal and replace Obamacare? You never talked about the dangers of Donald Trump and
I
how
thought
he
it was
incited
kind of funny
insurrections?
because they never had a replacement. I thought that was funny because they never had a replacement. I can argue those particular facts one by one, but I have never, ever created any sort of conspiracy theory around any of those topics.
No, that's not true.
But you are.
That's not true.
But it
you
is
just
true. You
no,
don't
that
even
that's
know.
not true. For example,
You don't know who I am.
I do. Right?
You don't know who I am.
If you'll
you
let
don't
me
know
finish,
what my stances are on anything.
I do know what your stance is because I asked one and got you to admit to a conspiracy theory right out of the gate. You admitted to the conspiracy theory that you think Donald Trump incited an insurrection on January 6th. You admitted to that conspiracy theory. That sort of rhetoric has led people to commit acts of violence against Trump and people that support Trump.
I don't know about the Ryz3n thing. I haven't even heard about that. But I would certainly condemn that as well, just like you do.
No, wait. So, just to be clear then, you're as bad as me. Do you think you should be allowed?
No.
Yeah,
No, because I didn't say anything. I'm not on.
What do you mean?
Here preaching. I'm not on here preaching connecting dots.
You just admitted to a conspiracy theory. You admitted that
No,
you think...
I told you what my thought was.
Okay,
I
your
didn't even
thought is...
explain it in any way, shape, or form. I didn't create some sort of web of lies to connect a whole bunch of things that aren't connected to each other and make shit up just to get there.
So just to be clear, if I came on here and said, the FBI is corrupt, disband them, and that's all I said, you'd be like, that's fine. But if I say the FBI is corrupt, they should be disbanded, here's a list of example of corrupt things they've done, that's dangerous.
Yeah, if somebody asks you why the FBI should be disbanded, and then you go into your conspiracy theories, I think that's dangerous.
So why is it more dangerous to talk about specifics than to just make broad generalities?
Because you're not talking about specifics.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Of course I am.
You're creating, you're weaving this fairy tale.
No.
You are taking one point in time that Hunter Biden worked for one company, one particular company, and that his dad happened to be the vice president. And this happens to be a time where an election is going on. And what do you know? Somebody else took over at the end of that election. So somewhere in this process, there was a switch of governance.
What are you talking about?
You were taking 2016, okay. 2016 to 2017.
What does that have to do with Burisma?
Who was president in 2016 and who was president in 2017?
In the United States?
Yeah.
I don't you're not even making sense. You're like, oh, you're talking about...
I said there was a switch of power in the United States.
Right. What does that have to do with... What does that have to do with me giving a timeline of the events of Burisma and Joe Biden?
Because if we're talking about foreign policy, then we're talking about foreign policy that is instructed by the executive branch.
Right.
And the executive branch just happened to change hands in the middle of this entire conspiracy theory that you're weaving, but you forget to mention that all the time.
One, even if that was the case, it wouldn't make anything. That's literally... You talk about correlation and causation. That's literally a trivia point that has nothing to do with the specific facts.
In your world, all of them are corrupt, and it doesn't matter.
You can talk over me, right? It doesn't matter. That's just like an interesting trivia point that has nothing to do with the facts. And second, you're factually wrong. The actual handing of power didn't occur until 2017. Most of the incidents we're talking about started in 2015 that we're talking about. This was wrapped up by May of 2016. That's before the election. So what's your point?
You were talking about you.
Right.
You're right. You're right. I don't want to get into this either. So it doesn't really matter one way or the other. Because I don't necessarily care about the facts of the matter, and I don't want to argue the facts of the matter with you. What I want to argue is that you are taking Hunter Biden working at this particular company, and then you are taking that and insinuating that the foreign policy, United States of America, being that they wanted to ensure that Ukraine became a little less corrupt, and that was the foreign policy of Barack Obama at that particular point in time. And you were saying that Hunter Biden talked to Joe Biden, who was allowed to by Obama under this foreign policy that is the policy of the United States of America at the time, to enrich himself, even though you have no money going to Biden. You have no phone calls that actually say any of the shit that you're saying. All you have is supposition on all of this. It's all probablys and in your worlds, and you are connecting a lot of dots.
Okay, so you said a lot there without saying anything relevant. If we go back, as you're trying to avoid because you realize how dumb you sound now, I think. You say that if you make general suppositions, if you generally say, I think this group is evil, I think this group should be disbanded, I think this group are insurrectionists, that's okay. But once you start saying, and here's why I think that, here are the details of why I think that, that's when it becomes dangerous. So for you to say, I think Donald Trump led to an insurrection, you're like, that's fine, that's not a conspiracy theory, because I never told you why I think that. I just threw that out there. I would argue that it's actually the inverse of that. That it would be, I don't think it's a problem, and I don't think you should be blamed for inciting violence if you say, I think Trump's an insurrectionist. I think you should have the right to do that. I don't think that if some lunatic goes out and does something shitty, that you should be faulted for that. I think it's different when you're saying things like, if someone's vandalizing your mailbox, you should shoot at them. You should be blamed for that. That's different. But we'll leave that go for now. This specific thing, right, I don't think you should be blamed. But if we were going to say, well, what's worse than poisoning people's minds? Certainly not talking about the specifics of it and just talking in generalities would be worse, right? That's very similar to, like, a lot of racists, what they do, right? They'll just say, I don't like this group of people because of their race or ethnicity. But they don't give you details of exactly why. They just speak in these broad generalities. You say, that's fine. That's okay to do that. I think it's nonsensical. If you don't want to talk about the specifics, then you're just proving my point that people like you, who've already shown that you believe in conspiracy theories, you just use this term to try to silence people that have positions that are critical of things that you support. For example, you brought up Timothy McVeigh and Waco. What's the correct response to Waco? Should we not have said anything?
I think there's a discussion to be had about Waco.
Like what? What level of discussion?
First of all, that we allow something like the Branch Davidian compound to exist in the first place.
Okay. What about the action?
I think that's.
So you think that it was inappropriate to even go in the first place to Waco?
No. I think it's inappropriate for Waco to exist. I think it's inappropriate for the Branch Davidian compound to exist.
So what specifically should they not have been allowed to exist?
Well,
I mean, are you saying
polygamy.
People that have
polygamy? Polygamy and child abuse and child molestation.
So you're not
these
saying,
are all things that occurred in the compound.
So you're saying if the allegations against of specific heinous crimes that occurred, they shouldn't be allowed. You're not suggesting that people that have fringe religious beliefs shouldn't be allowed to have a compound. I'm just asking because when you say they shouldn't have been allowed to exist, like that's a weird way to phrase something. So to me, it sounded like, are you saying people that are like religious and have compounds shouldn't be allowed to do that? If you're saying, I don't think they should have been allowed to be there because they were molesting children, in my belief, that's different. If that happened or not is one thing, but I think I would agree. I don't know the specific. There are allegations that there was polygamy. Certainly, I don't know. Is polygamy the word?
Well,
were they married or was he just banging?
Women.
Was he just banging?
No, he was married. Well. Okay.
I actually have difficulty around this conversation.
You're right. So. You're actually right because he wasn't married by law, but he was married by the church that he happened to control. Yeah. So, I think you're right. You're right.
But so again, right? They were the reason that the ATF went in there was this allegation that they had firearms that they weren't allowed to have. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm just asking you.
Yeah, he was not allowed to have any firearms.
You're not saying that some, what you would consider like, there are technically people around where I live that have compounds of pretty weird religious beliefs. They're called Amish. You're not saying they shouldn't be allowed to exist.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's all. So I'm just asking because the way you worded that, right? Nonetheless, okay, so you think that we should be allowed to talk about how bad David Koresh and the Branch Davidians were. But I'm talking about the FBI's response. What are we allowed to say about that? Because you're like, well, if you were critical of it, well, then people could have taken that and then Timothy McVeigh. So what should I be allowed to say?
Well, I think we can have a conversation around the FBI's response. But if you take that conversation to mean that we need to disband our government and we should go ahead and blow up buildings to do that, then I think we have a problem. Rob, I don't.
Have you ever showed me? Show me.
Never.
Can you point to me ever once suggesting that we need to blow up buildings?
No.
Okay.
And I don't think that. Wait, hold on. I don't think that you should be responsible for anybody that takes your video and uses it to commit acts of violence because they listen to your video. I don't think that's your responsibility. I think as an adult in this country, this free country with free speech, I think you should police yourself. I think you should understand that you could be causing people in this particular era to actually want to commit violence or feel like they have no other choice but to commit violence. So I think that what you're doing is dangerous, not because you're trying to get people to do something, but just because it's inherently dangerous based on the circumstances of this particular time that we live in the United States.
Okay, so I understand. Can we both agree with this? You shouldn't just trust a poll because it's a poll. Can we both agree with that?
A poll?
Yeah, like a poll. 30% of people say X. A poll.
Oh, a poll.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure what I thought you said. No, as a matter of fact, I think you should probably do a little more research on the poll before you just trust.
Okay, but nonetheless, we will discuss them because they do seem to suggest things that oftentimes can shape a narrative we have. Recent polling suggested that 30 million Democrats say that an act of violence and violence would be justified to prevent Donald Trump from taking power again. My question is, how many times have you posted on Twitter or gone on to CNN's feed or gone on to Democrat politicians' feed that talk about how evil and terrible Donald Trump is? You yourself who have said that he incited an insurrection. How many times have you called out? Because that seems to be a far higher proportion than the people that justified using violence on the other side. So I'm just wondering.
Oh, I disagree with that.
Well, the same poll said it would be about 8 million people that said that it would be justified to use violence to protect Donald Trump. So the proportion of Democrats were much higher. And that follows polling that we see all over the place. For example, it follows COVID polling where we had 30% of Democrats polled and YouGov polls said that children should be taken away from families.
I'm not going to talk about the polls. I don't know who did the poll. I've never read the poll. I am not going to read the poll at this particular point in time.
Okay,
so
let's say
I'm not going to talk about the poll. But what I am going to tell you is that 70% of Republicans think that the election was stolen.
Okay.
Because of things that you said.
Well, wait a minute. Based on what poll?
I don't know.
Okay, so where'd you get that 70% number? Where'd you get the 70% number?
It was from a poll. We're not going to look at it right now, though.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, like you're just throwing numbers out there, right? But if I cite a poll, I could But you say that you're not going to listen to the numbers I throw out, which is fine. That's your right. Right? I could pull up that polling if you want. It was on MSNBC.
I'm sure I could find the poll real quick too.
Okay, but just to be clear, then, so you would also take that with the same skepticism that you took what I was saying, correct? The poll that I was referencing.
I absolutely would. I didn't bring it up in the first place. I just brought it up in comparison to your poll that I have never read and that I'm not going to take the time to read right now.
Okay, so you say that 70% of Republicans think that the election was stolen. I'm familiar with that poll. I think you're citing a Rasmussen poll. Does that sound correct?
I don't know.
It also suggests that 30-something% of Democrats think that there was something wrong with the election and over 50% of independents. Okay, so it doesn't seem like this is just a right-wing or Republican problem. And I could also show you YouGov polling, famously, from 2018, that showed that 59 or 60% of Democrats thought that Russia hacked voting machines to steal the 2016 election.
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
Well, you can't figure out why Democrats would think Russia did that? You don't know who was talking about things?
No. Can you give me a news story?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I absolutely could give you. For 4 years, the biggest story in this country was that the Russians were stealing the election for Donald Trump and that he was basically groomed to be their puppet for 4 years. Major Democrat politician. Adam Schiff said that he had seen the proof. We saw the media run that story. You must have missed it. It was like the biggest story in the world for 4 years.
No, I'm talking about hacking into voter booths.
Well, there was
machines.
Okay. Well, but what we're talking about is people make general claims, right? And then because
I don't know that anybody ever made that claim. That's the problem.
But that's not what your criticism of me is. Your criticism of me is that I heard Rob say Dominion switched voting machines. That's not what you're saying. You're saying the types of things you say lead people to believe these other things that could be dangerous. And so I'm under that same sort of criticism. Okay, so can you tell me, can you point to me where I've said the election's stolen in that way? That vote machines were inaccurate? Can you show me where I've said that?
No, I haven't been on YouTube or Twitter that long, and I haven't gone back to your feed. As a matter of fact, I think you erased all your stuff from that time.
Well, I didn't.
Stuff got erased.
Stuff got deleted, but not all. Yeah. I still have videos from back then, right? I have videos from immediately after the election. In fact, one of the things I said over and over again was, I understand people's skepticism. I think there's serious questions surrounding the vote tabulation and things like that. But I have not seen smoking gun proof, and that's why I don't talk about those things. Instead, I talk about other things.
But you think you've seen smoking gun proof on Hunter Biden?
I've seen smoking gun proof of the things I say, of the double standard of the FBI, absolutely.
You've seen smoking gun proof?
Yes, of the double standard at the FBI. Let me give you an example. Can you give me an example of the FBI ever spying on Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden's presidential campaign using FISA warrants?
I'm pretty sure that we don't have privy to every FISA warrant that's ever been issued.
Well, it didn't happen. They didn't. FISA...
Well, how do you know it hasn't happened? How do you know it didn't happen?
Well, it sounds like you're the conspiracy theorist now. You believe that.
How do you know it didn't happen?
It sounds like you're the conspiracy theorist now. You're saying it could have happened. I know it didn't happen because the FBI would have admitted when they were being excoriated for their unlawful use of FISA warrants against Donald Trump. They would have, as a defense, said, but we also unlawfully got them against Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden.
Why would they? Why would they incriminate themselves even more?
Because the argument, do you think that the FBI understands that there is an appearance of millions of people that think that they're corrupt or have a double standard?
I don't think the FBI is one person. I don't think it's a monolith. I think that it's made up a whole shitload of people.
Do you think the institution, people like that are running it like Chris Wray or people that were running it like James Comey and Rod Rosenstein understood that there were people that were losing trust in the FBI?
I think those people change on a regular basis.
I mean, if your argument is... Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So let me summarize your argument. We can't say that the FBI knows something or recognizes things that are occurring in the public because people change in the FBI. Therefore, we can't say the FBI knows anything.
I am saying you can't say that the FBI knows anything that you haven't seen them saying that they don't know, that they've done. You can't say that they've done anything unless you've actually have it proven to you that it's been done.
What this does, like, I guess I'll go this route with this. You can see through two of the things that you've said here what this does. It leads to a paralysis of opinion that you won't enforce on the other side. So you will willfully allow... You can't show me one post you made talking about the dangers of the Russia collusion conspiracy. You won't be able to show me one post, one video, one Facebook message, one Twitter post. You won't have any of that, right? Because you didn't give a shit.
I don't...
Right. You have one? Go ahead.
I don't talk about that.
No, what do you talk about on social media? I've only been on
Twitter for like 6 months.
I know, and that's the way it is with them. Did you have Facebook in 2019?
I did have Facebook.
Okay. And did you post about...
I still do.
Did you post about, wow, these are dangerous conspiracy theories?
In 2016?
2019, 2020?
I haven't posted on Facebook in quite a long time.
Did you post to anyone's Twitter? Let me ask you this: you have Twitter now,
I wasn't talking
Have you
about,
posted like when you see a CNN article that says that Trump's a dangerous insurrectionist or something like that? Do you tweet these are dangerous conspiracy theories? Do you tweet that?
I don't tweet anything like that.
You do to me.
No, I don't.
So then why are we having this conversation? How did this conversation start? Because now you're saying, I never reached out and said that you're a conspiracy theorist and that could be dangerous. Now that's your claim? I'll bring them up. I'll bring the tweets up if that's what you want.
That's not what I just said.
Okay, so
Hold on. Now you're talking about me responding to somebody else. Now, we're responding to you and then responding to a list of other people that were responding to me. You're not talking about tweets that I've made.
What I'm saying is that I am talking about tweets that you made. That's the only time I've ever seen you.
No, these are responses.
That's still a tweet, dumbass. A tweet in response to a tweet, still a tweet, right? The point I'm trying to make is...
No, it's a response to a tweet.
So you're saying a response to a tweet's not a tweet. That's now your defense. That when I talk about tweets, you're doing... That is one of the dumbest... That's
the tweet is
surreal.
Only the original.
That's surreal. That is absolutely
the tweet
surreal.
The tweet is only the original post. That's
so this
it.
red
Everything
herring, we'll
to
dispense of this red herring. It's absolutely stupid to say when I see things that you've tweeted to say, no, I only tweet a couple things, and then the tweets you're talking about aren't tweets, they are reposts and not tweets. I guess we could say because Twitter is X now, nothing's tweets. Who gives a fuck? Things that I've seen you put on the prominent social media platform X that was formerly known as Twitter in typed messages that you've put in direct response to me or people that were responding to your direct response to me. Is that fair? Can we phrase it that way? How does that?
Sure, that's
okay,
right.
now how does that? Just real quick, while we're on this red herring, how does that distinction change the meaning or the message of anything that I said? How did that distinction help?
Well, because if I'm responding to somebody, it's going to be in response to the thing that they said. And nobody's ever talking about what happened in 2016.
Right, so
none of the responses that I've ever made
right.
are in response to what happened in 2016.
My criticism is that you have responded directly to me, critical of things that I've said, calling them conspiracies. Right? But you haven't...
Yeah, right now. About things that are happening today.
Right. But you haven't done that about conspiracies about, say, Donald Trump that are occurring right now. Why?
No, you're not even talking because you didn't talk about that.
Right, I didn't, but many prominent people are. Include far bigger accounts than me, far bigger media people, far bigger politicians than me. Yet you've never said anything to them.
I don't know. I don't follow a whole lot of people, so.
You didn't know that the media's been. I mean, you believe that conspiracy. You believe that Trump incited an insurrection. That might be a reason that you haven't responded to those people.
Again, I'm not going to go into that.
Right, of course, you're not, right? And so the point I'm making is, right, you said you're criticizing me for something like you're criticizing a mouse, right, when there's an elephant right there. When Rob talks about things that could lead to people thinking erroneous things, that's worth being critical. But when we had 4 years of the mainstream media touting, this Russia collusion bullshit, I didn't have anything to say. I don't have anything to say. When we have them spouting conspiracies about Donald Trump today, I don't have anything to say.
I wasn't around then, Rob.
You're around now, and you believe the conspiracy that Trump incited an insurrection.
I am not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that for the specific reason that I'm chastising you for right now is talking about something that may or may not have any kind of evidence at all. I'm certainly not going to talk about it, considering that there's a case involving this particular subject in the courts right now. So no, I think it would be pretty stupid. I think it would be pretty stupid to make a whole lot of assumptions about something that's actually going through the court process right now.
But you've made the assumption. You say he committed an insurrection.
I do think that he incited
an insurrection.
Okay.
So just to be clear, then, when you talked about 70% of Republicans thinking the election's stolen, you haven't heard me specifically say that, but you levied that criticism to me because?
Because you were bringing up polls that I wasn't going to read and I didn't know about. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up one too.
No. But the specific number doesn't matter. You say, I led to people saying the election was stolen. I said, can you tell me specifically what I said that made people believe that? And you're like, no, I've never heard you say that. So why would you make that criticism of me?
I didn't make that criticism.
You literally did.
No, I didn't say that you led people to that.
I led people, which is...
I didn't say that. That's not what I'm talking about. I have no idea what you said about the election in 2016. Okay. I have no idea at all.
Then what's the relevance to you bringing up? A lot of people think the election was stolen in the context of our conversation. Why bring that up?
I just told you, because you brought up some random polls, so I brought up a random poll too.
So it was just a total non sequitur that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
What you were doing was a non sequitur.
No, it wasn't.
What I did is add to the non sequitur to show how ridiculous it was.
What I was doing was, it seemed that what you were implying was when people spout what you consider conspiracy theories, it could make people believe erroneous things. And I said, well, and it could lead to violence. And I said, well, a lot of polling showing that a lot of Democrats think it would be acceptable to use violence to prevent Trump. And a lot of Democrats thought that Russia hacked voting machines. And you're like, yeah, but the things you've said, 70% of people think that the election's stolen. That's what you said. We can go back.
I can't talk about those things because I don't know a lot of people, and I don't know that anybody that was talking about it, and I'm not chastising anybody in particular for talking about it.
So then I have nothing to do. You don't think that when you say that a bunch of people think the election's stolen, you don't blame me for any of that. Anything I've said, you don't blame for that.
I can't. I don't know what the hell you said about the election.
Then we'll just move on from that point then. Fantastic.
Well, thank you.
Great. Right. You brought it up. We'll go back and look and
we'll see that I didn't.
Okay, if you really want to harp on it, I literally will bring the video up. If you really want to harp on it, and we'll see exactly what you said. Is that what you want to do?
I'm wrong.
Okay.
If you want to, go ahead.
Okay, that's what we'll do then.
And then you can show me I was wrong, and I'll apologize.
So what's the point?
Well,
you seem very confident.
I don't think I brought us there.
Like you.
Yeah, I don't think I brought us there. I think it was you that brought us there.
All right, let's see. Just be quiet for a minute. Already shown that you believe in conspiracy theory. I mean, are you saying
polygamy.
People that have one thing? But I think I would agree. The reason that the ATF went in, people could have taken that, and Democrats say, how many times have you called out children should be taken away?
I don't know.
Okay, numbers out there. Skepticism. Does that sound correct?
I don't know.
It also suggests that 30 voting machines to steal the 2016 election. Russians were stealing. Well, there was machines. Okay. Well, under that same sort of. I've said that.
No, I haven't been on
these other things. Okay, so it doesn't seem like this is just a right wing or Republican problem. You would also take that with. Oh, okay. So just to be clear, like you're just throwing numbers out there, right? But if I narrative we have, how many times have you posted on Twitter or gone on to? Have you called out? Because that seems to be the same poll said it would be about 8 million people that said that it would be justified to use violence to protect Donald Trump. So
well, I am not going to read the poll at this particular point in time.
Okay,
so
let's say
I'm not going to talk about the poll. But what I am going to tell you is that 70% of Republicans think that the election was stolen.
Okay.
Because of things that you said.
Well, wait. Okay. Let me repeat. This is at this would have been roughly 14 minutes ago. I don't know if you could hear this. I'll play it for my viewers again. 30% of Democrats polled in YouGov polls said that children should be taken away from families.
I'm not going to talk about the polls. I don't know who did the poll. I've never read the poll.
We're talking about violence. 30 million Democrats maybe commit violence to prevent Donald Trump. You say I didn't read the poll. I'm not going to talk about it. I don't know who did it. And
I'm not going to read the poll at this particular point in time.
Okay, let's say
I'm not going to talk about the poll. But what I am going to tell you.
But what I am going to. This is direct quote from you. You ready? But what I am going to tell you
is that 70% of Republicans.
Is that 70% of Republicans
think that the election was stolen.
Okay.
Because of things that you said.
Well, wait. Because of things that you said.
That's what I thought. So did I say because of things that you've said?
Yes, your direct quote.
I did say that?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for saying that then. That particular portion.
So what? It's constantly this bullshit with you. I didn't say that. Well, okay, I said it. No, sorry about that.
I don't.
By the way, you said earlier, maybe I'm lying. And I said, what's the point of this conversation then if you're telling me right now that you might be bullshitting? So now, you're retracting. This is how we got there. And I said, because of things I've said? Can you tell me what I've said that led to that? And you were like, blah, blah, blah,
no.
Blah. You couldn't. So then I was like, then why would you say that? And you're like, I never said that. That's why we were in that 15-minute line of dialogue.
Oh, no, Rob. You brought up random polls.
No.
I brought up the poll in response.
No. That's...
I brought up...
No. So I just just showed you what you said. Now your argument is this. No, Rob, when you were saying, well, can you tell me specifically what I said? That was just because I brought up a random poll. It wasn't because I literally said because of things you said. Just take the L. You said that I said things that led people believing that, and I was like, can you tell me what you said? And you were like, or what I said.
You're having an awfully hard time here understanding the sarcasm of my point. And I'm sorry. I guess I did the sarcasm of this particular point very badly. But the point was that you bring up random polls. You brought up a bunch of random polls, and because of you bringing up a bunch of random polls that I wasn't going to take the time to read at this particular point in time, and I'm not going to take at face value, so they're not even worth discussing. I'm going to go ahead and throw out a random poll too that we don't have to discuss.
So now your
that
argument,
was kind of the point.
Argument one that you made was that
was my argument the whole time.
No, argument one that you presented was because of things you've said, 70% of people believe this. Argument two was I never said because of things you said. Now argument three is of course I said that, but it was sarcasm. Now you're acknowledging that you knew you said it, but it was sarcasm.
The poll was sarcasm. It was sarcasm.
Right, we're not talking about the poll.
Assertion.
We're not talking about the poll. The focus was you said because of things that I have said. I said, what have I said that led them to believe that? You're like, I don't know. I was like, right. It's just further proof that people like you just say you're dangerous conspiracy theorists. You throw out these accusations, and then when
you are so dense. This is
so
incredible.
Dense.
You are dense.
So
you are dense. You can't see anything that's sitting right in front of your face.
Certainly, I saw it. You said it didn't happen. Then I went back, and then you said, "Oh, my bad, that did happen." And then you say, "Actually, I knew it happened. It was sarcasm." And now you're saying I'm dense.
Yes, you are dense. You are dense because you don't understand why I brought up the poll in the first place. You have no idea why the hell you brought up the poll in the first place. Mm-hmm. You have no idea how that had to relate to me bringing up the poll and saying what I said. You are dense. I'm trying to explain something to you, and you simply refuse to even listen.
You're lying. You literally said, again, so if I would say this, polling shows that 93% of serial killers do it because of things you said. And you'd be like, wait, and you'd be like, what the fuck did I say? What are you talking about? This poll sounds like horseshit. What could I possibly said? And I'm like, I'm just bringing up a poll because you brought up a poll. And you'd be like, but wait a minute, you say that I led to shit like that? Who cares what the specific number is? You say I led to that? Can you tell me what I said that did that? And I'm like, I never said that. And you're like, yes, you did. And I'm like, no, I didn't say that. Let me finish. No, I didn't say that, I would say. And you're like, yeah, you did. That's why I asked you, what did I say? And I'm like, no. And you're like, here, I'll bring up the transcript. See, you said it. And I go, oh, my bad, I said that. But it was sarcasm. I said it because you brought up a poll. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I get that you brought up a poll because I brought up a poll. How does that justify you saying that I led to this shit? That part's not sarcasm. That part was you talking out your ass. You couldn't defend it, so then you lied and said I never said it. Then when I pointed out that you did say it, you said, oh, my bad, but it was just sarcasm.
Are you done?
Yeah. Now, do you want to move on to more substantive parts? I said, I was trying to move on from that. I was like, and you kept on it. And I was like, if you really want me to go back and show the clip, I will. And you said, go ahead if that's what you want to do.
Just move on. Just move on.
Okay, so the point is then, when we're talking about specifics, right, what happens is you would only accept some sort of claim of wrongdoing or of a legitimate conspiracy if, we had audio recording admitting to it? We can't use circumstantial evidence?
Do you think basing an entire line of conjecture, an entire line of correlation on nothing but circumstantial evidence is a bad idea?
It depends on what the circumstantial evidence. That's clearly not what I'm doing.
But I think it is, so.
No, it's not.
I don't think that you...
That's not true at all. There are plenty of things in what I believe that we have absolute proof that it occurred. For example, because my entire thing, even with the Hunter Joe Biden Burisma thing, is the double standard of the FBI's interactions with that compared to how they went after Trump. So, for example, here's something that I have. I have 100% proof that top-ranking officials at the FBI, such as Peter Strzok, said that they wanted an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump from winning. I have proof that the IG that looked into this said that almost all of the people at the top level of the FBI had a bias against Donald Trump. That's proof. That's not circumstantial. We have that proven. Now, that doesn't prove that the actions they took were based on that bias. But if I have circumstantial evidence, right, that says, okay, corrupt oligarch tells Hunter Biden, call your dad and deal with pressure. Hunter Biden calls his dad that evening. Then his dad, a week later, is on an airplane saying, fire this prosecutor. And then the case gets let go. And all of a sudden, everyone in the West that complained about corruption and oligarchs getting left off the hook, all of a sudden they're silent. With that addition, with all of the other evidence, we know that Hunter Biden, we know, was making all of this money. We know that Joe Biden.
No, this is the problem. This is where that's where everything just went wrong right there.
Okay, go ahead. What went wrong? You tell me.
Well, first of all, you have no idea if Archer's telling the truth or not. Second of all, you have no proof that Shokin ever said anything like that. You have no proof that Hunter Biden actually made a phone call. You have no proof that if the phone call was made, that they didn't just talk about the recipe for rhubarb cobbler. You have no evidence to back up any of those statements along this series. So this circumstantial evidence you are tying together with a very low leader weight.
So that would be the equivalent of this. Let's say this happened. You say, I think that Jim Smith shot and killed his neighbor. And I was like, why do you think that? And you say, well, because his other neighbor told me right after the shooting, was like, well, Jim talked to me and said, I'm going to shoot and kill my neighbor. And then he went and did that. And then I saw him with a shovel digging later that night. And I know that Jim Smith's neighbor stole his wife, cheated on him. But you would say, but we don't know. We don't know. That we can't talk about that. That's how why. That's right. So then what I said earlier is the truth. What this leads to is sort of a paralysis of opinion. Because you would say, well, we could never know anything unless we had literally signed confessions. It would be impossible for us to know. Let me finish. It would be impossible for us to know anything, which is stupid. That's not how the world works. But you only do that selectively. You will only do that when it is things critical of institutions and political things that you favor. You'll say, no. And you'll make arguments like, maybe Hunter Biden called his dad at the behest of Zlochevsky to talk about rhubarb pie. That's how silly. When I debated Destiny, he did the same thing.
It's cobbler, damn it.
It's the same thing Destiny did. Maybe the lobbyists for Burisma wanted to get in touch with the Obama-Biden State Department to talk about how to spell the name Burisma. It makes you look like a fucking fool. Everyone could see what you're doing. Everyone. Everyone could see that you're partisan hack and you're just trying to silence legitimate criticisms that are pointing out legitimate facts because you don't have an answer for it. So you make these absurd, well, it could be that they were talking about a pie recipe. It's nonsensical. Everyone can see through it. It's not even worth, I'm incredibly generous to even give you the time of day when this is your argumentation. Meanwhile, simultaneously, you believe that Trump incited an insurrection. Based on what? By the way, how do you get to that? Hearsay?
First of all.
How do you know the people that said what Trump said weren't lying? How do you know they weren't lying?
First of all, I am a proud partisan hack. Secondly, they make movies about the shit that you just did. They're comedies. Fright Night. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Fright Night, but it's the exact same thing you just did.
Thanks for the super chat, David.
Fucking hilarious.
It's not. It's so. What you're saying right now is so dumb. You're literally. And by the way, my point is, I'll still say this. I don't have 100% proof that Joe Biden did something illegal there. What I said, my case was the entire time, that there was more evidence to justify a massive FBI investigation into this than there was the Russia collusion stuff with Trump. And there certainly is. For example, can you explain why the FBI accepted the conspiracy that they know Hillary Clinton's team was talking to a suspected Russian spy who was the subsource for this dossier? that alleged that Trump's team was basically working with Russia as spies, and they got a FISA warrant to spy on them. Why did they do that? Wasn't that just an outlandish conspiracy theory? They didn't have proof, so why were they spying on Trump's team? Based on this outlandish conspiracy theory.
What are the 4 things that you put out in that tweet, or that your little followers are putting out in that tweet?
1, that we know that Archer testified that Zlochevsky told Hunter Biden, "I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, call your dad." 2nd, we know Hunter called his dad. 3rd, we know that Joe Biden then a week later got in a plane and issued the quid pro quo to fire the prosecutor that was on paper at least leading the investigation into Burisma. 4th, the pressure ended. Burisma was given a slap on the wrist.
And did that lead you to call for action?
Did that lead me to call for action? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Define call to action.
Did you prescribe some sort of solution?
Yes, there should have been an immediate investigation, not just by the FBI, but also an independent investigation.
Did you prescribe a solution in that tweet?
What does that matter?
Well, because you are saying that we need to dissolve the FBI because of those 4 things.
No, I'm saying that's in that specific tweet that you called me a conspiracy theorist. That's what I said. In another tweet, I said that we should dissolve the FBI. I have a litany of other reasons, of other corrupt things that the FBI's done and double standard that the FBI's done to bring me to that conclusion.
Okay, so you have a whole bunch of BS.
Sure.
No,
I'm sorry. It's not BS. So let's go through. Let's go through. So you're so good. You could beat me one-on-one on all the specifics. That's your argument. On the specifics, I'm full of shit.
I am not going to go through the specifics with you.
So okay. Oh, now you don't want to talk about specifics.
No.
You said earlier you could beat me on this.
Pisco gives you counterfactual.
Oh, so now
Pisco gives you
right. So now, like people like you always do, you just say, no, I'll leave someone else talk to you because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I still feel justified in calling you a dangerous conspiracy theorist.
That's not at all what I just said.
Okay, go on. Expound.
I said, well, thank you. It's just as dangerous for me to play the same role that you're playing as you doing it yourself. So when I start giving you counterfactuals to the factuals that you are putting out, and we go in this back and forth game, we're both creating this stir of craziness that could lead to violence. So no, I'm not going to be part of that game. That's why I told you if I came on to discuss something tonight, it was going to be about the dangers of conspiracy theories and what that could possibly lead to, and how you are doing it.
Do you think that the Iraq
war... No, I'm not going to get into
Do you think that the Iraq war was based on a conspiracy theory?
I'm not going to get into any of that shit.
Okay, then we'll let you go. Thank you for coming on. Okay. We'll talk to you later. If that's how it's going to be. Because the problem is what you're doing
Go
is
ahead
saying...
and run.
I'm not running. You're literally the one running. You're literally saying, I won't talk specifics about anything with you. You're running. What do you want this conversation? So, okay, I will answer for you because you're fucking worthless. So, yes, many people say that we were lied into the Iraq war. There were people at the time saying that that was a lie, and that's how we now know that it's a lie. But you would have said those people are dangerous conspiracy theories. They can't talk about this stuff. Talking about the specifics is bad. What this does is justify the people in positions of power in these institutions in the government telling people that they could never talk about any criticisms of those institutions whatsoever. Of course, it'll be selectively applied. They'll be able to say, oh, you could talk about Donald Trump. You could talk about Bill Barr. You could talk about Mark Meadows. You could talk about Matt Gaetz. All of that's fine. But you can't talk about Joe Biden. You can't talk about Christopher Wray. You can't talk about Hunter Biden. You can't talk about the FBI leadership that exists today. You can't, because theoretically, if we talked about the specifics, then people could go out and do acts of violence. But what you're really doing then is ensuring that everyone in positions of power has an excuse to silence anyone, which, by the way, they're doing. They're working with social media companies to silence disinformation. Yet they're the biggest purveyors of disinformation. When they want to leak and put shit out that talks about Russia collusion that was bullshit and stuff like that, no problem. So what this is selective use of the term conspiracy theory to censor people and saying it's dangerous to talk about facts that are critical of the side that I like. We can talk about facts that are critical of the side I don't like, but the side that I like, it's dangerous. And what that leads to is a tyranny and authoritarianism because you can never criticize these institutions.
Do you want to go ahead and read what the debate was supposed to be about it again?
Yeah, I think this is what we said. One, you were going to define conspiracy theory. You did so in an incredibly poor way. Second, you were going to talk about the dangers of it. And third, we were going to see if I met that criteria.
Okay, so how does getting into my idea about anything get into that discussion at all?
Because the idea of this would come to the idea of, is it dangerous to talk about conspiracy theories? I'm saying your interpretation of that is far more dangerous because it leads to the silencing of legitimate criticism.
I've never said that anybody should be silenced.
Then
never in my entire life.
So then it would be the equivalent of this, right? That you say, but water's dangerous. Rob needs to stop talking about how water's good because it could be dangerous. I want to come on and define what water is and talk about how it's dangerous and how Rob talks about water and how that's dangerous, right? And so you come on and you're like, oh, water's so dangerous. People drown. There's hurricanes. And I'm like, yeah, but water's also the basis of life. We all need it every day. And you're like, yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying it could be dangerous. So you're literally saying nothing then. I'm saying what you're doing is far worse.
I am not going to defend a conspiracy theory with a conspiracy theory, which is what you're asking me to do.
No, what I'm asking you to do is to define what's so dangerous about what I'm saying. And you're saying it leads...
I've told you.
No.
Like Timothy McVeigh, for example.
Okay, so then so just to be clear, you would say it is equally dangerous for people to talk about welfare. Because there are people socialists that have committed acts of violence that also believed in welfare. Correct?
No.
Why not?
Because that's not what we're talking about.
Right.
We're talking about the FBI.
Right. So again, and this is just so everyone can see. Now, the reason I have you on is so people in my audience that maybe lean left, lean right, or more. I don't give a shit if you care or not. I'm still going to talk. Right? I bring you on so people can see how absurd these people are. The bootlickers, the people that cheer for the establishment and shit like that, you can see how absurd it is. It's just, when pushed to the core, I don't want to talk specifics. Yes, I'm not saying that anyone should be censored. I'm just saying you're a conspiracy theorist. And yeah, we should be allowed to criticize government institutions. And yeah, I believe in conspiracy, but I don't want to talk about any of that. I just am saying that hypothetically, someone could commit an act of violence. And yes, you're right. People could commit an act of violence on all sorts of beliefs that I'm not condemning, but I don't want to talk about that. I just want to say, hypothetically, someone could go out and do... That's true. This is literally the same conversation we can have about pretty much any act of speech in history. You could say, well, Rob, there was a guy that shot someone because his favorite baseball team lost. So I think it's dangerous for ESPN to give the baseball scores and talk about baseball. Yeah, I guess you're right. Someone could go do that. It literally is a point that is so vacuous and so over-expanding that it means nothing. You're literally saying nothing.
It's pretty interesting that my point in coming onto this particular call was to prove that conspiracy theories can be dangerous and that you are a conspiracy theorist. You're the one who's creating these conspiracy theories. And right here in real time, you have now created a conspiracy theory about the entire discussion that's occurred for the last hour.
No, I haven't.
I think that's amazing. You are so good at this, Rob. You are so good at this conspiracy theory bullshit that you can sit here in real time and talk about something that's going on right now and create an entire conspiracy theory surrounding the entire thing. That's awesome.
Define what a conspiracy theory is again, and then tell me how what I just said meets the definition of that.
You took a couple things that I said, and you created a story that actually didn't happen at all. And then you weave that into, this is what the left does.
No, that's literally what you
That's did. That conspiracy.
Okay. Can you show anyone committing an act of violence because of something I said?
No.
So you weaved this story.
I can't.
You took some kernels of truth. You said, Rob said this, and something could encourage violence. So you created a conspiracy theory. You weaved a narrative.
That would be what I said I wanted to talk about, yes.
So you're admitting that you created, what you wanted to talk about was the conspiracy theory that you were creating.
No, the conspiracy theory that you are creating.
You just
and the
said
dangers that it could pose.
No,
not that it will
you
pose,
created a conspiracy theory because you're now saying that if you talk about hypothetical things that could happen as a result of this speech, that those aren't things that have happened. So that's a conspiracy. So it would also be a conspiracy to say, Rob says disband the FBI, and someone could listen to Rob and go commit violence. That would be a conspiracy theory.
See, the difference between you and I is I brought up a real-world example, something that's provable, something that's actual evidence, something that we can all look back on and do some research and study on. That's what I did to prove.
I gave many of those examples.
What have you done?
No,
you have not.
Steve Scalise being shot, Mao and Stalin with socialism. We talked about that. We talked about the Ryz3n example. Let me keep going. We talked about the Ryz3n example. We talked about Kavanaugh assassination attempt.
Why was Steve Scalise shot?
Steve Scalise was shot because someone believed he was a Bernie supporter and believed that Republicans repealing Obamacare would lead to millions of people dying.
Okay. And did Bernie ever say anything like that?
Bernie said that repealing Obamacare would lead to many people dying.
You're going to have to find that quote.
You want me to find a quote of Bernie Sanders saying repealing Obamacare would lead to people
You're the
dying?
one who brought up the example.
Okay.
You're going to have to find that quote.
What if I do? Then what?
Then we could go ahead and go over that article and
wait, it'll be just like
wait, hold on. Then we can go ahead and go over the article and discuss why what Bernie did in that particular situation was bad.
So anyone who said repealing Obamacare would lead people to die, that would be bad for them to say that.
I would say that if Bernie said that, yes. At this
just
point,
Bernie.
That's all you told me.
What about other people?
Shooting. I guess it depends on who it is and what kind of rationale they had for saying it.
Here's a tweet from Bernie Sanders. Here's a tweet from Bernie Sanders. From January 12, 2017, as Republicans try to repeal the Affordable Care Act, they should be reminded that every day that 36,000 people will die yearly as a result.
Was that the entire tweet?
That is the entire tweet.
Okay. Then I would say that would be a terrible tweet to put out.
That's a conspiracy theory that he put out.
I without actually knowing how he came up with that number, I don't know that I can say it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's a disgusting and terrible tweet, yes.
What if he would have said, I think people will die because of the repealing of Obamacare? What if he just said that?
I think generally speaking that would be bad too. So
everyone could see, it's bad if you're a politician and you disagree with the policy that exists. You understand
that?
Yes. Let me clarify what he's saying. He's now saying that a mainstream legitimate criticism that a normal mainstream person could have that says, hey, I think it'd be dangerous to repeal Obamacare. I think people could lose insurance and die. He's saying that's dangerous. You shouldn't say that.
Lose insurance.
That's dangerous. Yes. What do you think he meant?
Is that what did he tweet that one? Was that in the tweet, lose insurance?
So wait, your argument is that the obvious implication that if Obamacare is repealed, people will lose insurance and that'll cause them to die. Well, as long as if he would have said 36,000 will die because they lose insurance, then that's not a problem. But because he didn't put the lose insurance
that would not
part,
be a problem.
That is so stupid. That is so unbelievably dumb. That is one of the...
No.
Like, you keep getting dumber. You keep getting fucking dumber over and over.
That can be proven, though.
I don't know what to say. This is one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard. It is so ridiculous.
Hold on.
What do you think, Bernie? You tell me what Bernie... What do you think Bernie... Okay, first off, fine. Prove that 36,000 people were going to die because they'd lose their insurance because of Obamacare. Go ahead. Prove it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You want me to prove...
Yeah.
When was the tweet made?
The tweet was made... Oh, sorry. Well, shit. I just saw it. Did I... It was like January 2017.
Okay.
Go ahead. We'll sit here all night. You prove it. What's going to happen here now is, just to set the stage, someone clip this. I'm debating someone named MojoRyz3n. Mojo has a beef with a Bernie Sanders tweet in 2017 that said 36,000 people a year would die if Obamacare was repealed. He says that that's dangerous conspiracy theory. However, if Bernie would have instead tweeted 36,000 people will die because they'll lose insurance a year, then that's perfectly fine and he could prove it. So he's now going to prove to us. Go ahead.
National Institutes of Health. More than 26,000 Americans die each year because of lack of health insurance.
What does that have to do with 36,000 people dying if we repeal Obamacare?
New study finds by Harvard University 45,000 deaths annually linked to lack of health coverage.
What does that have to do with 36,000 additional people dying if Obamacare was appealed?
Well, because more people got insurance because of Obamacare that don't necessarily fall under Obamacare. That sounds like a dangerous
conspiracy theory. It sounds like you're connecting dots. What you're doing is you're taking a kernel of truth. You're saying, well, people die if they don't have health care. So therefore, if this form of health care would be repealed, then these people wouldn't have access to it. And it would lead to exactly 36,000 additional people dying.
I said his statement was wrong in the first place, but if they lose access to healthcare, yes, the studies are out there that do prove that people die because of lack of access.
Of course. So again, I could say that. I could say people die because they overeat. So if I put a tweet out and says, if we don't ban potato chips, 5 million people will die next year. And you're like, prove it. And I say, well, I would say, well, look. Okay, then we'll say trans fats.
Do they die because they eat trans fats?
Yes, it leads to increased cholesterol, things like that. Increased blood
pressure.
But
it doesn't necessarily lead to that, and it doesn't necessarily
does losing health care necessarily lead to you dying?
Losing health care leads to you not having health insurance, and the studies show that does lead up to 45,000
eating potato chips leads to increased blood pressure, which does lead to X number of people dying a year.
You'll have to show me that study.
You want a study that shows that eating snacks and things like that, like potato chips, are unhealthy. Potato chips. You want a study that shows that eating potato chips could increase blood pressure, cholesterol, and stuff like that, and could lead to people to die. That's what you want.
Baked potato chips? Are we talking about baked potato chips or fried potato chips?
Well,
and are they kettle chips or are they?
Now this is I get it. You meme your way through it. Now let's go back to this. Now you said that Bernie's tweet that we talked about, that because he said if we repeal Obamacare, 36,000 people will die a year. That's bad, right? Yes. If he would have said, if we repeal Obamacare, 36,000 people a year will die because they lose health insurance, that's good. He could say that.
I would say that that's acceptable, yes, because it can be proven.
Can you tell me what Bernie meant when he said 36,000 people will die if we repeal Obamacare?
I think that's what he meant, but I think that people could misconstrue what he meant.
How? Give me another example of what he could have meant. How that could have been misconstrued. Go ahead.
That if we repeal Obamacare, that there'll be a bunch of angry people out in the street shooting people.
So if I was to similarly, if I would say if we don't give out food stamps, thousands of people could starve to death. You would say that's terrible. You can't say that. You have to say if we don't give out food stamps, people could lose access to food and thousands of people could starve. Because what I could have meant is, when I said about repealing food stamps, that people will get mad and go shoot people, and that's why they die.
It could be a number of things at that point. I think that's the problem with your type of conspiracy theory. You can add anything you want in there.
The problem is, right, anyone who's watching who's remotely objective can see what a fool you are. How absolutely absurd.
I love how you do that. You always try and bake this in like it's going to somehow convince somebody that's not already convinced.
I don't know. Like, there are people, there are leftists. I could bring any number of lefties on here. Any. That would say, they could believe 90% of what you believe and be like, wait a minute, this fucking dude is making this claim. Saying if we repeal Obamacare, people could die is bad. That's a conspiracy theory. But making the exact same tweet and explaining because people will lose insurance is good. They would say, that's fucking nuts. That's nuts. That's really stupid.
Maybe you should do that then.
Okay.
Maybe you should make a series out of it.
Tom Kennedy is a person I know in real life who is a Democrat. I see that he's on the tweet. Tom Kennedy, he's a Democrat. He is on the left.
I don't know who that is.
Kennedy Thomas, he's in the chat right now. Kennedy Thomas, I will ask you this. Do you think his claim that Bernie Sanders saying 32,000 people a year will die without Obamacare is horrible, but if he would have just said because they lose their insurance, then it would have been okay? Do you think that's really stupid? We'll see what he responds. Average debate enjoyer, another lefty, another Democrat.
Average
want to see
debate is not a Democrat. He's not a lefty.
He votes Democrat.
No, I think he's full of shit.
Sounds like you believe a conspiracy theory.
No, I've listened to his shit. I actually critiqued one of his videos.
It's just
I've been talking to him.
Oftentimes what happens in these conversations, here's the truth. You're just bad faith. That's the truth. You are stupid. Don't get me wrong. You're very dumb. But you're just bad faith. And that's what happens. You get caught in the minutia of each...
Why the personal attacks? Why are you
First off, you really
think I'm stupid?
Yes, I absolutely think you're really stupid. Yes, I absolutely do.
I have 3 degrees. I'm retired. I have houses.
That means nothing to me. It means nothing. It doesn't mean you're not stupid. There are all sorts of stupid people that have degrees and houses. Now, let me finish my point. First off, again, another person who starts off with personal insults of me, and then when I retort...
Wait, how did I insult you?
Way back when... I can bring it up later. Way back when we were talking about... you said that I was incredibly dense, I believe was the term you used.
I did, because you were...
Oh, you did. Okay, so that was okay, but saying you're stupid is out of bounds. Got it.
At that particular point, you had levied about 20 personal attacks on me.
No, name one.
Name one?
Yeah, go ahead, name one.
This is the lefty. This is the kind of idiot lefty that you're going to get around here talking about this shit. This is the kind of idiot lefty that says, yes, you did, as a matter of fact.
Maybe I did, but I don't think it was before that.
Multiple times.
Sure, bring it to me. Was it before you started and said that I was dense?
It was in this conversation. You can go ahead and listen to it.
You said that the reason you called me dense. You said the reason you called me dense was I 20 times prior to that called you names.
Why don't you go ahead and listen to this afterwards and realize who started this personal attack bullshit?
Nonetheless, I'll finish my point. This is you're obvious. Worse than saying you're dumb, you should take more offense to me saying that you're bad faith, which you are, right? And
I am bad faith.
I'll just you are bad faith.
I'm bad faith.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. We'll see you later.
I'm a Democrat. Yep. I'm a liberal.
All right. We'll see it.
Run.
I'm not running. Run. You're literally admitting
you're running. You're running.
I am not running. You're literally admitting I lie and I'm bad faith. That's what you're admitting.
Have fun, Forrest.
You running?
Have fun, Forrest.
You're running. You run. I admit that I'm just lying and I'm bad faith, and you don't want to talk to me. You're running. That's a great point. It's a great point. Why are you bad faith?
I'm bad faith. I'm bad faith because I'm a leftist, and everything that I argue is going to be from a left-hand point of view. So yes, every conversation I get into is going to come from a liberal slant. Every single one.
That's not bad faith. That's partisan. Bad faith is, and I'm going to just explain. You can sit there quietly. Here's what's going on. He's so interested in trying to win each specific point that he comes off sounding incredibly stupid. And that's a good sign of bad faith, because a person who's not bad faith, even if they're partisan, they would be willing to listen and come up with genuine opinions that they had about something. That's how you end up with these sorts of arguments. Him saying a poll shows 70% of people denied the election because of things like you say. And I said, what were those things? And he says, I've never heard you say those things. And then it takes 15 minutes of him denying, I never said because of things you said. Then when I show that, he says, oh, okay, my bad, but I was just being sarcastic. That's all bullshit. Everyone watching could see. Why didn't he just say, fuck, I didn't know I said that. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that was bad. You're right, I take that back. But he didn't. He had to take it a step further and say, no, it was sarcasm. It was sarcasm. That's because he's not interested in the overarching conversation. He's interested in winning each individual point. Similarly, that's how you end up making this stupid, absurd argument that Bernie Sanders saying 36,000 people could die a year if we repeal Obamacare is bad, but literally making the exact same claim, 36,000 people a year could die if we repeal Obamacare because they would lose insurance is okay. And the reason is because people could watch that tweet and go, oh, what Bernie is saying is 36,000 people will die because people will take to the streets with guns and shoot people. So therefore, I'm going to go commit an act of violence that I otherwise wouldn't have. That's how, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think you're a bright person. I don't think you're smart. But this is beyond that. This is someone who is intentionally bad faith, that is arguing something that they know is bullshit because they're trying to win a point. But what happens is it just makes everything you say look stupid. It makes and then you're like, yeah, I'm a liar. Yeah, I'm bad faith. It makes it irrelevant to talk to you because I can talk to someone who's dumb, right? I could talk to someone who's partisan, but I'm not going to sit here and waste my time talking to a person that's making these arguments that are so obviously bad faith that you don't believe, that you're just full of shit. And you're like, okay, for the sake of trying to win this point, I'm going to say this. Oh, it sounds like you ran.
No, I'm still here.
Oh.
I'm waiting for you to get done.
Well, it sounds like I was done, doesn't it?
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know when you're ever done. You seem to ramble a lot. Did you have a point? I mean, is there something else you want to talk about here?
I mean, I think I made my point quite clearly. The point we were bringing up about this Bernie thing is that people, what you're criticizing here is that people couldn't literally espouse mainstream political opinions because you would say, well, someone could take that and do something dangerous. So it's dangerous to espouse mainstream political opinions. Like, for example, Democrats could say, we think that we should give less funding to Israel, right? Less funding to Israel because we think Israel is committing heinous acts with Palestinians and we should give less money. And I could say, yeah, terrorists in Hamas say that as well. So you shouldn't say that. That could lead to terrorists like in Hamas. That's stupid. That would literally stymie all political speech because you'd be able to, like, or if you wanted any, if you're a small government person like me and you were like, I think we should, fire 80% of the people at the IRS, right? We should get rid of them. You'd say, but Timothy McVeigh thought that too. So you can't say that. It's just, it's stupid. And when you're so overreaching as to what you consider a conspiracy theory and what you consider dangerous language, that it literally means, well, you couldn't talk about how repealing Obamacare could lead to people dying. When that's how far-reaching you are, it literally makes the term meaningless. It literally, because what happens is if we would adapt your perspective, it would mean we can't have any discussion. Similarly, we wouldn't be able to have any discussion of corruption. Because even if we have witnesses that come out and say things, and we can follow the circumstantial evidence along with actual provable facts that we have, you'd say, we don't know. Every witness could be lying. All of those conversations with the shady oligarch could have been about peach cobbler. We don't know. So we can't say. Literally, it would just mean that we just all have to take the word of the people in positions of power on everything. And we can see how that would be bad. That's why I brought up, like, the Iraq War. That's why, like, you could bring up things like criticisms of the Afghanistan withdrawal. And, like, the bombing of ISIS-K, that because of people questioning, we actually found out it was children that were bombed. But you would say, no, all that's dangerous conspiracy theory. Someone could hear that and then go out and commit an act of violence against the U.S. government. Anything to defend yourself?
It was rhubarb cobbler.
Okay. That's it? That's all you have to say?
No. I have something else to say, but I want to make sure that you're done beating up on your straw man first.
Okay, what straw man?
Okay, well, the entire straw man that you just built about everything that's been discussed and everything that I've ever said.
Okay, let's stick to the first thing I said that led to what you're going to say is a straw man. Did you say that Bernie's tweet was dangerous? That a tweet that says someone could die, not even the number, right? A tweet that says people could die.
We know what I said.
Okay, so then it's not a straw man. Then it's not a straw man. Got it.
The entire rest of that was a straw man, and actually, what you said about that was a straw man too. What I think
what did you say?
Between those, the reason I said that the original tweet was probably wrong to say. I said if you go ahead and add because they'll lose health insurance, then that makes it a little more accurate because that's something that's provable and would probably be okay. Now, the reason I said that, which you never asked about. The reason I said that was because I think politicians and people in power and people that have audiences need to be very careful with how they talk about things and what they say. Because if you don't explain yourself fully, or if somebody is able to misconstrue what you're saying, it can be used in nefarious ways. And it can be used by people that might not actually commit violence, but might actually talk other people into committing violence. Or it could be used with crazy people that might end up doxing people or chasing them down or sending death threats to their house and telling everybody else to do the same. It could lead to a whole lot of other crap. So when Bernie Sanders says what he said, I think it would have behooved him to explain it in a little further detail And just by adding, because of lack of health insurance, that leads to a broader discussion. His first tweet was bad because that doesn't lead to a broader discussion, and it doesn't lead to any kind of evidence whatsoever.
Anyone who read the tweet would understand that he was saying that people would lose health care with losing Obamacare, and that's why people would die.
I don't
that's point
think
number
that's
one.
true.
That is true. Number two, if that is true, if you're right, then that would mean that you could always have more specificity, right? Anytime we talk, particularly in the framework of a tweet, which if you're not verified or in the past when Bernie tweeted this, what were you? You were limited to a certain amount of characters. So that would mean you would never be able to tweet anything, because if people just saw that tweet, you would have to have thousands of word posts. And you could say, but that's a straw man, that's ridiculous. No, we're literally talking about you saying that just saying, hey, if we repeal Obamacare, people could die, is bad, because you should have to say people could die because they won't have insurance. Why? You could go a step further. That's so absurd that there's no limitation to when you could say, but that point wasn't specific enough. It wasn't specific enough. So someone lunatic out there could have seen and said, Bernie's saying that if we repeal Obamacare, that people could die. He must mean that aliens will blow us all up. That must mean what he means. So the tweet would be acceptable if he said, because people could lose health insurance, I'm not referencing the fact that it could be because aliens could come, or people could do this, or people could do that. Or he could say, because people would lose health insurance, and when they lose health insurance, it means that they're less likely to go to the hospital. When they're less likely to go to the hospital, that would mean that they would have comorbidities that they wouldn't be able to get treated. When they can't get those comorbidities treated, that oftentimes leads to a more chronic illness that comes along that could lead to them dying. Also, it could be because they don't have health insurance that they could have financial instability, which would mean that they would make poorer choices in their diets and things like that. Also means they would be more likely to die of something like a natural disaster or a home invader, because they would have to have housing that was less defended, that was in less desirable neighborhoods, where those sorts of things would have more of an impact. So that's the sort of tweet that Bernie would have to have so that no lunatic could hear it. Thirdly, and most importantly, this is directly contradictory to everything you said in the beginning. You want to know why?
Well, I know what you're going to say.
Go ahead, tell me.
That you think you're just adding context to your ridiculous idea by attaching these dots that don't necessarily connect.
No, you said that it's bad to talk about the specifics. That's what you said. So you said
No.
I never said yes, that. You did. This is how it came up. Because do we have to go back to the tape again? And then you'll say it was sarcasm once I prove you wrong
each time.
No, I haven't.
Proven wrong
now we're on excuse.
Go ahead and do it. You can get proven wrong again.
So is your argument when we went back to the tape last time, I was wrong, it didn't say what I said it did?
You were correct in saying that I said you caused it. I misspoke. I apologize.
So the sentence right before that sentence where you said you were wrong every time, isn't itself wrong? We went back to the tape one time, and in that one time I was correct.
No, you weren't.
You literally, so now you said you were wrong every time. Yes, you're right. When we went back, you were correct. And now you're saying, no, you weren't.
You were correct about one
sentences. You contradicted yourself 3 different times in 3 sentences.
Oh my God. Look, I should have said people like you. That's what I should have said. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, so now you're making excuses for why I was right and you were wrong. Got it. So the point you made... Okay, so then when you said I was wrong, I wasn't wrong.
You were wrong about my intention of that entire post. Entire comment.
Right. So anyways, back to what you said initially when it came to this. I said, you were like, you're a conspiracy theorist because of X, you outlined a case. And I said, do you think that Donald Trump incited an insurrection? You said yes. And then I was like, based on what? And you said, I don't want to talk about the specifics. When you talk about specifics, that's bad because that allows people to draw dots and stuff. And I even made the point of saying, so you're saying it's better to just speak in generalities? I was like, that sounds like what racists do. They don't give you specifics. They just say, I don't like this group based on their race or their ethnicity. And that was the argument you were making. And you kept saying, I don't want to talk specifics. It's okay to make the general claim.
What reason did I give you for not wanting to talk specifics?
Because it would be spreading a conspiracy theory to talk about my conspiracy theory.
It would be furthering the conspiracy theory.
Well, you didn't say that. You might have said that, but in addition, you said because the things you were saying in response would be a conspiracy theory.
No, that's not at all what I said.
I thought that's what your point. Nonetheless, but you said that it was better or it was preferable for you to just make a conspiratorial claim with no specifics. To just say Trump incited insurrection. That's what you said.
That's not at all what I said.
That is what you said.
It's not.
So,
no,
okay,
it's not.
so you said...
I told you why I came on to debate you tonight. And that has nothing to do with why I wanted to debate you. As a matter of fact, I specifically wanted to stay away from that. So
let me just be clear. So now your stance is if you say something like repealing Obamacare will kill people, you have to be hyper-specific or it's really bad, right? You have to give the specifics as to why that's the case, right?
What I'm saying is that if what you say can be proven with evidence, then go ahead and say it. I think you should say it. I think you need to say it. And if it can't be proven with evidence, it probably shouldn't have been said in the first place.
No, that's not what you're saying. That's not what you're making.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
That is not what you're saying, because if that was the case...
Oh my God.
Let me explain.
You're going to tell me what I'm saying now?
Yes, I will tell you that you are either lying or forgetting again what you're saying or what the implications are of what you're saying. Let's go back to the Bernie Sanders position. If Bernie says 36,000 people could die of Obamacare, you were like, I could probably prove it, or we could potentially prove that. And you started to attempt to prove it because you were like, well, health insurance, right? And people that lack health care, you read John Hopkins, right? 20-something thousand a year die because they don't have health care. You remember that?
I don't know. That was years ago, dude.
Mm-hmm. So that would still prove Bernie. If that types of articles and studies would prove the claim 36,000 a year will die because they don't have health care, if Obamacare is repealed, it would also prove Bernie's statement. 36,000 a year would die without saying because of health care. Wouldn't it? In other words, if we had a Venn diagram and you're saying Bernie could have meant things beyond just healthcare. So it could be, here's a big circle, here's 36,000 people that will die if we repeal Obamacare because they don't have healthcare. But there could be fringe people out here that will die because someone gets mad and shoots because Obamacare would be repealed. That's out there. So if you're like, therefore we could prove that 36,000 will die without healthcare, that still proves Bernie Sanders' statement correct. So what's the problem again?
Wait, hold on. I didn't say that that Bernie was insinuating anything else with his tweet. What I said was that it could be interpreted in different ways.
Nonetheless, and fair enough.
I think not nonetheless. It matters a lot. It matters a lot because I think the what led from that particular tweet or from that particular idea was a shooting at a congressional baseball game where a senator, right? No, a congressman got shot. I think that person is crazy enough to input whatever he wants into a tweet like that. And so if you're not specific with your words as somebody with a large reach, then you could lead somebody like that to do something like that because you weren't specific enough.
Okay, so if that's true, that this guy was so insane, do you think if Bernie would have said because they lose healthcare, that he also could have been so insane to still misinterpret it?
Yeah, he could have.
Okay, so then how does your criticism solve anything?
I think he could have been insane enough to just say Republicans are crazy and assholes and they need to be shot.
So then
I think he probably could have used any reason at that point.
Right.
But I think that as a person with a far-reaching platform, I think you should be very careful with your words so that you're not the one leading that person to that thing.
Well, Bernie would have been, even if he said, you just said, he could have read Bernie's tweet no matter what Bernie said and jumped because he was insane. So again, You're making a criticism that's like, well, like again, so then you're just in general saying being more specific is good, right? That's what you're saying?
It would be for somebody that's on the edge, somebody that maybe he's not that crazy, or maybe that guy wasn't that crazy. Maybe if that was on there, he would ask questions instead. I don't know.
It's clear that that guy thought people were going to lose their health insurance and die. That's what that guy thought.
I don't know. It's clear that guy thought anything.
That's what's his rationale. Clear. That's what
I don't.
That's what the investigation.
Did he tell you that? Did you have a conversation with the guy?
That's what the investigators said. Now we don't trust them. Sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist.
His rationale was that 36,000 people, that Republicans were trying to kill 36,000 people a year by taking away the ACA. That's what you said, right?
We were told by investigators that his rationale was he thought people would die because they were going to lose their insurance when Obamacare was repealed. So he was shooting.
Did he say insurance?
I don't know. That's what investigators told us.
Did they say insurance? Did the investigators say this is what he said?
I don't know if they gave a specific quote. It sounds like you're a conspiracy
theorist. See, this is the problem, Rob. Is that you're adding a bunch of shit in there that doesn't even exist.
The problem is that you
have created.
So I understand now. I totally get it. Now I totally get it. I get it now. I actually totally understand now. You're the insane person. I get it, right? Now I get it. You read that tweet from Bernie, and you're like, he might mean aliens. He might mean that fucking mechanical spiders will kill us all if Obamacare's repealed. It might be the guy that shot people because he said, if Obamacare's repealed, people will die. He might mean that, leeches will rise from the earth that are giant and crush. He might mean that. So then you look at, maybe Hunter was talking to his dad about peach cobbler, right? So because that's the lens that you view the world through, you demand people look at things in a hyper-specific way to deal with your, I'll use the word, insane abilities to interpret normal, logical things that are happening in the world, thereby making you a far bigger conspiracy theorist than I ever could approach being. But again,
what's insane is the definition you have for logical.
Right, that's logical. When someone says, if we repeal Obamacare, thousands of people could die, they're talking about, what's Obamacare do? It gives people insurance. So it's clear that it leads to, he's saying that people will die because they lose their insurance. You're saying that's not logical. That's not logical.
That's not at all what I just said.
That sounds like, okay, I'm saying that's logical. You're agreeing that that's logical?
Right? You logically came to that conclusion,
correct,
right? That's the problem with your logically statements. Because I didn't say anything like that. But somehow you logically came to that conclusion.
What are you talking? I don't even know how to interpret it. I don't know what you're trying to say now.
I understand that you don't understand logic.
No, I understand logic. You're saying, I understand. Obamacare repeal, people could die. He's saying, they'll lose their health insurance and people could die because of that. I understand that. You don't. You say, no, he has to be more specific. Then when I ask you about more specific, you're like, yeah, even if he got more specific, an insane person, it might not help anyways, right? And you're like, well, just because this guy said he shot people because he's afraid people would die if Obamacare repeal, do you have proof that it was because of insurance? Do you have proof that that's what he meant? Like, it's nonsensical. You literally would be unable to formulate opinions on the most basic of things in the world if we approached it in the way that you're suggesting we have to here. Like, literally, we could talk about any subject, and within 3 minutes, I would be able to be like, are you sure? Or what are the specifics? Right? You'll be like, hey, did you see that, in 79, the Pittsburgh Pirates won the World Series? Are you sure the World Series in the United States? What article? The article you're in, did it say the United States World Series? The United States on Earth? Did it say that? Did it say the United? Someone could look at that and say, but wait a minute. In the fictional world that I believe I came from, there's also a United States, and there's a Pittsburgh, and those Pittsburgh Pirates didn't win in 79. Right? You would be like, that's fucking stupid. That's a straw man. Yes, that's how stupid you are with this point. Maybe this guy didn't mean insurance when he was shooting people. Secondly, it avoids the entire point that you, on one hand, are saying someone like Bernie saying this stuff should be more specific, but talking specificity of these things is bad because that in itself leads to the furtherance of a conspiracy. So it's okay for you to say, I believe that Trump incited an insurrection and say, but it's different because I'm not talking specifics. But Bernie should have been more specific when he talked about his conspiracy. Good joke, Tom. I don't even know what the point of this conversation. It's so you are out on a limb that is so fucking ridiculous right now. It's just laughable.
Yeah, because you brought us there.
No, you did, right? Because I already explained why. Because you're bad faith. Because you take every specific thing and look at it in a vacuum and go, how can I win this point? And it's led you to the absurd conclusion that, well, Bernie Sanders should have to explain when he tweets out and says people will die without Obamacare, that he specifically means because they lose insurance. It's nonsense.
I agree that this entire conversation is nonsense at this particular point in time. So maybe we should reset, because I would like to do 4 points that would lead from you talking about Hunter Biden based on a hard drive, not even a laptop, into dissolving the FBI.
So you want to talk specifics?
I always want to talk specifics.
No, you don't.
I always want to talk evidence.
No, you don't. Now you've changed your position again. Earlier when I said, okay, your problem is that on the specifics I'm wrong, then let's talk about the specifics. You said, I don't want to talk about specifics. That'll lead to the furtherance of the conspiracy. Now you're saying, I always want to talk about specifics. You can't even be, you literally over and over, you contradict yourself in the very next sentence, over and over and over.
What did I want to get accomplished in this debate?
To look like a total dumbass? You're doing great.
I wanted to show you how the conspiracies that you're putting forth could actually lead to violence.
And I said that the problem is, right? So there are, like, it would be like this. If you said, I want to discuss with you why shutters on your windows could actually lead to damaging your windows. It would be completely within the bounds of that conversation to say, actually, what you're saying could be true, but it's let me give you a better example. This is so easier. You could say, Rob, I wanted to call in and talk about how seatbelts could sometimes harm you. Not even that. If you say, I want to call in and talk about how seatbelts kill people. And I'm like, okay, let's have that conversation. And you say, here's a case where a seatbelt killed a person. I say, okay, that could be true, but seatbelts overwhelmingly save more lives than they cost. And you say, I don't want to talk about that. I just wanted to talk about how seatbelts kill people. Right, but they're overall about...
I heard you give that analogy earlier.
No, I never said the word seatbelt until this part in the debate.
No, in some different discussion or some different diatribe you were going on.
You heard me talk about seatbelts?
Analogy. Yeah.
You heard
That's
me.
That's kind of funny.
You heard me make in our discussion.
No, not in our discussion. I just said not in our discussion.
Okay, so
I just said that.
So you're saying that. So you don't want to talk about how I'm wrong, or that it could lead to censorship, or under your definition, everyone espouses conspiracy theories. You just want to say, like, sometimes the things you say, some lunatic could take it and do something terrible. That's what you want out of this debate?
Okay, when you go from things that were on a hard drive about Hunter Biden.
Why are we talking specifics? I don't know why we're talking specifics. You said not to. This is the furthering. You're literally. Wait. You're furthering a conspiracy theory right now. The specifics are bad, right? That's what you said.
When you go from.
Right, now you want to talk specifics. Go ahead, we'll talk them. I don't mind. I can keep up with your bullshit duplicitousness, but go ahead. So now we're back to specifics. Good. Proceed.
When you go from Hunter Biden about some shit that was said on a hard drive that was from some random person in Florida, you go from that to the dissolution of the FBI. Could you possibly imagine a scenario where somebody might use that entire thought process, that entire straw man that you have built, to go out and commit violence and use that as a rationale?
That's not a straw man that I've built. You are straw manning what my position is. I have never once said, because of a hard drive, dissolve the FBI. It is absolute nonsensical. I will wait for you to show where I've ever said that in a tweet or any video I've done. Go ahead.
Is that not how this whole Hunter Biden thing started?
No, I have been talking since 2017-18 about corruption at the FBI. That was well before I was ever aware that there was a laptop or a hard drive from Hunter Biden.
Okay, and right now you're talking about Hunter Biden, right?
I'm saying that the Hunter Biden situation. I'm saying that the Hunter Biden situation shows yet another example of the FBI putting their thumb on the scale politically of this country to put forth politicians that they support and to cover up for the crimes of them, and to go after those that they don't support and to make sure that they are stymied in their political career, including the ability to be elected. And I have a litany of specifics which I offered to talk to you about. You said, and I quote, I don't want to talk about the specifics. Then you insist on straw manning me and saying you want to disband the FBI because of Hunter Biden's laptop, which is a straw man, which is bullshit. You're willfully ignorant because you're saying I don't want you to talk about the specifics of the double standards of the FBI because you're incapable of talking about them. That's the truth. So you have to straw man and say, it's just about Hunter's laptop. Rob heard about Hunter's laptop and he was like, oh my God, disband the FBI. That's absolute bullshit.
What have you? What has your whole internet persona been for the last 2 months? What have you discussed every single time you've gotten on?
So 3 TikToks ago, I talked about how my son, I was on 2 hours of Baby Shark. We talked specifically, I talked a lot about COVID and things like that. Talked a lot about Russia collusion hook. Talked a lot about Burisma and things like that because it's been in the news. Talked a lot about the indictments of Donald Trump. Let's see, what else did I talk about? Talked to the people that did the movie Nefarious. I talked to them. I had them on there a couple months ago. That was a lot of fun. Anyways, your point?
Well, my point is your entire persona online has been about talking about Hunter Biden recently.
No, that's just what you've seen, and even if that's the case, who gives a shit?
There's some other shit interspersed in there, yes, and I've seen some of that other shit too, and that was a cute face that you made during Baby Shark. But
I'm married. Thanks for trying to hit on me, but I'm good, thanks.
I'm married as well for quite a long time, so no worries.
She's a saint.
Well, you would probably not think so since she works for the federal government, but that's all right.
That doesn't matter. Just because you work for the federal government doesn't mean you're a terrible person. If she's putting up with you, she's a very good lady, I assure you.
I agree, actually. 100%.
Anyways, you were making a point. I can make your point succinctly if you want, but that's what you've been focused on lately, right? But
I know you like to do that. I know.
Okay, well, then you're stammering. Get to your point. Okay.
Well, yeah, because you completely bypassed everything I just said. You went. Your internet persona right now is about talking about Hunter Biden and the corruption of the FBI, and all of your tweets recently have been about something like that have any sort of relevance to politics whatsoever. So, Hunter Biden, the whole Hunter Biden thing started with this fucking hard drive. And then it got fired up again when Republicans took control of the House and started all these investigations. But the Republicans are not putting forth these investigations. I understand because they're all corrupt too. But what that led to is you saying that we need to dissolve the FBI. Now, if somebody just logged in 2 months ago, somebody just logged into Twitter, somebody that's pissed off about everything that's going on in this country right now, and they find robnoerr first, and they run through all of your videos that you've posted in the last 2 months, and you go from the Hunter Biden laptop hard drive to dissolve the FBI, could this person somehow come to the conclusion that the FBI should be dissolved?
Yeah, I suppose they could.
Okay. And if they were a little bit crazy, or they had some other people poking and prodding them, or they were part of an organization that was a militia group or something, and they like shooting guns or whatever, if this person were that type of person, and they had access to a whole lot of fertilizer, do you think that person might take that information, take that opinion, and use it to bomb another federal building?
I suppose that could theoretically happen.
Okay. That was my only point.
Okay, cool. The people that tuned in and heard you say that Donald Trump committed insurrection, is it possible that they could go out and get fertilizer and burn a federal building?
No, because
you're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You are an absolute liar. I'm not saying we should dissolve anything. You're an absolute liar. You are an absolute... So it's only... People will only commit acts of violence if you use the idea of dissolving something. That's your argument.
My argument was based on my definition of the dangers of conspiracy theory and conspiracy theory itself.
Okay.
When you leave somebody in a position where they think they have no other choice but to commit violence, they will commit violence.
No, now you're changing. And you just said there was something about the idea of dissolving. I never heard this in any of your definition prior. Now you're saying, because an honest person would say, sure, some lunatic could hear me say that Donald Trump incited an insurrection and say, oh my God, he might win the presidency. And that means a guy that tried to overthrow the government is now in charge of the government. That means I have to do... That's absolutely within the bounds of something that could happen. Absolutely is. And you're just a liar. Yeah. Now you're trying to separate yourself and say,
agree.
No. Me saying that's okay because I didn't say dissolve. That's the key. The key is you said dissolve. By the way, even that point's duplicitous, right? Because you said my entire online persona has been talking about the Hunter Biden thing. Then you point to one tweet that I pointed out right before I came on that said dissolve the FBI. Do you know where that tweet came from? It was a debate. You know when that debate occurred? May.
I don't know.
Wait a minute, that's odd. My prominent thing I was talking about in May wasn't the Hunter Biden laptop. That's odd. How could that be? It's almost like that I had a list of stuff that I've been talking about for years, talking about double standards and corruption at the FBI. It's almost like that because that's what it is. And you saying that somehow
was about Hunter Biden.
No, the key wasn't about Hunter Biden. I was writing in 2017, 2018 about the corruption of the FBI. Well before I did, before I ever one time. No, it wasn't. You're lying. You are absolutely a fucking liar. You are the. I'll bring up a post right now. You want me to bring up posts of stuff I was writing in 2017, October 2017, no. And you're saying that post I'm going to talk about Hunter Biden.
This tweet. I'm talking about this tweet.
What tweet? When I said dissolve the FBI?
The tweet that you
from
were
a
just
debate I had
yes.
in May, that wasn't about Hunter Biden.
The tweet that you put out today wasn't about Hunter Biden.
No, the tweet that I put out today was from a debate that I had with someone back in May of this year. And okay. Do you want to know how I got that tweet? Because thank you to my audience that's been clipping things. So I started a TikTok account because I was trying to get out on TikTok, so I'm trying to do 1-minute videos. And I figured the easiest place for me to get 1-minute videos were people that clip things of mine on Twitch. So I went back and I saw this clip that said something about the FBI. I clicked on it. It was a nice, succinct one minute little clip. I put it out there.
All right.
And it has nothing.
I got a couple of things mixed up. Then,
but it's nonsensical, anyways. Even if it was about Hunter Biden, if I say, for example, right? Let's say that someone.
Even if it was about, that's the only reason you brought it up in the first place.
No. Listen, let's say that a person would say this: the Maui wildfires are because of climate change, and they put 80 posts about it. Right? They're just going on and on. Oh my God, all these people died. It's horrible. And they're like, therefore we should ban all fossil fuels. And then you would say, well, wait a minute. You want to ban all fossil fuels because of one fire? That's ridiculous. That is an absurd position. And they would say, no, shithead. Clearly it's because I think this is the most recent example that's been in the news that illustrates a point that I had been making for years or for a long time. That obviously that's what people. I disagree with those people, but I wouldn't say, well, yeah, it's clear that's what you meant. That's been your whole persona this past week has been the Maui fire. So when you talk about climate change and banning cars, that's what you're talking about. It's stupid. Well, you can say that about anyone. I'm talking about the Biden shit because it's been in the fucking news. New shit has been breaking on it on a weekly basis.
Yeah, because of the Republicans. I gave you an example.
You just said it wasn't Republicans.
I gave you a fucking example of somebody that just started their social media accounts 2 months ago.
So just to be clear,
because I don't know what you were saying in 2017.
Okay, so just to be clear, you would make the same criticism of someone that was talking about moving from fossil fuel, getting rid of fossil fuels, if the only thing they've been talking about the past week has been the Maui fires. You'd say the same thing. Someone who just logged in would say, they want to get rid of fossil fuels because of the Maui fires, and that could be dangerous. You'd say the same thing.
Yeah, I actually think I would.
So then, how do you think we could avoid this going forward? Let's say, for example...
Well, again, being more succinct.
Okay, let's say, for example, right? You ready? Let's say, for example, that we get another indictment of Donald Trump next week. Do you think that a lot of people will be focused on that indictment?
Yeah.
Well, they should have to intermittently tweet about other things, not just the indictment. Right? Because anyone who just logged in would say everything. Let me finish. Everything this person believes is just because of this indictment of Trump.
Rob,
so if this person, for example, believes we need to get rid of the Electoral College, if they believe that, and they put a tweet out that says the Electoral College is shit, we need to get rid of it, right? And they just said that, and then you go look at their past 20 tweets, and it's all about, well, Trump was indicted yesterday. You would say, geez, someone who just created an account and logged in today would say they want to get rid of the Electoral College because of Trump, because Trump was indicted. That's what you would say, right? So they should have had to say something more. They should have like, oh, also I'm talking about things other than Trump. I put up videos of my dog and my cat, and like I also talked about, you know, the problems with Ted Cruz in Texas, and I talked about the problems of Rand Paul. You're obligated to always be thinking, oh, someone may have just logged on right now. So I have to make sure I'm talking about other topics as well, lest they think that everything I believe is just because of this one story.
Yeah, none of that shit was said.
Then explain yourself.
I think I did.
You didn't. What you said. Do you understand how this works? Like when you say, this is what I believe that Bernie Sanders should have had to say that they would die because they'd lose insurance. Like, then when I say, but think of how stupid that is, we wouldn't be able to talk about anything else. You go, no, that's not what I said. Right. That's how that works. That's how analogies work. That's how showing what this situation would look like if applied in other situations would work. Just because you didn't specifically say that, can you explain how that wouldn't be the case? So let's go back to the Maui fires, right? So if I, for the past month, have been talking about Hunter Biden, and so therefore someone who just locked in would think that everything I believe is just because of Hunter Biden, what's the remedy for that? And how is that not the case for the Maui fires or for the Trump indictment?
In all honesty, going back to 2017, when you say you first started talking about dissolving the FBI, I'm sure that there's a hell of a lot more evidence in there that would lead somebody to believe that they need to bomb the FBI.
I don't understand.
So
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I think people like you, I think that you'll lead to death threats to me. That's what I think. I think that you're disgusting. I think that people will listen to you and say, Rob's leading to people bombing the FBI. Now we need to bomb Rob. So your conspiracies are leading to danger to me. And I think you need to, every time you speak, make sure that someone who just logged in and just heard you say that right now, right, that they need to understand, right? So how are you going to prevent that? I would appreciate an apology, and every time that my name comes out of your mouth, can you make sure that you're saying that no violence should be directed at me or anything like that? Because someone who just logged on might not know it, right?
No violence should be directed at Rob.
Okay.
Now, if somebody were to go back into your videos for the last 5 years and see that you have been talking about dissolving the FBI, and they have seen these exact same conspiracy theories that you've been drawing for the last 5 years, 10 years, whatever it's been, and they can put all these things together and they can connect all these dots just like you did, that they may actually have more evidence that they need to go out and bomb the FBI at this point.
That could be
so
the solution. I understand. The solution that you offer is don't criticize the FBI. You can't criticize the FBI.
By you saying...
Wait. You just said you didn't tell people...
Oh my God.
Go ahead. Finish your sentence, and I'll talk about how your sentence right now is about to lead to people potentially just tuning in now and bombing me. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, please don't bomb Rob. He's not a bad guy.
But what about the people that tuned out an hour into this and just heard what you were saying?
Oh, well, they didn't hear this before.
Right, so now you've incited a conspiracy against me, right?
I don't know, but please don't bomb Rob. And if somebody goes back in time, I would think that would give them more evidence to actually do this. And this is the suggestion that you gave, is that people should go back to look that you've been talking about this for the last 5-6 years.
What I said was your claim that I want to disband the FBI. What I said was that your claim that I want to dissolve the FBI is based solely about Hunter Biden. I said that's not true. I've been talking about corrupt issues from the FBI quite prominently since 2017. Now, I don't know that I ever said dissolve the FBI in 2017. That doesn't make it worse, right? That's it. What you're saying is so your argument is this. Because for 4 years I said, here's another example of corruption in the FBI. Here's another. Okay, I think it's time that we dissolve the FBI. That's worse. That proves that you want to dissolve the FBI because of Hunter Biden's laptop.
You said you were talking about dissolving the FBI.
I did not. I said I was talking about FBI corruption in 2017. I may have suggested dissolving it in 2017, but the specific things that I'm talking about that I could pull up and show you my writings, I don't think it mentions dissolving it. I don't know if I ever uttered those words in 2017. I know by 2020 I was saying
that's what you told me, though.
No, that's not what I told you. I said that I have a long list of things that are corruption at the FBI that I've talked about that led to my conclusion to dissolve it. I have statements that I was writing talking about the corruption in 2017. So to make the claim that I want to dissolve the FBI because of Hunter Biden's laptop is nonsensical. Now, what's the solution?
Somebody just logged in 2 months ago.
What's the solution?
If somebody logged in 2 months ago, that's what they would have. But if somebody has been following you for the last 7 years, then they would have a whole hell of a lot more reason to do the bombing.
I don't give a shit, and here's why. Because you're talking about any speech could lead to any violence potentially at any time. It is. I don't feel one shred of guilt or blame for myself or any other person that you have to intuit that if there is a major story in the world and you're discussing that story, that you have to constantly say, some insane lunatic that may want to murder someone might look at this and think that I only focus on this story and therefore go out and kill someone because they're concerned about the post that robnoerr is making and only posting on one story. Therefore, I have to approach my life to always be thinking of it is physically impossible to approach your life like that. You are bad faith in suggesting it. You won't do it yourself. Like I would say this. How many of your posts on Twitter lately have been a response to me or people that were responding to you after responding to me?
I don't know.
What percentage? I'd go look.
I have no idea.
I'd go look.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you say it's a big percentage?
I don't care. Yeah, I didn't say any of this shit.
No, wait. Would you say that's a big percentage?
I don't know.
So if it was, then someone who's been following you for the past week or so...
No, I don't only respond to you.
But about me,
and
or
I
about...
have like 35 people following me.
If someone that just tuned in to you would say, oh my God, this guy's talking about how Rob's dangerous. That's all he talks about. Now I'm a lunatic and I'm going to go take some action against Rob.
I'm sure I could probably talk to every single one of my followers personally. And make sure they don't do that.
How do you know? There could be some anonymous person. The amount of people that follows irrelevant. The amount of people that follows irrelevant. And again, what you're really saying is, well, in 2017, by the way, you know what I was writing in 2017? I said, if the FBI used unverified opposition research to get a FISA warrant, it's one of the biggest political scandals in this country. And you know what people told me when I said that? Can you guess what they called me?
I don't care.
Yeah, just guess what the number one criticism against. You don't care.
Don't care.
Yeah, so you're running from it. You don't want to talk specifics on this part. You know what they called me? They said you're a conspiracy theorist. That's what they said to me. And then I was right. That's exactly what happened. They used unverified opposition. I don't know who
told you that. I don't know why they told you that. I don't really care.
That's what you would have said. Okay, if you don't care, then I don't care what you think. Goodbye.
You don't care what I think. You never really have.
See ya.
You can go ahead and run. I'm
not running. I'm not running. I'm done talking to you because you literally are a waste of time. It's only for my entertainment.
Running by definition.
No, it's not running. I'm literally sitting on my ass. It's not running. What's running?
Well,
under your interpretation, if I stay here until 7 a.m. and you're like, okay, I got to go. I'm like, you ran.
Yeah.
You're like, no, I have a life.
I will do that.
You ran Friday, didn't you? You ran like a little bitch Friday, didn't you?
That.
Did you run Friday? Like a little bitch. You ran Friday, right? That. You did, right?
We didn't talk.
You ran when I offered for you to talk. You ran. Tell everyone you're a little bitch. You're a little bitch that ran for me. Go ahead and tell them. Say, yeah, that's what you did. You ran. By definition, you ran. You ran. I said, you ready to do this now? You're like, I can't. I need to research.
I didn't run from anything.
You ran. That's what you did. You ran. You ran Friday.
Talking about anything.
You ran.
God, you were a child. You were a child.
No, you're a child. I'm pointing out how stupid you are. You saying that I'm going to run because you're literally like, when we're talking about this issue and I bring up a point, you go, I don't care. I'm bad faith. I'm a liar. I'm telling you.
You're not talking about the issue.
Yes, I am. I'm telling you specifically. No. Yeah, listen. You're saying I'm specifically talking about the dangers of saying that people shouldn't say things because it is a conspiracy theory. And I'm saying that one of the biggest political scandals in the history of this country, in real contemporaneous time, when I was discussing it, I was being told, shut up, you're a conspiracy theorist. And people might do something crazy because of your conspiracy theories. And then I was right. That's exactly what happened. They unlawfully used unverified opposition research to spy on Trump's team and his president. That's what happened. If you and me were having this conversation in 2018 or 17, it would have been you would have said, Rob, these are unhinged conspiracy theories you're talking about the FBI. And then once it's proven true, you'd say, I don't want to talk about specifics. I don't want. But even if you're right that time, it's still dangerous to talk about how they're doing something bad now. We shouldn't do it. Because if you talk about something bad the FBI is doing, someone could hear that and then go out and do something dangerous. But it's okay for me to talk about conspiracies of Trump. And it's okay for Democrats to talk about conspiracies of Republicans or the Supreme Court or whatever. That's all okay. It's just, Rob, I'm really scared of the conspiracy theories that you're espousing. Well, what makes them conspiracy theories? You want to talk the specifics? No, I don't want to talk specifics. I don't do that. I don't talk specifics. Just trust us. You're a conspiracy theory.
Do you want to talk to me, or do you want to talk to a straw man?
I'm not straw manning you. I'm articulating exactly what your position is.
You are in the process of creating the largest straw man on the face of the planet.
No, I'm not.
I'm sitting right here. You can ask me all these questions if you want.
I tried, and you say
and I can
things
give
like,
you an answer.
You say things like, this is the answers you give. I lie. I'm bad faith. I don't care. Yes, I said that. No, I didn't say it. Yes, I said it. Those are the answers you're
When did I say I lie?
You said it towards the beginning of this. You said I lie.
I said, what if I'm a liar?
Oh, okay. What if I'm a liar? Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. You said you're bad faith.
I said I'm bad faith because I came in with a particular agenda. Yeah.
That's not bad faith. Having a bias doesn't mean you're bad faith.
It depends on what your definition of bad faith is.
Bad faith means
I don't have an open mind on this.
Intentionally duplicitous or lying. That's what you do.
Well,
you said I didn't say that. Then I showed that you did, and you said I said it, but it was sarcasm. Then you said you're wrong about everything when you said to go back to the tape. And then you said you were right, and then you said you were wrong. It's not a straw man. Did that or did that not happen?
It is absolutely straw man. You've created a conspiracy theory around your conspiracy theory, around the conversation about a conspiracy theory.
It is not a conspiracy theory.
It's absolutely awesome.
It is not a conspiracy theory.
Rob,
it is not a conspiracy theory. It is not a conspiracy theory. You said you didn't say something. I said, yes, you did. We went back to the tape. You said, okay, you're right. I did say it. And then you said it was sarcasm. You're dense for not understanding it was sarcasm. That's exactly what happened. And the fact that you call that a conspiracy theory shows that when you're telling people that it's dangerous for them to talk because they're espousing conspiracy theories, that your definition is such shit.
For anybody
your definition is such shit that it actually includes verifiable, truthful things, such as what I just outlined that happened in this conversation.
That didn't happen in this conversation.
Yes, it did.
But that's okay.
It did.
No, it didn't.
Okay, so
no, it didn't.
Here's what I said happened.
You will listen to.
I'm just going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. I'll mute you and then unmute, and you can give a yes/no answer. Ready? One. Did I say you said that 70% of Republicans thought the elections were stolen because of things that I said? Did you say? You acknowledge I said that you said that, correct? Do you acknowledge you said
I have no idea what you're talking about?
Then you said I didn't say that. Then I went back to the tape and you did say that. And then you said, but it was sarcasm and you're dense for not knowing. Then you said, that's exactly what happened. And now that we've rehashed it 7 or 8 times, you keep saying, no, that didn't happen. Then we go back and you're like, okay, it did happen. And then you're like, but that's a straw man. That's exactly what happened. And you keep calling it a conspiracy theory. And that's what I'm saying, that just so people could see the way you... By the way, I understand people are saying you're leaving him bait. You won't be muted anymore after this. You will be off the channel forever. You'll be blocked on Twitter for as long as you're allowed to block, and you'll never be welcome back to the channel. So we'll have our fun tonight. I enjoy pointing out how stupid you are, so I'll stick with them tonight. But that's exactly what happened.
Why, though?
Why what? Why would I? Because you are literally one of the most bad faith, dumbest people I've ever interacted with. And you're wasting my time. That's why you'll be blocked. You admit you don't want to talk specifics. You don't want to... And I'm just doing this because it's fun to me. That's the only reason I'm doing it now. It gives me something to do before I go to bed tonight, and then I won't deal with you anymore. I'll find some other lefty that's just as bad faith and shitty as you. Or maybe someone who actually is willing to have a reasonable conversation. But you can complain about the fact that you're going to get blocked after this.
You know this is why Democrats don't talk to you, right? You know this is why Destiny doesn't talk to you. You know why none of these people talk to you for this exact reason, right?
For what reason? What reason?
For the reason that you are bad faith, for the reason that you have to be always correct, for the reason that you claim victory, for the reason that you call names, for the reason that you move from one topic to the next, to the next, to the next, so nobody can actually address anything, and you don't let anybody speak about anything, and then as soon as somebody proves you wrong about something, you just move on to the next thing. Well, I can go ahead and give you that, and we'll talk about this instead. Well, I can go ahead and give you that, we'll just talk about this instead. This is why nobody wants to talk to you.
Okay, show me one time in the course of this debate where I said, I concede that, let's talk about something instead. Show me one time. That's what you've done every time. That's what you've done dozens of times.
You have moved everything in this
conversation. Show me. You said what I said.
About.
You said what happens is someone will prove me wrong on a point, and I'll say, okay, I'll give you that. Let's talk about this instead. Show me one time that's happened. Show me one time that's happened here.
You brought a bunch of other crap up.
No. You made a specific allegation that I'll say something that someone proves wrong, and then I say, yeah, you're right, but let's talk about this instead. Show me one time where that's happened.
All right. So as soon as I connected Hunter Biden to dissolve the FBI, you went off and you changed the subject and you started talking about all sorts of random shit, and now we're here.
Show me where I said, yeah, you're right, but let's talk about something else. What I said when I asked you if that could lead to violence, you said yes. I did. And?
Yes.
Yes.
And then you moved on to other shit.
What did you want me to say there? What was we supposed to do? Just that leads to violence. That leads to violence. No, and so then I did. Yes. I did. Right. And then you were unwilling. I was good faith. You're bad faith. So I said similarly, when you say something like Trump led people to an insurrection, couldn't that lead to violence? And you said no. You lied.
I said no, and you didn't let me finish on that. We didn't.
Of course, I let you finish. Go ahead, explain why it wouldn't.
No.
Explain to me. Now, here's what Mojo, clip this. Here we go. Mojo's about to tell you, if you talk about corruption at the FBI and the Burisma Biden, that could lead to someone committing an act of violence. But if you say that Donald Trump incited an insurrection, it's impossible that could lead to an act of violence. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, it's platform. Second of all, I'm not creating a whole narrative around the particular subject. All I said was, yes, I think he did. That's it. I'm not weaving anything together. I'm not connecting any dots. I'm not bringing up 20 million different items, trying to connect them together and create some sort of elaborate scheme that caused all this. And I'm certainly not making videos about it. So no, by me simply saying, I believe that Donald Trump incited an insurrection on January 6th, I don't think I could inspire anybody to violence.
You think it's literally impossible?
I think it would be pretty hard to believe that I could.
No. You said it couldn't. You said it couldn't. It would be impossible is what you're saying.
No, I didn't say it would be impossible.
So it would be.
I have a hard time saying anything.
It could happen then?
It could happen.
Right. That was exactly my point. In the same sense, when you asked me, I gave a quite literal answer. Yes, it is true that there is a 0.000000000000001% chance that a guy like me, who routinely almost every night talks about how violence is wrong and that it's unstrategic and it's immoral and is talking about corrupt things at the FBI, that someone could exclusively listen to me and go out and decide because there's some batshit insane person that they're going to commit an act of violence. Similarly, there's someone who could listen to you and hear you say that Donald Trump committed an insurrection and go out and commit a batshit act of violence. You wanted some gotcha because this is what you wanted. It's infinitesimally.
No, I didn't think you
What you wanted was this. Well, one, you were hoping that I wouldn't answer, and then your answer.
No, I didn't think you would.
Right. So you thought I would say no, and then you'd go, "Oh, so you're saying that it would be impossible for some lunatic?" That's what you were going to do, right?
No.
So then, if I'd have said no, it's not possible, you would have said, "Oh, okay, end of debate. Good point."
Is that what you're saying right now? No?
No, what I'm saying is...
It's not possible that nobody could ever commit violence?
What I'm saying is that I said, yes, there is a very minute chance that anyone saying anything, including myself, some lunatic could go out there and commit an act of violence in it, but it's stupid to say that I should be censored or worried about
that. And do it in the name of that.
Right. That's true. That's absolutely true. They could do it in the name of, I think that aspartame causes cancer. They could go out in the name of that and commit.
There was a point behind that.
They could go out and do that. That's absolutely true. Anything that anyone says, particularly something that's making a point, right? That's like something that's saying something is wrong in the world. Someone could take that and for that reason commit it. It's a very minuscule chance, but it is a chance with any free speech that something like that happens. What you're trying to do is, one, hope that I'm dishonest and say, no, that chance doesn't exist. So then you could take the position I'm taking now to say, that's ludicrous. Of course some lunatic could do something. Right? But I surprised you by being honest, something that would surprise something like you. And I said, yes, there is an infinitesimal chance that someone could go out and do something heinous like that, despite the fact that I'm repeatedly saying not to engage in acts of violence and things like that. But yeah, it's true. Some lunatic could do anything like that for anyone. But isn't it true they could do that with what you're saying? And you're like, no, it's not true. They couldn't when I do it. Now you're saying, well, anything's possible. Right, that's my point. Anything's possible. So just like some fucking lunatic could listen to what you say, oh, Trump incited people to insurrection, I'm going to go commit violence. Someone could do that. Similarly, they could go out and commit an act of violence because they hear me outlining the case of corruption at the FBI. Yes, they could do that. Both cases shouldn't be that we should be silenced. Both cases shouldn't be that it should even cross our minds that we have to have any sort of guilt whatsoever at the things we're saying. That's what you want to focus on. That's why you keep saying, I don't want to talk about specifics. Because you think that you have this gotcha, right? And the gotcha is, the truth is any language ever could lead to someone to commit an act of violence. So if I just hamper right down and that's all we talk, isn't it true that what you're saying could lead to someone committing violence? Then I got him. Because he'll have to say yes or he'll say no and look like a liar. But the truth is that that's true of any statement. And then you shoot yourself in the foot by immediately lying when I turn the question on you. And then you say that that's me conceding and then changing the topic. No, that's literally me talking exactly what you're talking about. I didn't move on from the topic. The topic was, can your language lead to violence? I said, theoretically, can yours? You said no. And you're saying, that's why people don't want to talk to you. And I
explained to you why no.
No, but you're wrong. Now you just acknowledge, I guess it could happen.
I explained why no, though. Why I said
Is it impossible for it to occur?
It's not impossible.
Okay, then yes is the answer.
Okay, I'll give you that. Fine, okay. It's yes.
Okay, so whatever. Then what's the point of this? So we came to the point that anyone saying anything, and particularly that's critical of like a political group or a politician, some lunatic could hear it and commit an act of violence. Okay, cool. Great point. That's what you wanted to call in and talk about?
I have a question. So Vaush, on a regular basis, states that he doesn't believe violence and he abhors violence and that nobody should ever go out and commit violence, yet you called him a stochastic terrorist.
So you just conceded that yes, the answer was yes, and now you moved the topic, which is exactly what your criticism
is. Because this is something you brought up, that you constantly say that you preface all your statements with, I don't condone violence, I'm against violence, blah, blah, blah. But Vaush does the same thing, but yet you charged him with the same thing that you're trying to defend right now.
Okay, so just to be clear, you were unable to provide any example of your criticism of me, which was admitting that I'm wrong about something, but then trying to slyly move the conversation. Well, you've done that all through this debate. You literally just did it again. So again, another thing you criticized me for, when
this conversation would be different. This conversation would be different.
You conceded, and now you're moving to a completely different
because you haven't let me talk much at all. But I listen to you do it to Pisco all the time. So that's kind of more what along the lines.
Pisco would disagree with you.
But
he talks to me all the time. Pisco, what you're doing is repeating. You watch Destiny give talking points after I did the debate with him with Joe Biden.
Oh my God! You don't even know who the fuck I watch.
Yeah. I know exactly who you watch because of what you're saying.
No, you
Destiny, don't. Well, then you watch someone who watched Destiny. Are you telling me you didn't watch my... I just want to be clear.
No, man.
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. You're telling me right now you didn't watch the debate I had with Destiny about Joe Biden.
About Joe Biden?
Mm-hmm.
What debate was that?
It was on Politically Provoked. It was like over a year ago. Me and Destiny debated Joe Biden's record.
Oh, this is what I talked to you about before.
Did you watch that debate?
Yeah, I watched that debate.
How did I get that?
I actually watched
How did I know that?
I actually watched it through your channel.
Wow. It's almost like I knew that. Because at the end of that debate...
I watched it through your channel.
Right, at the end of that debate... I watched it through
your channel.
All right. Nonetheless, at the end of that debate, what Destiny said was, and it's repeated ad nauseum by people, is Rob constantly concede... One of the things Rob's good at is he'll concede a point, and he'll be like, yeah, I guess that's right, and then he'll move on. Show me one time where I did that in that debate. You said I did it here all the time. Show me one time where I did it in this debate. See, what happens is you're just repeating the talking points. You're just repeating the talking points that the people that run for me use all the time. That's all you're doing. You're literally just repeating the reason they run from you is because you'll concede a point and then just move on to something different like you're doing here. Really, show me one time of me doing it here. That's me that's done it. That's me that's done it the whole time, not you.
Was it last night that you talked to Pisco?
No, the night before? Saturday night?
Night before. Is that what it was? Okay.
Saturday night?
After food shops?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were talking to Pisco, there were multiple times in the conversation where he said, I can just go ahead and give you that. I'll just give you that. We'll go ahead and move on from there, and we'll talk about this instead. There are multiple occasions.
That's not what. No. You're misunderstanding. That's different. What you accuse me and what Destiny accused me of is like, I'll say Joe Biden said X, and he'll say, no, Joe Biden didn't say X, and here's the proof. And I go, oh, okay, you're right, but Barack Obama said this. That's different than saying, I disagree with you, Pisco, but for the sake of argument, let's say that you're right. So, for example, what I was doing with Pisco is, I think it is fundamentally absurd, and this is way above your pay grade, you're not going to understand any of this, but for the audience, the testimony of Devin Archer says that Zlochevsky said, I'm worried about, quote, Ukrainian government investigations. And Pisco's argument is, when he says Ukrainian government investigations, he doesn't really mean Ukrainian government, he means the West. I think that's a stupid argument. However, even if Pisco's right, it still doesn't help Pisco. So I told Pisco, I will just say for the sake of argument that you're right. I even told him, I said, I think the argument's fucking stupid, but for the sake of argument, let's say you're right. Now, if he's talking about Western pressure, did the pressure stop? Yes. It did stop. Yes.
Did it stop?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because there is
How do you know there wasn't pressure up until the day of Russian invasion?
What are you talking about? Because
how do you know that they haven't been pressuring him the whole time?
Pressuring about Burisma?
Yeah.
Well, because the pressure about Burisma was public, frequently, over and over and over again, and we were told that it was. And we were told that
it was possible that it's not public anymore.
Well, then why would they not speak up when Burisma was given a slap on the wrist?
Why would they? Why would the United States?
They literally demanded the resignation of the previous prosecutor because the prosecutor before him failed to find people in the prosecutor's office that cooperated with the UK investigation in Burisma. So they were so mad that Burisma got off the hook in 2014 that a year and a half later, they're still demanding resignations. The ambassador's still in September out there going, we're still pissed about Burisma. We're still pissed. Then all of a sudden, the owner of Burisma tells Hunter Biden, call your dad and deal with this. Dad fires the prosecutor. They say he's corrupt. He's not going after corrupt oligarchs like Zlochevsky. So they fire the prosecutor. They say, you're not getting your billion until you bring someone in. They bring a new guy in. The billion's sent. And one of the first things the new guy does is let Burisma off the hook. And they don't speak up and say, well, shit, this guy's still corrupt. We want our money back. We demand the investigations into Burisma continue. For some reason, they didn't.
How do you know they're not continuing? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, because they were public before and they weren't public now. And I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this. Again, we could say, how do you know that Donald Trump wasn't secretly working with good actors? How do you know that everything he does wasn't a ruse to root out actual evil people in the government? How do you know?
I don't.
Right. So then you can't say he's a bad guy. Who are you going to vote for? How can you make that claim?
I don't.
You don't want the indictment of Trump, right? You don't want Trump indicted because you don't know. You don't know.
I think he's been indicted.
But you don't want him to. You think the indictment's wrong because we just don't know. We don't know. So you can't have an opinion on it. How could you have an opinion? How could you have an opinion on? How could you have an opinion on if he incited a riot? How do you know what he said? How could you have an opinion on that?
We all saw it on TV.
But so what? I saw on TV that they criticized Burisma. How do you know what he was doing in the background? How do you know?
I don't.
Right, you don't know, so you can't form an opinion on it.
And I would accept if somebody could prove to me that Donald Trump is the nicest guy in the world and he was trying to prevent all that shit and he was acting as an FBI mole inside the Oath Keepers and
how would they prove that?
He was trying to bring everything down from the inside. Well, they can certainly just release all the evidence they have.
Why? There could be more evidence that you're not seeing behind the scenes. Even if they release that evidence.
There could be.
Right.
So you could and if they did, I would immediately adjust my statement.
Right. So they release 70% of the evidence that makes Trump look good, but then they withhold the 30% that makes Trump look bad. Right?
Well, see, but that's what governments do.
But you could never, right? So you could never.
Couldn't Yugoslavia be doing the same thing right now?
You could never form an opinion on any of them because it's always possible that there's more evidence in the background that shows the opposite of what you believed. Correct?
I think you can form an opinion, but I think if you stretch it out so far as to believe that you should dissolve the FBI, I think there's a distinct problem.
You think if you're stretching it out to say indict the president of the United States, you have a big problem.
I didn't say indict the president. I
but
said he's been indicted.
Do you support do you think it's a bad? You're condemning the indictment of Donald Trump.
I'm not, because I don't see.
You're not condemning it. You're not condemning it.
I'm not condemning it based on the evidence that's been released.
So what's it matter if I support the FBI? What's the difference if I support the FBI or want it dissolved? No one can know anything anyways, so what's the point?
I think we can know, and I think
you can't. How can you know? There's always evidence in the background that you wouldn't know. How do you know?
There are a lot of things that are provable.
Name one. Name one. Name one thing. Name one provable thing that you think makes Donald Trump a bad guy. Go ahead.
That makes Donald Trump a bad guy.
Or broke the law, whatever. Go ahead, name one.
That he sexually assaulted a woman.
How do you know?
Way back when.
How do you know?
Well, because he was just found guilty of that.
That doesn't mean... So anyone who's found guilty committed...
Well, that's how our justice system works, right?
But that still might not be true, right? You don't know, right?
According to the justice system, he's guilty.
So according to the justice... But that doesn't mean that the justice system can never be wrong?
A jury could be wrong.
A jury could be wrong. Okay, so is a jury part of the justice system?
A jury could release a premeditated murderer and put him back out on the street.
So then you're acknowledging the justice system's not always correct.
I think that would be I think it would be not a very good justice system if it wasn't.
But you're acknowledging that it's okay. So, okay, cool. So that's another way of saying, yes, I am acknowledging that the justice system is always correct. So then you don't know anything. We're back to square one. You can't know anything.
What I know is the evidence that's been presented, and based on the evidence that's
and what I know is
based on the court case, and based on the conviction, he is a person that commits sexual assault.
What I know based on the evidence that's been presented is that the story I've outlined with Burisma is correct.
No, it's not, because you can't even tie two of the things together.
Yep,
you have no
I certainly can tie two of the things.
On the phone call
I certainly can tie two things together, and we convict people criminally for these sorts of things all the time. Like, for example, if someone says, "That's bullshit." You ready?
Never.
That's bullshit. You ready? If someone says, "I'm going to shoot my wife," and then their wife gets shot, and then they're saying, "I shot my wife last night," yes. There would be an immediate criminal investigation, and that could many times be enough to convict. Particularly if there's physical evidence that speaks to it. Well, what do you mean it wouldn't be hearsay?
That's direct testimony from the particular murderer.
Okay, Devin Archer No, that would be someone else saying the murderer told him that.
No, you just said the murderer said this.
Right. Okay, let me...
And
you can't follow. Jim Smith listens to Bob Smith, and Bob Smith says, "I'm about to murder my wife," right? Then the wife comes up murdered, and Bob Smith goes back to Jim Smith and says, "I murdered my wife." You'd say, we can't charge him because Jim Smith's saying that's hearsay.
I think they can charge him. I think it'd be pretty hard to convict him.
You think that'd be hard to convict?
Yeah, without any physical evidence?
Well, we do have physical evidence in the case of the Biden-Burisma. We know for a fact that the case was dropped against Burisma. We know that Hunter Biden was making tons of money.
You don't know that the case was dropped.
Yes, we do. We absolutely do.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do. We absolutely... Okay.
You don't know that they're still investigating.
I mean, that's true in the sense that we could be in a simulation that nothing exists. I guess that's true. I don't know. You don't know either. You don't even know if I'm real. I could be a computer simulation, right? So could Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, everything could be crazy, and they could be guilty as all hell, and they could be paying the government.
So we can't know anything.
And they could actually be the secret government running Yugoslavia right now, or running the Ukraine right now.
We get that you're a conspiracy theorist. We get it. I understand that you're a dangerous conspiracy theorist.
That's how it works, right?
I get you're a dangerous. Right? Well, that's not what I'm doing. You're the person who sounds like an outlandish.
That's exactly what you're doing.
So you're telling me that Burisma announcing. Or I'm sorry, the new Ukrainian prosecutor announcing they're paying a fine and the investigation's closed. Then Zlochevsky's team coming out and saying, "We're glad this is behind us." Zlochevsky, who had fled the country, is now coming back because these charges have been settled. You're saying, we don't know. Behind the scenes, we don't know. Just because all of that's public knowledge, we just don't know. That's your argument. Thank you, Ranger and Red.
I think it would be pretty impossible to know that our government does anything, much less some other government.
That's exactly my point. So you could say that about everything.
Sure. So you can concoct any kind of story you want about Burisma and the government
that's
there,
what you're doing.
and what's happening or what's not happening.
You literally,
that's what I'm doing because that's what you do.
It literally makes any sort of forming of any opinion or calling for any criminal investigation irrelevant, because you would always be able to say, but you don't know what you don't know. Like, for example, theoretically, Trump could go to prison. For all these indictments could end up, and Trump could go to prison for 2 years and then get out. And the government could say, that's it, the investigations into Trump are done. But you would say, we don't know. We don't know. Or an even better example, like if DeSantis wins or Trump wins in 2024, right? And Trump's DOJ comes out like after 4 weeks and goes, we've investigated all of these charges. We're going to say that they all need to be dropped. They're all going to be dropped. And Democrats would be like, this is outrageous. Trump's attorney general came in and dropped all the charges against him, dropped all the investigations into Trump. You would say, we don't know that. In the background, that attorney general could be investigating Trump for even bigger crimes. You know who you sound like? You're QAnon. That's what they are.
I sound like you.
No,
I sound like you.
You sound like QAnon, who I argue with. That's what QAnon said. Same shit. When I was like, Bill Barr's leaving these people off the hook. They have him dead to rights. The grand jury recommended charges against Andy McCabe. But Bill Barr said, no, I'm not going to do it. And they said, Rob, here's what you don't understand. Secretly, all of these people are drinking adrenochrome, right? They got them dead to rights on the sexual abuse and trafficking of children. So they're not going to charge them with something like lying to the FBI or lying to Congress. So they're secretly letting them, publicly they're saying, yeah, we're not going to charge them, but secretly behind the scenes. That's what you sound like. That's exactly what you're saying.
Why didn't the FBI go after Hillary Clinton?
Why didn't the FBI go after Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
That's what your question is? They didn't go after her because that was who they supported. Because they hated Donald Trump.
Isn't that what you just did?
No.
Isn't that what you just did?
No.
Didn't you just do the QAnon thing?
No. How's that QAnon? Having a belief in why something happened.
Oh my God.
Having a belief in why something happened is different than
you do.
No, that's not true. You asked me why I thought something happened. I gave you an explanation. That's different than me going, no, man, they secretly did. Here's the deal, man. We can't know anything because, you don't know, man, things are so corrupt that even if they publicly say we're no longer investigating Hillary, maybe they are, man. Maybe there's... That's what I'm criticizing. That's what you're doing. Just because the Ukrainian government said the investigation into Burisma was closed, and just because Burisma said, yay, it's closed, and just because Zlochevsky, the leader of Burisma, who had fled the country, celebrated and said, yay, I can come back to the country now. We don't know, man. Maybe behind the scenes, man, shit was like crazy, and it was all a big trap, and they let him live it up for 3 years, and, you know, it was all part of their master plan, man. It's nonsensical.
You can go ahead and disconnect me now. You can block me because you have just proven everything that I came here to prove.
Okay, so you're running. We'll see you then. Yeah, no.
I said you can disconnect me.
I didn't prove anything.
You just proved everything that I came here to prove.
What did I prove? Go ahead.
Go ahead. You just went through the process of how a conspiracy works and why it's bad and how it is exactly what you do.
Go ahead.
That is amazing,
explain how.
Rob.
Explain how.
You concisely just said exactly what I've been saying.
You say I did it. Explain how.
Yes.
Okay, explain how.
Watch it back.
Because you can't explain.
I can't explain. I have no reason to at this point.
You asked me why I thought the FBI... You asked me why the FBI... You asked me why the... You asked me why the FBI didn't go after Hillary. I told you what my thought was on it. How is that? If we're asking who's the bigger conspiracy theorist, how is that anywhere on the level of you going, listen, it was all a ruse when Zlochevsky and Burisma and the Ukrainian government said the investigations into him were done. It was all a ruse. In secret, there could have been investigations going on to him. How is me giving my opinion of the FBI did something, why do you think, and I tell you, even on the level of the conspiracy theory that you're espousing here?
In secret, we know what the phone call was about.
I didn't say that.
You said you know what the phone call was about.
I did not. Show me once where I ever said that.
What was the phone call about?
I don't know. I can tell you what the
Was it
circumstantial
about
evidence.
rhubarb cobbler?
I can tell you what the
Was it about
circumstantial.
rhubarb cobbler?
I can tell you what the circumstantial evidence strongly suggests it was about. I can tell you what the
Strongly
timeline.
suggest.
Yes. Do you
You
see?
are
You
QAnon.
don't.
You
get
are
it.
QAnon.
You don't get it, dude.
You are
You don't get
QAnon.
it. You're saying that we could never know if there is, if unless we have a record. By the way, how even if we had the recording, if we got the recording of that call, would you say, well, that's definitive proof? There's no possibility now that we have the recording of the call. Whatever it says, it says.
I don't know. We had the transcript of Trump's call to the.
It could be AI. It could be AI. How do we know?
I guess we don't.
Right,
do
we don't.
I guess
we don't.
I guess
right, we don't. We don't know. We don't know.
I guess it could mean anything.
Right,
So we
it could
should
be
just dissolve
anything.
The entire government.
It could be anything. Right. That's
Yeah,
right.
so
It
we
could be
should
any,
just dissolve the entire
or
government.
give them all more
And
power. Or
we
give them
should
all more
just go
power.
back to the state of nature.
Let's just leave them go after one side. We'll just leave them go after Trump. But we don't know, right? That's okay. You support that. That's okay.
Well, why not? Because we don't know anything.
Why not? Right? We don't.
So
that's your argument, right?
We don't know what their motivation was.
That's your.
Maybe
you don't understand how
maybe
everything you're saying here is just proving the stupidity of your claim. Right?
Maybe
right. Keep going. Keep going.
Trump
We don't know anything. Right? That's your claim. You're saying it like it's like a joke. No, you're saying it like it's. This is how dumb. This is how dumb you are.
Exactly what you do.
This is how stupid you are. You literally, you're saying the call could have been about peach cobbler. And I'm like, then I guess we can't really know anything. And you're like, right. And then you're joking. I guess we don't know anything. It's like, yeah, I guess we don't. Anything could be. You're making fun of yourself. You're the person making these stupid, outlandish claims. The call could have been about peach cobbler. Maybe the investigations into Burisma was occurring. Maybe that's what was going on. And then you're like laughing it up. You're making fun of yourself. I'm not saying that. How do we know that when the guy had, any conversation that ever heard, and there's legal theories about this, right? I'm not going to get into you because obviously we can see your capabilities here, but it's like the legal theory of this. If you hear someone say on the phone, if the police have someone wiretapped and they're like, yeah, I'm going to bring the drugs tomorrow in some sort of container, and then I'm going to set the drugs on the curb, and then I'm going to go from there and I'm going to go see my boss. And then they have surveillance, and the next guy, the dude shows up and he has a container, he has a briefcase, and he sets it on the curb and he starts walking away. But the wind blows and knocks that down, or they're trying to get probable cause to search the briefcase. Then someone like you would go. Someone like you would say, well, you don't have probable cause to search the briefcase. It could be anything. How do you know what's in the briefcase?
New analogies. I've heard this one before too, more than once.
Okay, what's wrong with the analogy then?
Well, nothing. I just think you need to be a little more creative.
Okay, well, I'm glad you listened to me a lot, but again, that's the absurdity of what you're saying. Right, and I mean, anyone who's watching,
well, it won't matter.
Literally, just so we
going to block me, so it doesn't matter.
Right, well, that's true too, right?
Yeah.
So just so people that might just be tuning in right now, just so they could hear. This is literally, I'm a conspiracy theorist, particularly about the Burisma stuff, and then when we start to go through the list, he's like. I'm like, okay, they told Hunter Biden to call his dad to deal with the pressure. Then Hunter Biden called his dad. Then his dad fired the prosecutor. Then the pressure got relieved. He's like, but the call could have been about peach cobbler, and maybe the pressure was still ongoing and just no one knew about it. And maybe the investigation never was dropped and no one knew. That's all possibly true. And literally, that defense could be made of any sort of criminal action that has ever occurred. You could always say, no matter what evidence you get, maybe the cops planted that evidence. Maybe that was AI, it wasn't a real video. Maybe he has a twin and it was the twin that did it. Yeah, I guess you could say that, but for those of us that are interested in holding powerful people to account, I think that it is beyond reasonable to say there was more evidence here suggesting an investigation into Joe Biden by the FBI than any of the Russia collusion shit on Trump. It's indisputable. And yet, the double standard was the unlawfully getting FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team and basically burying the story for Joe Biden. And you could say, but maybe that's because they know he was talking about peach cobbler. You could say that, and everyone could see what you're doing.
Could the guy that was carrying drugs, could he be convicted of a crime?
He would certainly be investigated.
At that point? Could he be convicted at that point?
He would certainly be investigated.
Just based on that evidence?
He would certainly be investigated. He would certainly be investigated.
Just based on that evidence?
He would certainly be investigated. Yes, he would be investigated. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe you should just go ahead and call for an investigation on Hunter Biden.
Right, which is it? No.
Oh, wait, that's happening.
Oh, wait, on Joe Biden.
Right,
oh, wait, on Joe Biden. Oh, wait, it's not. And they buried it for 7 years.
But it's happening right now.
Oh, so they're investigating Joe Biden right now.
And Donald Trump buried it. So
they're investigating Joe Biden right now. That's what you're saying?
Well, isn't that what they're doing
who's doing that?
with the whole
so the
committee
FBI
Congress?
so the FBI's taken a statement from Joe Biden? He's been subpoenaed? That's what's happening?
They just put a special counsel on it.
They put a special counsel of the guy that was trying to give Hunter Biden a plea deal, who whistleblowers specifically said that they weren't allowed to try to connect Joe Biden to it.
So
and then no one's claiming that the special counsel is connected to Joe Biden whatsoever. Is Joe Biden being investigated?
Seems like that to me. Since we are,
show me the proof.
We are.
Show me the proof.
We have a.
Cool.
We have.
So I assume you have a statement from Garland or from Weiss saying that Joe Biden is a target of this investigation. Go ahead. I'll look at it.
No, you didn't say target.
Is he being investigated?
It's the entire situation.
Wouldn't the people being investigated be targets?
The whole Well, have they named any targets?
Yes, Hunter Biden.
They've named Hunter Biden as a target.
Yes, there's a special counsel into the alleged crimes of Hunter Biden. Yes, he has been named.
For what crimes?
For wide swath of crimes stemming from payments from foreign entities such as any crimes that come within the connection of that purview.
Including anything that Joe Biden might have done.
No, Joe Biden isn't a target.
But he would come up if we're investigating
not
everything
if they weren't asking,
done,
just
right?
not if they aren't asking, just like the whistleblower said was the case in the previous investigation, that they were specifically told to not look into possible connections to his father.
Are you talking about the IRS dudes?
Yes, I'm talking about Shapley and Ziegler from the IRS. Whistleblowers.
Whistleblowers from the IRS when
Correct.
You're talking about tax returns.
No, we're talking about they had a purview. They were told
taxes that weren't paid.
Again, right? The same guy who's now leading the special counsel told them that he had the purview to investigate all of these crimes. Some of those crimes were taxes. Some of them were failing to register as foreign lobbyists, etc. They weren't allowed to look at the details on the laptop. They weren't allowed to look to family members. And that's very important when it comes to tax cases, to be able to interview and be able to talk to family members. Because when you're talking about money being shuffled around to shell companies, to bank accounts, to family members, when they're trying to put a tax case together, one of the first things they do is talk to those family members to find out where the money came from those accounts. They were specifically told that they were not allowed to look into Joe Biden. And they weren't allowed to look into the claims from the emails on the laptop that connected Joe Biden to this.
Well, the laptop makes total sense because there's no such thing as a laptop. It was all just hard drives, and there's
laptops
like
exist.
50 of them out there.
As a conspiracy
that
theorist,
laptop did not exist.
You as a conspiracy theorist, I understand that you don't think that laptops exist, but they do exist. Inside of laptops, there are parts, such as part would be a hard drive. The laptop was left.
And when you have a hard drive that's been cloned 50 times...
That sounds like a conspiracy theory. That sounds like a conspiracy theory. This is a dangerous conspiracy theory. This is a dangerous conspiracy theory.
That hard drive wasn't cloned?
It sounds like it. How do you prove it?
It's been proven that it was cloned.
So what's the
because
implication?
Giuliani had one?
What's clone mean? What's clone? So, okay, clone. So is your suggestion that that's somehow nefarious?
It most certainly could be, and yes, I would say it is. If you're handing
over,
it is. If you're handing over a cloned hard drive instead of the actual laptop, then yes, it's nefarious.
What? How? Prove it. So you can't come up. So does that mean that the email? So the emails are inaccurate? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that everything on that fucking hard drive is questionable. Which is exactly why it's not allowed to be used.
Guys, the guy complaining about conspiracy theories still believes the conspiracy theory that the laptop's not real.
The laptop never existed. There was never a laptop. The FBI did not have a laptop.
The laptop didn't exist. Where did the hard drive come from?
The hard drive came from some half-blind dude in Florida.
And what was the hard drive in?
I don't know. Do you know?
It wasn't.
You know
Yeah, it was in a laptop. Yeah, it was in a laptop at some point.
How do you know that it came out of a laptop?
Well, because they could tell by the type of hard drive it is that it came out of a laptop.
No, because I have laptop hard drives in my desktop tower.
Did he leave? Did he leave the entire laptop or just the hard drive at the computer repair shop?
I have no idea.
I believe the claim is he left the laptop at the computer repair.
He may not have left anything there. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, now the conspiracy.
Wait, hold on. If I'm not mistaken.
Keep going, QAnon. Here we go. Blue and on. At it again. Here we go.
If I'm not mistaken, there's still an investigation into a hack into his iCloud, right?
Yeah. I mean, everyone's came out and confirmed that the laptop's real. We had contemporaneous reason to believe it. For example, Tony Bobulinski is one of the person that was getting emails. He confirmed that the emails were accurate.
There could be an accurate email on there. There could be also a lot of other shit added to it.
Oh, okay. Yep. See this conspiracy. See how quickly you default to conspiracy theories. See how quickly.
This is why.
See how quickly you default.
It becomes disinformation.
No,
I'm not.
You're a conspiracy theorist. I got it. Totally get it. In fact, now let's say that they charge Biden. Right? Let's say that they charge Hunter. Someone could be listening to you out there and going, but this is clearly bullshit. I listened to Mojo and he told me that it was cloned and it was all bullshit. And now they're throwing this guy in prison. I have to do something. Man, you're pushing forth these dangerous conspiracy theories, man. Crazy. That's real crazy, man.
What I'm telling you is the way that our justice system actually works is that hard drive is not admissible in a court of law, which is exactly why it was directed away from.
Crazy conspiracy theories, man. Crazy. Right, they would be able to easily confirm those emails based on going to the people that received the emails. The FBI, nor the Biden team, nor any Democrats, other than Hunter Biden's lawyers, made a vague, well, not all of these may be accurate. None of them on the emails that we've seen.
Oh, that's not true at all. As a matter of fact, they proved that some were added afterwards on a couple of the different hard drives.
Let me finish. None of the emails that have been brought up that are leading to these questions, such as the emails that came from Burisma that Tony Bobulinski confirmed, that Devin Archer confirmed, that talk about, Hunter Biden working with them, or the 10% for the big guy. None of those emails that have tons of people connected to them, no one is disputing their accuracy. Other than a vague, it could be fake, but no one looks at these specific ones and say, that's not real. In fact, to the opposite.
Do you know how timestamps work?
Yes.
You do. You do know how an email is timestamped, right?
Correct.
It's based on the time of the computer that the computer set up at that particular point in time when the email is received or read. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if I can set my clock back a certain time, I can show, and then I can send an email, and I can show that email was sent on a different day than it actually is right now.
I get your conspiracy theory. I hear you. I hear your. But
I'm just telling you.
No, that's true. I get your conspiracy. I get it. We don't know if we can trust anything because theoretically anything could have been cloned at any point and someone could have won it. I get it.
We know it was.
No. I get your conspiracy. I get your conspiracy theory. I absolutely get it. The problem with your conspiracy theory here is, man, it's really dangerous. As we've already said, conspiracy theory. Someone could listen to you and go out and commit violence. So it's crazy dealing with a conspiracy theorist like you. Dangerous conspiracy theory. How many people were involved in this conspiracy that you have a theory about to change these emails and change the time on their clock? But the problem with your theory, your conspiracy theory here is, then why isn't Tony Bobulinski? Why isn't Vadim? Why isn't Devin Archer? Why isn't all of these people that are connected to this, that are on there, why aren't they out there going, hey, I saw that Comer and the house that's investigating this put out these emails. Those are inaccurate. Those are bullshit. Why aren't they saying that?
I don't know if they've even looked at them.
So they're public. They know that they're involved in this entity they're in is now being investigated, right? Which means that they could be called in as a witness or someone who actually could be a target of the investigation. And you're like, well, maybe they didn't have a television. Maybe they didn't have a computer.
Maybe they had nothing to do with the particular conspiracy.
So your conspiracy
maybe they have no reason to verify or disverify. So
do you think, for example, the FD 1023, where a confidential human source said that Zlochevsky told him that he paid $5 million to Hunter Biden and $5 million to Joe Biden? Also fake.
Is that the dude? Is that the dude that's on the run?
No, that's not the dude that's on the run. I know you know the conspiracy theory talking points. I get it. No, that's not the dude that's on the run. That is a respected, confidential human source. CHS.
Who is it?
They don't know. He's... Would you expect the FBI to release their confidential human sources?
I don't know, right? I mean, we have all the information that the government has, right? We have all the information that the Ukrainian government has too, right?
So you're. I just want to be clear. So if an FBI, a human source for the FBI, tells the FBI, this guy told me this, you're like, well, until we know his name, we can't take that into account.
Well, I don't know. You know, we should know exactly what the Ukrainian government's doing right now. So.
Conspiracy theorist. There we go.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. No, dude, you listen to yourself. Listen to the conspiracy you're spinning. Now I know why you didn't want to talk specifics. I get it now. You were right when you slipped of the tongue and said, I would have to have a conspiracy theory. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what you're doing. Yes. So now, how many people in the FBI who said that this was a credible, confidential human source, how many of them are now involved in your conspiracy that this is some made-up person or some plant? How many people are involved in this conspiracy?
Why don't you tell me? You've got the whole FBI down.
It's your theory. Go for it.
But you've got the whole FBI. You know all of them that are corrupt, right?
You
can go ahead and tell me.
I see that
you can name the names, can't you?
I see what you're doing. I see that you're trying to pivot away from it. Please tell me how many people you think roughly would have to be involved in faking this.
You should be able to tell me. You should probably be able to tell me.
Why are you turning? It's your theory. It's your theory. This isn't part of my theory. I don't have a theory that people were making up confidential sources. I don't have a theory. You came up with a theory, right? You have this theory that people at the FBI are lying and corrupt.
I've given you evidence.
No. You haven't given evidence. You literally said, we can't trust that this confidential human source. We can't trust them. We don't know who it is, so we can't trust them. Even though the FBI says this is a confidential human source. I didn't even say we couldn't trust them.
When did I say we couldn't trust them?
Okay, so then what's... Fair enough? If that's not the exact words... Okay, so then you have no argument. We have an FD 1023 from a confidential human source that says...
I think it's funny that you don't even know who it is. But
that's the way these things work.
You don't know who it is, but you trust him.
What are you talking about? What are you talking? It doesn't matter that I trust them. It doesn't matter that I trust them. What matters is the FBI said they trust. No, what's hilarious?
Oh yeah, because you trust the FBI.
No, right? I don't trust the FBI. That's the whole point. Are you this stupid? The point is, if the FBI is saying this is a confidential source that we trust, and they're being told specifically that Joe Biden got $5 million, why wouldn't the FBI investigate Joe Biden? It doesn't matter if I trust the confidential human source. They're saying we trust him. Okay, they trust him, and he just said that a corrupt Russian oligarch paid a bribe to Joe Biden. You think that's reason to start an investigation?
You think if you can fit it in the web of lies that you weave, then it's okay to go ahead and add in there because it
what do you mean web of lies that I like? What did I just say? Focus on specifically what I just said. I get your conspiracy theory that everyone at the FBI is lying, that this confidential human source doesn't exist, and Rudy Giuliani probably faked him like he did the laptop. I get all that, but you tell me what I just said that's inaccurate. If the FBI believes this confidential human source, it's someone that they've trusted, which they publicly said it is, and this source told them that Joe Biden was paid $5 million, that a corrupt oligarch said...
This time, guys. Trust the FBI this time.
So,
but don't trust him any other time.
I can't believe how bad faith or idiot this time. I don't know. If you said, I think the police are systemically racist, right? And then the police came out and said,
I heard this one too.
Go ahead, finish it then. You've heard it.
You and debate dude just had this conversation
cool.
about.
You can finish it then. You've heard it. Go ahead, finish it.
Sure, I can finish it. I'm not gonna, but I can.
Because you can't, because you're a liar.
I can actually... Really?
Yeah. Finish it.
Yeah, I'm a liar.
Right, okay. Easy way to prove you're not. Go ahead. You've heard this. You can finish it. Go ahead.
I'm not
going to
lay out your conspiracy theory for you.
It's not a conspiracy theory. That's not a conspiracy theory. It's an analogy. You said you've heard it, so go ahead. Finish the analogy.
There is no evidence of systemic racism, so everybody that pushes systemic racism is pushing a conspiracy theory.
No, that's not what I was going to say. It's not even remotely close.
That's exactly what you've talked about with this.
But that's not what I was going to say in this analogy. You cut me off and said, you've heard this, you know what I'm going to say. Go ahead, tell me what I was going to say.
Well, obviously I don't know. Obviously I was mistaken.
Okay. You were mistaken. Again, how many times will that happen in this debate? What I was going to say is, if a person said, I think the police are systemically racist, right? And then the police came out and said, we have proof that Donald Trump, we have proof that Donald Trump committed this horrible crime, but we're not going to charge them. And the person that thinks this police are systemically racist and doesn't trust them said, holy shit, I don't trust them. And look, if what they're publicly saying would justify them arresting Trump or investigating Trump, and they're refusing to do it. And you'd be there with your big brain going, I thought you didn't trust the police. I thought, and they'd be like, yeah, no shit, we don't. But if they're saying we have this evidence and we're choosing not to investigate, that's further reason to not trust them. No, that means you can't trust them, that they have the evidence. I mean, I don't know what to say. It would be the same thing if you said, I don't trust Donald Trump, I think he's a liar, right? And then you're debating someone and you're like, even Trump said that Joe Biden's withdrawal of Afghanistan was good. And they said, but you said you don't trust Trump. And you'd be like, no shit, but you do. And look, even he's saying it. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe I figured out the ultimate conspiracy theory here. The ultimate conspiracy theory is that you on your side, you're all being punked right now. Every single one of you is being punked because the whole goal of the FBI is to ensure that Congress cannot push any kind of legislation that would be harmful to this country at all. So they are keeping you occupied with these ridiculous hearings on Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. And then by the time that you figure this out, that it's all just a bunch of crap and there's actually no evidence behind any of it, then we'll be at the election and everything will change and everything will get better again.
Okay, I get your conspiracy
You're all being
theory.
punked.
I get your conspiracy theory, and this is something that I understand that you all do. Like you said earlier that you didn't want to talk specifics. I know why, right? Because you have to meme your way through, because you can't handle the specifics. You can't. Just like the people that told me that I was a conspiracy theorist when I said that unverified opposition research being used for a FISA warrant was incredibly corrupt. And they said, that's a crazy conspiracy. And then that happened. And by the way, you don't give a shit about that, do you? Do you care about that? Do you think that's a big deal? That our FBI unlawfully spied on the president? You think that's a big deal?
I don't think our FBI spied on the president. I think they spied on Papadopoulos and Carter Page.
No, that's not how that works. They also then get access to all the communications for those people who they talk to and who those people talk to.
They get access to whoever they talk to, yes,
and whoever those people talk to, yes.
The phone calls they make, the text that they might send.
They get access. So if they got a FISA warrant on me, if they got a FISA warrant on me and I called you, they have my communications and yours. Then they also get the communications of you calling someone else. It's called the 2-hop rule. That means they would have the communications of me, you, and everyone you called.
Donald Trump's been pretty good at not allowing this stuff to be on tape or in writing.
What does that have to do with what I just said? Do you think it's a big deal that they spied on a presidential campaign and president?
They weren't spying on Donald Trump.
That's
they were
not
spying
true.
On Carter Page
That's
and
not
Papadopoulos.
true. They were spying on Trump's team, and if Carter Page
they weren't spying on Trump, though.
If Carter Page talked to a person who talked to Trump, then they were getting Trump's communications as well.
But again, Trump has been very careful not to have any of this kind of shit. That sounds like a
conspiracy theory. So what you're telling me is Trump never had a phone call, Trump never had an agenda, Trump never read an email, Trump never got a text message, Trump never shared DMs on Twitter or something like that. That's your claim?
Well, the DMs are easy. The phone call's easy because it doesn't have to be Trump in any one of those things. I'm talking about a recorded message or something that can be proven that he actually wrote.
Yeah, they spied
in his handwriting.
I know you. Let me
dispel
of the. I do not believe your conspiracy theory that Trump never used any traditional forms of communication. I don't believe that. That he never had an email, a text message, a phone call. I don't believe it. I think you're a liar.
Even in the
I think that's a ridiculous conspiracy theory.
Even in the documents case in Florida, he was pretty good about not being recorded on any of that shit.
Even if that's true, that's a ridiculous conspiracy theory to assume that Donald Trump wasn't making phone calls, that Donald Trump wasn't exchanging text messages, that he wasn't doing emails.
I didn't say that.
Well, they had access to those phone calls as well if they were recorded.
I said that he's pretty good at having somebody else.
It is an absurd conspiracy theory that you're espousing. It just is. They had access to spy on Trump's team, including him. Even if it...
No,
yes,
not including
yes, they
him.
did. Yes, they did. If Carter Page talked to Mark Meadows or Paul Manafort, and then Paul Manafort talked to Trump, they literally could get all of the communications between Manafort and Trump.
They couldn't listen to any of those conversations unless it was between that small group of people.
Right.
If he was talking to Zlochevsky, then no, they wouldn't have that communication.
They had all the communications between Trump's team because Carter Page talked to pretty much everyone in Trump's team, and then like Paul Manafort or the people, Giuliani or whoever, and then Giuliani talked to Trump. So they would have that's not true. Trump's communications would have been collected as well. Legally, were they allowed to collect Trump's communications based on that FISA warrant?
They were allowed to collect Carter Page's information, and if Trump happened to be on them, sure.
And not just Carter Page's, but the people Carter Page talked to, and if Trump happened to be on with those people.
Then yes, they'd be collected.
Okay, so then the FBI spied on... So then the FBI unlawfully spied on the campaign for president and the presidency of the United States. Do you think that's a big deal?
I don't know that I would call it unlawfully.
Why is it not unlawful? Why would it be unlawful?
They were given permission to do it.
Because they lied.
They
violated their own regulations.
It was one person that added one thing.
No. That's not. That's
particular
one thing.
document.
That's one thing that happened. But there were tons of things that made it unlawful. Lawfully to FISA.
Honestly, I have a problem with the FISA court in the first place, but that's neither here nor there. I think that they were justified in investigating Russian interference into our elections.
What's that have to do with giving themselves the right to spy on the president?
I don't know if they were justified in doing that. I certainly think they were justified in spying on Papadopoulos after his conversation. But as soon as they figured out that it led to nothing and there was no actual there or evidence there, they dropped the spying.
Why do you think? What was it about Papadopoulos' conversation that justified the spying on him?
Well, because he was specifically talking about information about Hillary Clinton.
So?
With the Russian.
What did he say? I did something wrong. My team did something wrong. What did he say that specifically justified spying on him?
Because he had information about somebody that had information on Hillary Clinton from Russia.
And? What is it specifically about that? So if I have information, if I go to the FBI tomorrow and say, I heard someone say that they were going to hack Joe Biden's email, they're now allowed to spy on me?
If Joe Biden's email had been hacked and released, and they have that on tape that you had said that, and you were a person of any kind of means or any kind of connection at all to that particular scenario, then yes.
I couldn't be spied on and be the target of an investigation unless there was an allegation of impropriety or a suspicion of impropriety on my case. For example, we wouldn't want whistleblowers. Okay,
so here's something I don't know. Here's a question I want to ask because I don't know this. Do you have to be a target of investigation for them to get a FISA warrant to tap your phones?
Yeah.
Do you have to be a target?
Well, no. Wait, because they could get Trump even if he wasn't a target, right? But to get a FISA warrant, it means something specific. Yes, theoretically, tap your phones. Because of your Fourth Amendment rights. The FBI can't just spy on you, put a wiretap on your phone. So the FISA court is designed specifically sort of against foreign enemies, foreign terrorism, and things like that. So what you could do is you could restrict or you could temporarily suspend people's constitutional rights because you're treating them basically as a foreign adversary. So the allegation against Carter Page was that he was operating as a spy from Russia. That's what justified them spying on him, FISA warrants and things like that.
Because of meetings he had, right?
No, because of bullshit.
With Russian assets?
Because of a lie, because of the Steele dossier that was lies. That's why.
So he never met with any people from Russia?
No, he did meet with people with Russia. Meeting with people with Russia is not a reason to get a FISA warrant.
Anybody that had connection to the Russian government?
Right. Going and giving a speech at a university in Russia does not justify a FISA warrant to be used against you. If
you're running a political campaign for president of the United States.
So your argument is if a campaign is talking to people that are like Russian, suspected of being in the Russian government or something, that we should then get a FISA warrant to spy on them?
Well, no. I actually had a legitimate question before I got in that sidetrack.
Well,
there.
I like that. You get to your legitimate question. No, you could get to Papadopoulos. That's fine. But I'm asking about this. Yeah. You just seem to imply that what you're saying. Well, because Carter Page was working for a presidential campaign and was talking to sort of shady Russians that might have connections to government, that's why you would get a FISA warrant.
I don't know. I don't know.
So you just I don't. Would it surprise you that that's exactly what Hillary's team was doing, and there was no FISA warrant against them?
I don't know that either.
Well, that's what happened. They were talking to a suspected spy.
I'm also not going to finish.
I'm going to finish. They were talking to a suspected spy named Igor Danchenko, who was actually the primary subsource for Christopher Steele's dossier. And instead of the FBI launching a FISA application to spy on Hillary's team, what they did instead was they knew that the information they were being given by the suspected Russian spy was not verified, and yet they still used it to spy on Trump's team.
This is one of the reasons.
You seem to... Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. Forget it. I was gonna give you a hard time.
I'm just saying it seemed like your gut reaction to Carter Page was, "Wait, he's talking to these shady Russians. Maybe they should spy on him, but not Hillary's team." You see, that's my entire argument.
Well, see, that's the problem. I don't have this information. I've never done any research on it. I don't really care about it.
And that's right. That's the point. That's the point. But you don't know. You don't. No. Let me finish.
I don't know anything about the jury's question either, which is why I won't discuss it.
Let me finish. Right. That's the truth. You don't know. You don't care. Then when someone who does care and does know, like me, speaks up, you're like, "That's crazy conspiracy theory." That's what happens.
I'm talking about specific things that I've looked up since you put some other stuff out.
Right. So I'm telling you that I've seen evidence. That was sort of the first thing I was talking about when it came to Trump and corruption at the FBI was Russiagate. And the entire case against Trump was he was colluding with Russians trying to get dirt on his opponent. That's exactly what Hillary's team did. The FBI launched a 4-year investigation into Trump for it, and the FBI colluded with the suspected Russian spy and Hillary's team to do so. But they didn't investigate Hillary's team.
All right, before I comment on that, I still don't know about Papadopoulos. So can they get a warrant to spy on Papadopoulos based on that particular meeting he had, even if he wasn't the target of an investigation?
I don't know what that
means. Even if he was just an asset. Well, even if he was just somebody that was tied up in it.
You're not supposed to.
They weren't looking.
So what they did to Papadopoulos was different. They didn't wiretap his phones and get his communications and stuff. They sent physical spies. They sent a honeypot scheme. They sent an attractive woman with the pseudonym Azra Turk, and they sent Stephen Halper. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I got that.
So they didn't get a FISA warrant against Papadopoulos.
He wasn't a target of the investigation. I mean, he wasn't. No, they weren't looking to prosecute him.
No, they were.
They were looking to prosecute him.
Well, that's not necessarily what that means, right? Investigating someone isn't the same as looking to prosecute him. They were investigating him if he had committed a crime. But that doesn't necessarily mean looking to prosecute's a weird way. They were investigating Papadopoulos as if he had committed a crime. Yes.
Okay. That would be okay, yeah. I agree. That'd be a better way to put it.
But again, so we could go through all of this. We can, right? You're not going to really have answers, because at the end of the day,
you're right. You're right. I'm not going to have answers. And this is what I was going to say before. This is why people don't like to talk to you or conspiracy theorists in general, because this is what you've done. This is what you do. You research this stuff every day. You follow up on everything. Every time a news article,
I work 80 hours a week.
Every time a news article comes out about this, you spend hours and hours and hours researching it, while everybody else is doing other things and looking up other things and not worried about this. So when they come to talk to you about something like the dangers of a conspiracy theory, and next thing you know, you find yourself in territory where you're talking about Papadopoulos and Hillary Clinton and elections that went back for 20 years, then all of a sudden you don't have information because, whoa, I've never researched this shit. So now you're going to win the argument automatically because I don't know. I've never looked it up.
I think it's a flex that's very strange that, like, the problem with debating you is you know too much. But I get it. That's something that people say.
The problem with debating you is that you know too much about one specific thing.
Right. The very specific thing that you're criticizing. The very specific thing that
I don't even know that you know it.
The very specific thing. The very specific thing that you happen to be the whole point of this conversation, which is.
But I don't even know that you know it.
Right. And yet you don't. That's right. I agree. You don't know, and yet you've called me a dangerous conspiracy theorist.
So I can't.
But you don't know.
So I have to just let it go.
No. Listen to me. Listen to what I just said. You don't know. You're admitting you don't know, and yet you've called me a dangerous conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
You don't know.
For that exact reason.
For all you know, everything I'm saying could be accurate. You don't know.
For all I know, everything you're saying could be a lie.
Okay.
Or wrong.
But then you would be erroneous to then say you know I'm a conspiracy theorist.
But that's why I'm talking about this. What's going on today, right now, and not shit that happened. But 10 years ago.
You don't even have a defense of the stuff that happened right now. You just said maybe they were talking about peach cobbler. That was your big defense.
Well, yeah, because you don't know what they were talking about.
Right, but that's an absurdity, and I've already proved how you could say that about everything.
It's an absurdity that you would make an assumption about what the conversation was about. It is not an assumption.
The conversation is about should the FBI have had an investigation. Is there a two-tiered system? We could see what they did with Trump. We could see what justified an investigation. Papadopoulos.
Yeah, see, now you're using all sorts of other things to,
no, we're not.
To insinuate that this is what happened.
I have one issue that I talk about in these things. Is there a two-tier justice system at the FBI? Will you acknowledge that you've heard me say that over and over?
Yeah.
Okay, if we're discussing a two-tier justice, do you think that intuitively means that we will be talking about how justice is applied to one side versus the other side? Hence the term two-tiered. Do you think that would implicitly be something that would be being discussed?
I think it would be bilateral.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, I think that you...
Is that another way of saying yes?
Well, I think you're calling it something wrong. I think we have a two-tier justice system because I think people that are poor happen to get convicted a hell of a lot more than people that are rich. I think that's why we have a two-tier justice system.
Okay, fair enough. Let's focus on that for a second. So you say people that are poor get convicted more than people who are rich.
Yeah.
How would you prove that?
By looking at the net worth of people that are convicted of crimes.
Okay, so let's start with people over $100,000 a year, right? And let's say they were convicted at 1% or something. Just pull numbers out. But then people that make less than $30,000 are convicted at 20%.
Why pull numbers out?
Well, because I'm just saying, the argument would be the evidence shows people that are in this bracket are convicted less than people in this bracket, right?
If I was gonna make the argument, I would actually have the numbers for you.
Right. Okay. So what you're doing is comparing how the justice system treats one group of people to how they group another. It would not be effective for you to say, I think that the justice system unfairly goes after poor people. And then you're like, okay, so let's talk about rich people. And I say, okay, I hear you about rich people. And then you say, now, let's look at how those numbers are different for poor people. And I go, whoa, that's whataboutism. Now you're moving the target. Why are you talking about poor people? We're just talking about wealthy people. And you'd say, right, my whole argument is they treat wealthy people different than poor people. Whoa. See, you're jumping all over the place now talking about how they treat poor people. And you'd say, yes, that's my entire argument.
Straw man right now?
No, I'm not building a straw man. That is literally a direct apples-to-apples comparison to what's going on. I'm saying they treat people connected to Trump and people that are potential outsiders different than people.
You just told me what my argument is.
Right. I told you hypothetically how you would be frustrated. You literally said that the way you would argue a two-tier system is say they treat this group different than this group. And you would provide evidence of how they treat this group and how they treat that group. That's exactly what I'm doing.
You asked me why I said that.
What does the why matter? The why doesn't matter. The why is implicit because you can't argue about a two-tier system without talking about both sides.
We were talking about
okay, you explain the why and how that's going to materially change what I just said. Go ahead, explain the why.
Okay, I would call the FBI a bilateral justice system, where I would call a two-tier justice system, this particular thing. A bilateral justice system is looking at two different sides of an issue rather than the top and bottom of an issue. So I would call it bilateral. And I would say that there are people... I would say that everybody's biased. I don't care who you are. Everybody has a personal bias.
You continue to make one astoundingly dumb argument after another. The idea
of
a two-tier system could be, now you're just saying bilateral as opposed to two-tier, because why is the tier we're looking at economically, right? Like there's a top and a bottom. That's an absurdity. It's just an absurdity. And even if I accept your bullshit definition that it's bilateral justice instead of two-tier, the problem with a bilateral system would be the exact same with a problem with a two-tiered system, which would be that if we have our largest intel and law enforcement agencies in the history of the world that are putting their thumb on the scale to benefit one side and to harm the other, that's the fucking problem. If you think you could get out of that debate by saying, oh, but that's not two-tiered, that's bilateral, it's literally a distinction that does nothing to change the substance of the issue that we're talking about. So for the sake of argument, I'll say, yeah, I guess that's an amazing point. It's not two-tiered, it's bilateral. Great, we have a bilateral justice system. Just like the way you would prove a two-tiered justice system is to look at how it treats both sides, that's how I'm going to try to prove that we have a bilateral system, is to look at how it treats both sides. So how could you say that it's me going off into the weeds when I'm like, here's what they did with Biden, let's compare it to what they did with Trump?
How long did you spend saying that?
2 minutes?
There's 2 minutes of wasted time completely on a straw man. There was see, you don't ask me questions. You just assume what I'm going to say, and then you base an entire argument based on that assumption. That would be the definition of a straw man.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I got until at least 2 a.m. We're going to hamper down on this one issue for 2 hours. I'm going to let you talk ad nauseum. I want you to explain. Right. Let's start with this. Two-tier justice system. Explain to me why the difference that's a top tier and a bottom tier means that it's different than a left tier and a right tier, a bilateral. Go ahead. You done? You running? Okay. Hey, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate your time. You got nothing left to say? Last chance?
Yeah, hold on.
You running? Okay. You got something to say? You got 5.
Yeah, hold on.
4.
Hold on.
3.
Hold on.
Hold on for what? 2. You're gone, man. You're gone. Okay.
Holy cow.
You're running. Okay, gotcha.
I had to pee, dude. Now
why wouldn't you say that thing? Why wouldn't you say, give me a second,
because
I gotta go
you're busy talking.
No, I wasn't busy talking. You was just dead air. Okay, now go.
All right.
Go.
All right. I'm gonna ask you to repeat.
Okay. We'll see you later.
You don't want to repeat?
Can you explain to me materially the difference between a two-tier system and a bilateral system, and how that means that when I talk about in a bilateral system of justice, the right versus the left, or Trump's team versus the establishment, that it's wrong for me to talk about both sides, but it is okay in a two-tier justice system to talk about both sides?
For the same reason that a boss sexually harassing an employee would be treated differently than an employee sexually harassing a boss.
No, that has... Okay, so explain to me. So if my goal is to say, I think that Republicans are treated... I'm not saying that. I think Trump's people are treated differently than Biden's people. That's the boss sexually harassing? Can you explain that?
Well, when you talk about wealth, the system itself is actually set up for the wealthy by the wealthy. Okay. It was set up that way in the first place.
Okay.
Now, when you're talking about the FBI, this has nothing to do with wealth. What you're talking about is power. So it could be a rich person or a poor person, depending on what kind of ideology they espouse, is how you think they're going to decide who they're going to go after and not go after.
Now,
right?
You would acknowledge, despite the imbalance of power, if you're trying to prove a two-tier justice system, that implicitly you would have to talk about how that system treats both tiers, correct?
Yeah.
So you'd have to say it treats rich people like this, it treats poor people like this. I think there's a difference, correct?
Yes.
If I wanted to criticize a bilateral system of justice, can you think of a way that I could do that without talking about it treats the left like this and it treats the right like this?
The left and the right.
Well,
that's how you can justify it.
Wait, you said bilateral. It's not top and bottom, it's left and right. I'm using your words. Your definition. I've never heard it described. So I would have to say it treats the left this way and it treats the right this way.
Yeah.
That's what I would have to do.
Isn't that what you're doing?
That is what I'm doing. And you're saying that that's me jumping
That's why I said I call it bilateral.
No, okay. We'll accept your definition. Okay, so you've acknowledged that if my thesis is I think that there is a bilateral system and it treats the two sides differently. You acknowledge that's what I'm saying?
Yes.
So in order to prove that, I would have to, at a base value, say this is how it treats one side versus this is how it treats another side, correct?
Yes.
So then when I say this is how it's treated Trump, now let's look how it's treated other people like Biden and Hillary. That would make sense to do that, correct?
Yes.
So then we get to this point because your criticism of me is I'm jumping all over the place. I was talking about Trump and how he was treated, or about Biden and how he was treated, and now I've talked about Russiagate. It makes sense if my criticism isn't Hillary Clinton, isn't Donald Trump, isn't Joe Biden, but my criticism is the bilateral justice system, correct?
That's not what I came here to discuss, though.
Well, that might not be what you came here to discuss. But when people say that I'm jumping all over the place...
Well, that would be why I avoided it so far.
When people say I'm jumping all over the place, I'm not. My issue has been consistent the entire time, right? What people want to do is this. They'll say, I want to talk about Trump's indictment. And I'll say, well, my issue is that more than anything that Trump is accused of, or that Hillary's accused of, or that Biden's accused of, it would be far worse to have a two-tiered, or in your words, bilateral justice system. And so instead of just looking at the indictment of Trump, we should look and say, how have people that have done similar things been treated by the same justice system? And if there is a discrepancy, that's a bigger deal than the specific allegation that's leveled against Trump.
Well, then you would have to compare people that do similar things.
That's right. You would compare. And so the target of the criticism wouldn't be Donald Trump, right? And it wouldn't be Hillary Clinton, right? You following me?
It would be the FBI.
Right. That's right. That's who the criticism would be. So it would be kind of foolish to say, Rob, as you're talking about corruption for the FBI, it's ridiculous that you were talking about how it treated Trump and how it treated Hillary.
But I didn't say that.
Well, that's what you were saying when you said, see, now you're jumping all over the place. You're talking about Papadopoulos and Russiagate, etc. We are talking about whether or not I am engaged in a conspiracy theory. My theory is, in your words, the FBI has a bilateral system of justice. And so we're discussing whether or not there is accuracy in me saying that. If not, it would be an outlandish conspiracy. Right? You're saying it's a conspiracy while then simultaneously saying, I don't know, nor do I care about any of the specifics. You could be telling the truth, but maybe you're not. I said it would seem ridiculous to just say I'm a conspiracy theorist that's dangerous when you're admitting that you don't know the facts and you don't care.
I also don't know the facts that Nick Fuentes is putting forth either.
So,
but I would say he's a conspiracy theorist.
You could say that,
and I would say
that doesn't mean
that's
you're
why
necessarily
people,
right.
Well, I think it's pretty provable at this point, but
how would you prove it?
But either way, that's why people don't want to talk to him.
How would you prove it?
I think that we can look at his statements that he makes and we can prove them to be incorrect and we can tell them that they're incorrect.
Okay.
And he will simply continue saying them over and over and over and over again. So what you're saying
is, because the specific things that he says, you're able to prove are infactual.
Yes.
Okay. So then I was like, now, let's talk about the specifics here. And you said three things. I don't want to talk about them. I don't know about them, and I don't care.
When it comes to Hillary.
you don't care. The criticism you have of me is that my belief that there is a, and this is in your words, a bilateral system of justice at the FBI, that is a conspiracy theory. And I'm like, here's my evidence.
No.
Here's how they are bilateral in how they treat Trump versus how they treated Hillary. And you're like, I don't want to talk. I don't care about the Hillary portion.
Okay, so I am obviously failing here. No, I don't think that it's a conspiracy theory to insinuate that somebody at the FBI or even a small group of people at the FBI may have a personal agenda to do something or another. I think it's a conspiracy theory to think that passes on from one person to another every time somebody new gets appointed or somebody leaves and somebody else comes in. I think it's a conspiracy theory to base this all on conjecture, nothing more than conjecture, nothing more than hearsay.
You can't make that argument. You can't make the conjecture argument because you've already admitted you don't know and don't care. So you can't say conjecture. You can't. You have no clue. Like, for example, I just went through the Papadopoulos. I just went through the Russiagate stuff. You're like, I don't know. I don't care.
You tweeted out today.
No, you're not. You're not. I am. Okay, so then, do you know if I'm incorrect when I talk about the FISA warrant and I talk about Igor Danchenko, the suspected Russian spy that was this primary subsource? Do you know I'm incorrect?
I don't think that's relevant to the conversation.
It is relevant to whether or not there's a bilateral system of justice at the FBI. It is certainly relevant.
I think we can talk about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden right now, and how you are using that as an example of how there is a bilateral.
It is part of an example, but that's only one part. Without looking at the two tiers, then it would be near impossible to prove a two-tier, or in your words, a bilateral system.
And this is the problem with your type of conspiracy theory that you create, is that I have to know everything about everything in order to say that you're saying something wrong or incorrect here. I have to do a whole hell of a lot more research. I have to study things that I don't really care about.
It's a weird.
I know you care about them.
That's right. Okay, so let me ask you this. Let's stop talking about the specifics and let's just talk about generalities, right? Well, that's what you like to do. In general, do you think it would be a big deal if we had a corrupt FBI that was targeting politicians they didn't like and helping ones that they did? Do you think that would be a big deal?
I don't even know that that's possible.
How would it not be possible? It's quite clear that it could be possible.
Well, I don't think so, because I think that the FBI are federal employees, and I think that there are positions that are appointed by elected officials, and those elected officials change on a regular basis.
Okay, so
and those elected officials appoint different people on a regular basis, meaning that you would have to assume that everybody that's brought into the organization at that point by these different officials that have different agendas and different political ideologies, that they're all appointing the same type of people in order to keep the FBI in power.
Okay, so that's stupid, because we can see that the top people have been, like, Bill Barr's been recycled dozens of times, and Mueller's been recycled dozens of. The top people are all sort of in the same group, and they were recycled from going, being appointed to the FBI and then working at CNN and then going back, or defense contractors, etc. Right?
What about Jack Smith?
What about Jack Smith? He's been a career guy there as well.
No, he's actually worked for the World Court. He spent a lot of time working for the World Court.
He's been involved in, I don't know exactly everywhere that he's worked, but I believe he's been involved in the past. For example, didn't he famously bring a case that reached the Supreme Court going after a Republican governor that got overturned on a 9-0?
That I don't know about. I know that for the last couple decades he's been working with the World Court on international
Nonetheless,
affairs.
I could prove, hopefully, it won't work, but I could try to prove to the people out there, not to you. You think that there's a two-tier system of justice when it comes to rich people versus poor people?
I do.
How? There's so much turnover.
Because I think that's the way the system's set up.
No, but there's different people. A lot of these people are elected and appointed and hired. Yeah, but, it couldn't. It's absurd. That's a conspiracy theory to say that as all these people change, No, that's a conspiracy theory. They're changing.
They're following changing. Constitutional rules.
They're all changing. They're always changing. They're always changing.
I understand. They're following constitutional rules. Okay, so they don't really have much of a choice in the matter. Yes,
really,
I think that.
Really. So, for example,
I think the federal judge in Florida is corrupt as all hell.
Okay, so just to be clear, so they're all doing the same thing. They're all interpreting the Constitution the same way. So, for example, in New York, when they're eliminating cash bail and just leaving people out with all that, that's the exact same as Florida. They're all just following the Constitution, right?
I think if it goes up to the Supreme Court, that's what we have to say.
Okay,
yes.
How many cases a year? How many criminal justice cases a year make it to the Supreme Court?
Not very many.
Okay, so then now we're back to this. How could you say that there's a two-tier system when there's such turnover? There's so much turnover. So how could that be? That's just a conspiracy theory. There's so much turnover.
These federal judges aren't turned over.
Well, it doesn't matter. How many of these criminal cases make it to federal judges?
Quite often they make it to federal judges if they make it to the Supreme Court in the state. It depends on which state you're in as what kind of turnover that is.
Well, I would say every time it would make it to a federal court, if I got that right. It goes to an appeal court first, then to the Supreme Court. But you already admitted
No, the state Supreme Court.
Oh, the state Supreme Court. So your argument is,
it has to make it to the state Supreme Court.
Let's say in New York City, 100,000 people are arrested in a year. What percentage of those do you think makes it to the state Supreme Court?
Probably not very many.
Okay, so then again,
especially considering their minor crimes.
We'll concede that. Then I could, for the sake of this argument, concede this. Yes, for some reason, even though there is some forms of turnovers in state Supreme Courts, they're two-tiered. They're always going to be two-tiered because they're the state. So they're there.
I think they're that's the way
let's dispense of those 3-4% of cases that get there, though it's probably way less than that. But to be generous, 3-4% of cases make there. Okay, the other 97%, that's clearly not a two-tier system because there's such high turnover, right?
No, I just said the system is set up specifically for rich people by rich people.
Okay, cool. The system the system of the FBI is set up for the people in entrenched power to remain in power. Great.
But they don't.
Sure
they get turned over all the time.
Sure they do. The bureaucracy of the FBI. Okay, the system, the turnover, they get turnover all that. People get rich and poor all the time in this country. The turnover is so big at these courts. It's so stupid. What you're saying is so dumb. No. When I say it's two-tier,
you don't even understand how the system works.
I do understand how the system. I understand your bullshit conspiracy theory about systemic racism and all that. I get all that. I understand your argument, right? But the argument that you're trying to make is, well, because there's small amounts of turnover. By the way, how much turnover in leadership of the FBI? How many people do you think are directors at the FBI on average in, say, a 10-year period?
I have no idea.
Well, you seem to say there's tons of turnover.
I think it would depend on the administration. I think it would depend on who gets appointed. Right. I think it would depend on how happy fire the person that gets appointed is. I think it would depend on federal regulations.
Okay, so if I were able to look this up, so if I was able to look this up and say in the last 20 years there were only 5 directors of the FBI or something like that, would you say, oh, geez, that's not a lot of turnover? Maybe I was mistaken.
I don't know. You look it up and tell me, and then tell me what kind of.
I'm just asking you because I don't know the exact number, so I'm just asking.
I don't either.
Okay, so the question I'm asking you before we
I don't want to talk about it because I don't know.
No. You are talking about it. You've made the claim that there's huge amounts of turnover, so you've talked about it. Now I'm asking. I'm like, specifically
turnover.
Yeah. Now. Okay. So how much turnover would you say? That explains. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the amount of turnover that you would say? Yep, that's exactly what I mean. 20 different FBI directors? Yep, that would prove that it couldn't be that they would be corrupt because there's so much turnover. What if it was 2? Would you still say, yep, that's turnover, or not?
I would say that anytime the executive branch actually changes hands from party to party, I would say that there would be turnover.
Sure. How much?
And they might choose to they might choose to retain the director of the FBI because they like the work that he's been doing.
Okay.
But they could also choose to not retain him at that particular point.
That's the world. Okay. And your argument is that even if I point factual bilateral systems of justice in the FBI, that you refuse to accept it. It's obviously a conspiracy theory because of the high amounts of turnover. And I'm telling you the turnover is not that high. And so I'm asking you, what would you consider a high amount of turnover? And you're like, well, they could keep people or they get right. That doesn't really answer my question. So I'm asking you, what would you consider a high amount of turnover?
I said that there's plenty of turnover. I didn't even say a high amount of turnover.
Okay, so then plenty of turnover. So if it's not high, it's just plenty. Can you give me the
I would say it
distinction
gets
between
turned over
plenty
every time the executive branch changes hands.
Can you tell me the distinction between plenty of turnover versus high turnover? Go ahead.
I would say every 4 years there's turnover in the FBI.
Right. Well, there's turnover in everything. Right. In my company that I work, there is turnover every year. Right. That doesn't mean that corruption.
There's probably turnover in the FBI every year too. But,
okay. But right. So how does that? So explain to me your theory. So explain to me your theory that because people move on at the FBI and there's some amount of turnover, that proves that there couldn't be a bilateral system of justice there.
Well, because you've got Republicans and Democrats both appointing these people.
So my
are you telling me that Republicans appoint people that are going to indict them?
Yes. I'm telling you that it is not about Republicans and Democrats. I'm saying that it's James Comey was a Republican, right?
Yes.
Do you think James Comey had a bias towards Donald Trump, a Republican, or towards Hillary Clinton, a Democrat?
I would say he was pretty well in the middle there.
Really? So if I was able to bring up pictures of him wearing shirts that said "I'm with her" and vote for Joe Biden?
That's awesome. We can bring up all sorts of pictures. Whether they're real or not, I don't know. But either way.
More conspiracies, yes.
Either way, I mean, just based on his actions alone, just based on the fact that it is arguable that he cost Hillary Clinton the election in 2016. Arguable.
What does that?
I don't know if I could actually.
Do you want to talk? You want to get into the specifics of this? It seems to be something you're knowledgeable.
I'm saying it can. I'm saying it can be argued.
It can be argued by people that are.
Now.
It can be argued by people that are ignorant of the facts.
Oh.
You want to know what happened? You listen to me all the time. You should know. Why don't you tell me? What's the IG report say happened? You know. That's why you didn't want to get into it.
Was afraid that if they didn't release it right before the election, they would be held responsible for not releasing it before the election because it could have affected the election if they didn't release it.
Well,
even though by releasing it, they did affect the election.
That's part of it, but you skipped the most important part. That they had Anthony Weiner's laptop for a month and were not doing anything with it. And so a whistleblower from the FBI went outside the FBI and said, they're not investigating this. And so James Comey, once he was contacted, said, oh shit. Once Hillary wins, which he acknowledged he assumed she would, then the accusation would be that she should be impeached because clearly the FBI covered up evidence before the election to benefit her. So instead, he announced, we found this laptop, then allegedly went through 500,000 emails in 3 days and said, okay, nothing to see here. And that's the evidence that your side gives to, this proves that he was biased or in the middle between Hillary and Trump. The IG report...
Do you think that possibly cost her the election?
It may have.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that he was biased against Hillary. Because they cheated to try to help her and got caught with the hand in the cookie jar and hurt her. Right. I would rather they not cheat.
I don't know that they cheated at all. Here, what I find interesting is that after that, how long did Hillary testify for under?
How many hours for Benghazi? Is that what you're talking about?
She was asked about the servers too, right?
Asked about the what?
The servers. Her email servers.
Yeah. So. I don't know. The testimony that people talk about, I think, is mostly Benghazi. When it came to her servers, also the testimony was very strange. Most of the time, when if there's like an alleged conspiracy by law enforcement, so they think that multiple people have possibly committed a crime, do you know how they interview them?
I don't even
So, for example, if they thought me, you, and Pisco robbed a bank, how do you think they would interview us?
By asking questions?
Yeah, but would they take us all in the room together?
Oh, probably not.
That's what they did with Hillary.
Hillary and who?
Huma Abedin and Cheryl Mills.
And those people had access to her servers?
Yes. Those were her Huma Abedin was her primary assistant, and Cheryl Mills was her personal lawyer.
And they had access to her server.
Yes. They were some of the ones that devices were smashed with hammers and that stuff because they were all...
Well, that's also not unusual.
I don't bring that point up. I don't bring that point up much because that was before the subpoena. And even if people think that's shady, you don't hear me bring that up because it's like, even if it's shady, it's not criminal, right? Like, I could see people doing that.
Well, I think it's actually normal to do that. I smash all my hard drives when I take them out.
I don't know cell phones and BlackBerries, though. But regardless,
well, yeah.
I only bring up the point to show, yes, there were people connected to this, that they were smashing their devices and everything as well. I'm not saying that part's shady. I'm just using that as an illustration. Cheryl Mills, for example.
So I don't know.
Cheryl Mills, for example, was the point person for Platte River Networks, which was the company that handled the servers, right? She's the one who personally met with Paul Gambetta, the guy who deleted the subpoenaed evidence and said, before the subpoena, we're told, said, hey, I want you to go through and delete all this stuff. Then she met after the subpoena, 2 days before Paul Gambetta deleted the server, and talked to him, and no one remembers what that conversation was about, though.
Did she actually ever see any email that was on the server?
Yes, she was
connected. Has that been proven?
Yes, her name. There were tons of people that saw the emails that were on the server because they were all receiving those emails. That's why they were part of the investigation.
So they saw them on their own server, not on her server.
It doesn't matter. It's the same reason that they were...
Well, when you're CC'd, it's different than getting it
But
yourself.
listen, but they were still targeted just like Anthony Weiner was. Because the argument was that these were documents coming from the server that were classified that were going to people in unsecure ways. Right? That was the argument. That's why Cheryl Mills and Abedin, etc. were targets. Now, Mills and Abedin, by the way, I could prove this to you, but you're not going to want to care about it. Mills and Abedin also lied to the FBI because both of them told the FBI that they had no knowledge of Hillary Clinton's server until after her tenure as Secretary of State. But emails have been released show that while and before she was Secretary of State, they were discussing her server. What they weren't charged with lying to the FBI, unlike the people connected to Trump. Nonetheless, they were people that
did
were...
Did they say they didn't have knowledge of what was on the server? Or
no,
did they say they didn't have knowledge that the server existed?
Correct. They didn't even... In fact, Cheryl Mills actually said she didn't...
See,
what?
See, here's a problem. I got to look that up because I think that's bullshit.
You think what's bullshit?
I think that you saying that she knew that they had access to the server, I think that that's bullshit.
They said, I tried looking this up, but you're saying you think it's bullshit that I'm saying that they testified to the FBI that they didn't know about Hillary's server.
That they didn't know what was on Hillary's server.
No,
that they didn't know it existed.
Said, so that's what they said. They said they didn't know about her server.
What was on the server?
No, they said they didn't know about the server. Hey,
yeah,
this lady's got a server in her fucking bathroom. I didn't even know about the server. That's different than saying, yes, I knew she had a server in her bathroom, but I don't know what's on the server. That's not what they said. They said, I didn't even know she had a server there.
Do you have this up in front of you?
No, but I could look it up.
Okay. See, that's why I'd have to look it up too. Because I think that's bullshit. I think there's probably more to that story than just what you're giving out right now. And I think that's one of the problems with me having these discussions.
I'll read this here. All right, this is from the Daily Caller on September 29, 2016. FBI Director James Comey made excuses for Hillary Clinton's former State Department Chief Cheryl Mills on Wednesday when asked about conflicting statements she made to federal investigators about when she learned of the former Secretary of State's private email server. Quote, having done many investigations myself, there's always conflicting recollections of facts, some of which are central to the investigation, some of which are peripheral. The Republican asked Comey about Mills' claims during her April 9th interview with the FBI that she did not know about Clinton's server until after she became Clinton's personal attorney. Will you agree that that says exactly what I said?
I don't know when she became Clinton's personal attorney, and I also have no idea if that's actually what she said. Because that's not quoted.
It is quoted.
That's not her saying. That's not her saying that. That's somebody else saying that she said that.
It was from the FBI's 302. Says, quote, Mills did not learn Clinton was using a private server until after Clinton's DOS tenure.
Who's quoted?
That was Cheryl Mills, the FBI.
That's not Cheryl Mills being quoted there.
Yes, that is Cheryl Mills being quoted. Oh, that's from the FBI agent. That's from the FBI agent's 302.
Okay, but it's not something that Cheryl Mills said.
No, it's okay. This is where you're going to go with this. Okay, let me ask you this. Did you know that when you're interviewed by the FBI, most of the time they don't record it?
I wouldn't know. I've never been interviewed.
Well, that's the case. Like, for example, Mike Flynn was someone that was charged with a crime, right? He was on Trump's team, right?
Yeah, he was recorded, right?
No, he wasn't recorded. The accusation was that he lied to the FBI, right, about whether or not he had phone calls with Ambassador Kislyak, correct?
Yeah, I heard you talk about this.
So calling Kislyak's not the crime. The crime was that he lied to the FBI about it. That was the alleged crime, correct?
Yeah, saying that he didn't know, or that he didn't make the call.
Right.
But he did make the call.
What evidence did they use that Flynn lied?
Him saying that he didn't recall making the call.
Where was the him? Where was that? Where did he say that? How do we know that he said that? Where is the audio tape that he told the FBI? What evidence did the FBI present of what Flynn told them?
In the final document that you and Destiny released.
And what's that document called?
I don't know.
It's called a 302. Did you know that that's the official statement of fact that is used by the FBI when they're doing things like this? So if the 302 was enough to be able to charge Mike Flynn with a crime, why would it not be accepted for you when Cheryl Mills said in a document that she's quoted in, that's the exact same document, a 302, that she didn't learn about this until after she was Secretary of State?
Well, then I'd have to fall back on Mueller there. There are things that, when looking at an indictment, that are peripheral and things that actually are directed toward the investigation.
So now you acknowledge.
She wasn't under investigation. Hillary Clinton was under investigation, but Flynn was under investigation.
Not true. They were investigating anyone who had improper access to this stuff, right? To say that it was just Hillary Clinton is nonsensical. Now, I like how the goalpost moved. I liked it. I don't believe that she would have said she didn't have knowledge to the server. Okay, someone's saying she said that, but how can we trust it? Okay, it's a 302 and it's from the government, so we can trust it, but we'll just have to accept Comey's interpretation.
You're the one who's putting all this other shit in there.
I'm not putting any shit in there.
This other shit in there.
I have to keep talking. I have to keep expounding because you keep dragging your feet and challenging why should we trust this? So then I have to explain to you what a 302 is. And then you're like, well, you're adding all this shit. Right, I'm adding the shit because I have to explain it to you because you don't know.
Then I have to expound as well, right?
Okay, you're expounding, and so you were wrong in your supposition that you would have found it hard to believe that Cheryl Mills said she didn't know about the server. You're wrong about that. You're wrong when you implied that it would be some dog.
I don't know when she became Hillary's lawyer. I still don't know when she found out about a server.
Okay, so
I still don't know if she thought that the server just had recipes on it.
It doesn't matter what she thought. She is saying that she didn't know about the server. So your argument is, let's do the timeline here. And I'll look it up. I'll see. This is nonsense. Don't worry. I'll look it up. But let's do the timeline just to see what your argument's shaping up to be here. You say, I don't know when Cheryl Mills became a lawyer for Hillary Clinton. I don't know. Okay, let's see why that would matter. She's being interviewed and she's saying, I didn't know about it until after her tenure as Secretary of State. So it wouldn't matter if she was hired in 2004, 2008, 2012. If we know she did know about the server prior to Hillary Clinton leaving, then that's a lie. It doesn't matter when she was hired. Correct?
Didn't the FBI statement say that she didn't know about the server until after she was hired as a lawyer?
And I quote, Mills did not learn Clinton was using a private server until after Clinton's DOS tenure. Mills stated she was not even sure she knew what a server was at the time. Got it? Now.
And what? Jesus.
Now, we can see in emails from February. Chavez points to email. He pointed to email chains involving Mills in which the email server was discussed. One email from February 27, 2010, before Hillary was done as Secretary of State, appears to completely undermine Mills' dual assertion that she didn't know about Clinton's server and she didn't even know what an email server was. Quote, Hillary Clinton's email coming back. Is the server okay? She asked on February 27, 2010, in a message to Huma Abedin, Clinton's deputy chief, and Justin Cooper. Mills and Abedin were also involved in an August 30, 2011 exchange in which State Department official Stephen Mull mentioned that Clinton's email server is down. Come on, there's direct evidence that she actually did know, Chavez said. Abedin, who also told the FBI she didn't know about Clinton's server until after she left the State Department, was involved in another exchange with Cooper discussing the server. Had to shut down the server, Cooper wrote to Abedin on June 9th, 2011. Someone's trying to hack us.
Okay, why does this matter?
Because I'm just saying they lied to the FBI. That's something that would be charged if it was Papadopoulos. That's something that would be charged if it was Flynn. But when it was Mills and Abedin, they weren't charged.
What were they investigating Flynn for?
Logan Act violations, I believe, was what Joe Biden told them to investigate him for.
What's the Logan Act?
Logan Act basically said it's something that's like in its 200 years, whatever existence, has been used one time and failed. It's basically saying that people in the United States that aren't officially members of government can't talk to hostile foreign people about policy. That's a broad oversimplification. But it's something that every incoming administration does. Flynn was talking to Kislyak once Trump had already won the election, but they were just waiting to come into office. That's what happens. That's what Biden's team did.
This was about asking them not to talk about something before a particular attack, right?
No, they were asking. Obama got pissed off because of the alleged hack of the DNC server, and so he started expelling diplomats and putting sanctions on Russia because of it. Flynn reached out to Kislyak and was like, listen, when we come in, we want sort of a reset of relations. Don't do anything rash until we get in there.
Okay, so he reached out before he was sitting in the executive branch.
Right, he was the lame duck. His team had already won. Trump had won. So
no,
he's going.
Donald Trump would be the. No,
Thanks,
Obama
Prime.
would be the lame duck.
Yeah, right. It was during the lame duck period. Thanks so much for the raid, Prime. I really appreciate it. So what happens is, for example, it would be a bad system if, say, Trump loses, right? The election occurs in November of 2020, and now Biden's team's coming in. You don't want Biden's team to just get sworn in on January 20th and be like, oh shit, we haven't even started talking to anyone. So what happens is they start reaching out to their counterparts. This happens every administration. Biden's team bragged about it. Obama's team did it when he was coming in after Bush. That's what happens. So
yeah, I could understand. I could understand the necessity for that. There's a reason that there's that layover period.
Absolutely,
so you can get everything set up and ready to go.
So it was very unusual that they would go after Mike Flynn for this. In fact, Comey even bragged about how unusual it was. That they knew that Trump's team was sort of, they weren't really professional. And so it's like, instead of like saying, hey, we have an official questions we want to ask you, they went like friends while his lawyer wasn't there and talked to him.
I think that, I think maybe the problem with the Flynn thing would be then that he is interrupting what could possibly be diplomatic relations with another country. Instead of just saying, hey, how you doing? We're the ones coming into office. Let me introduce myself. We'll be talking to you after January 21st, whatever.
But you know
that instead of doing that, he's calling him.
He said, don't attack us. That's his big crime. Don't attack us.
Well, I think he's like directly affecting foreign policy at that point, right?
How?
By contacting the leader of another country, informing them that we are going to be taking over. So go ahead and hold off on everything. Don't do anything with Obama until we take over.
That's not what he said. He said, don't retaliate. When we come in, we'll try to deal with this. And this is how is this
not interfering with Obama's
it's not.
policy?
It's not. And let's say that it was, though. Let's say, right? And this is always my take on this. Okay, fine. If we're going to say that's a crime, then you would say it would be a bilateral system if other people in other administrations did that and they weren't investigated, correct?
And you can keep saying two-tier. I just would call it something else, but that's just me personally. Anyway.
So, for example, if we see, I don't know, John Kerry that's reaching out to Iran saying, don't worry, we'll bring back the Iran deal if Biden wins, you would admit, okay, he should be investigated as well, correct?
I think interacting and changing a foreign policy of a sitting president is something a little bit different than somebody holding a server at their house, which is something that a lot of officials have done.
You're squirming away from this, right? Like you're saying, changing policy. You acknowledge that Obama had the Iran deal, and then Trump rescinded it, right? Correct? You acknowledge that?
Not until after Obama left.
Correct, but we had Iran deal under Obama, then under Trump we took away the Iran deal. So if John Kerry, before Biden was elected, was out talking to Iran saying, if Biden wins, we'll bring back the Iran deal, that would be meddling in Donald Trump's foreign policy, correct?
No.
Why?
Because they didn't win.
Yes,
and
Biden's
they were president.
Biden's team did win.
They were in there at the time.
But no.
Oh, you're talking about Biden.
I'm saying I said if John Kerry during Trump's administration was going to Iran saying, hey, if Biden wins, we're going to bring back the Iran deal, that's interfering in Trump's foreign policy, correct?
I would agree, yes.
Okay, so if I could find articles showing that that's exactly what John Kerry did and the FBI didn't investigate him, you would say that that seems problematic. That seems like a bilateral system of justice comparing how they treated him to how they treated Flynn.
Well, I think Flynn was part of a larger investigation, right?
In what way?
About the collusion. Wasn't this all part of that whole collusion thing?
This was independent.
This was Mueller. This was the Mueller report.
No,
right?
The investigation in Flynn started because Joe Biden brought it up in a meeting with like Susan Rice and Barack Obama in the Oval Office. It wasn't Mueller.
Then, yeah. I mean, if that's the case, if everything you're saying is absolutely true, then yeah, there should be an investigation on John Kerry for doing that.
Okay. Do you think if we're going to say such as Roger Stone misremembered some dates, he got charged with lying. George Papadopoulos misremembered some dates.
I think Roger Stone is lucky that he only got charged with lying.
That's fine, but that's what they charged him with. So basically lying.
I think he's lucky that's
lying to investigators. Do you think lying to investigators is a serious crime?
I don't know that it matters when the president's just going to pardon you anyway.
Okay. Can you explain why everyone that allegedly lied under Trump, all of them had the book thrown at them, but Mills and Abedin, FBI agent said, we don't know who the agent was. A hell of a
lot more people lied.
The IG report said that when Hillary Clinton testified to them that she thought the classification markings met alphabetical order, that FBI agent thought that statement, and I'm quoting now, defied credulity. In other words, it was a blatant lie. Hillary wasn't charged with lying. Mills wasn't charged with lying. Abedin wasn't charged with lying. Paul Gambetta, the guy that deleted the subpoenaed evidence, which is blatant obstruction of justice, the FBI suspected him of lying to them when they first interviewed him. He wasn't charged with lying. He was given immunity. We know that McCabe lied to the FBI. He wasn't charged. We know that Comey lied and took information, government documents back to his home and then leaked it to the press. He wasn't charged with lying. We know that Clapper lied in front of Congress, former head of the NSA, said that the NSA wasn't spying on Americans. I don't know how you roped me into this. But that's the point. All of these, I don't care. I'm more than happy for Trump to go to prison. I'm more than happy. I don't give a shit. If we're going to start charging these crimes, no problem, as long as it's applied even-handedly. But it never is. Paul Manafort was charged with failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. The Mueller indictment said he worked with two groups, one of which was the Podesta Group, which was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. They retroactively filed paperwork.
You would rather see Republicans get elected than Democrats, right?
Sure. Well, not necessarily. For me, it's not Republican versus Democrat. It's establishment versus populist. I would have voted for Bernie Sanders over Jeb Bush. I'd vote for, damn near anyone over Mitt Romney. Now, Bernie's since sold out, but so I wouldn't vote for him now. But it's not Republican versus Democrat to me.
I don't know what your form of populism is, but I don't know that
people that are considered a threat to the establishment.
I don't know what the establishment is either when we have elections every 2 years in this country.
Right. That's why I say the bureaucracies are there to stay. It sounds like an outlandish conspiracy. We heard Eisenhower talk about it. We heard JFK talk about it. The people behind the scenes run things. That's how it works, right? The State Department. That's why when you saw the impeachment of Trump, you saw George Kent and Yovanovitch and all those people up there saying Trump was interfering with our foreign policy. And they mean it. It's why the generals lied to Trump about how many troops there were in Syria. They felt, how dare this guy? It's our policy. It's why Chuck Schumer said Trump shouldn't criticize the intel agencies. They'll find 6 ways to Sunday at getting back at him.
Who appoints the Joint Chiefs of Staff?
President. And?
It's hard to say that they're an entrenched group at that point.
But it's all picked from the same basket. They all know, right?
Does it have to be?
No. That's why Trump failed. Because he pointed very people that were in these institutions.
I don't know what your form of populism is. Because he ran on draining the swamp, and then he added the swamp.
That's absolutely. You nailed it. Yep.
So I don't know what your form of populism is. I don't, in all honesty, I think term limits are ridiculous. I think the whole notion of turning the government over on a regular basis is pretty ridiculous. I would much rather have a heart surgeon that's been doing heart surgeries for 20 years than a heart surgeon that's only been doing it for 2 years.
So you've Ben Carson?
That's me No, Ben Carson was a fucking crazy moron.
Wasn't he a heart surgeon?
No, he's a brain surgeon.
Oh, okay. Even better. It's even more complicated.
I think he went crazy. I think he went crazy in his old age, though.
This is the crux of this point, and then we'll get to the last thing, right? The crux of this point is, why don't you care about this? You keep saying, I don't care about this shit. This is clearly a bigger threat than Trump mishandling classified documents. If you're like, I think it's impossible. I'm outlining to you exactly how it was possible, exactly how it happened, right? If this occurred...
All right, hold on. I'm gonna since you're gonna go ahead and block me after this, you're gonna go ahead and kick me off the channel. You're gonna go ahead and block me. I'm never gonna talk to you again. I'm never gonna be able to listen to you again. I'm gonna go ahead and explain who I am real quick.
Why can't
Is that all right?
Listen? Yeah, you can explain who you are. You can still listen.
Okay. Listen. Oh well, you were just asking why I don't care.
No. I'm saying if you're blocked in the chat, you can still listen to the show.
Well,
and I didn't say I would block you in the chat. I said I'm going to block you on Twitter because it's just nonsense. Because you say something, well, the call could have been about peach cobbler. What the fuck's the utility?
Stop it. I said rhubarb cobbler.
Go ahead, explain say what you need to say.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how crazy I am. And you're going to tell me that I'm crazy after I tell you what my political beliefs are. I am a Marxist. But I'm not going to be your standard type of Marxist. I'm not going to be somebody that thinks you need to overthrow the government. I'm not a Stalinist. I'm not a Leninist. I've read Marx. I've read Maslow. I think that human beings create societies to make sure that we're not living in the state of nature. I think there are no such thing as natural rights. I think rights come from government, and government comes from the consent of the people. So I believe that Marx was correct when he stated that capitalism will fail and that socialism will be the next system, and that will lead to a whole nother system after that. I believe that that's going to happen. I also believe that democracy is the only form of government that is true freedom. I don't think that we should have an electoral college. I think we should force everybody to vote. Well, not force, but I think there should be a fine if you don't vote. Saying all this, I should want the government to collapse, because if the government collapses, then we move to a different form of government. And I would suggest that we probably move to a more Marxist form of government and a more Marxist form of economy because the vast majority of the people in this country have very little. And if the system collapses, the vast majority of the people are going to want something different. So capitalism, the only reason it hasn't failed is because we've been using socialism the entire time that this country has been in existence to make sure that it doesn't fail. And we have adjusted that socialism over time to make sure that the rich don't get too rich. So we institute things like welfare and Social Security and blah, blah, blah. And we try and keep the poor satiated so that they won't rise up. I think that's the only reason it hasn't failed. I think there will be a straw that breaks the camel's back. I think that this country, this economy will fail. I think that the bourgeoisie will be overthrown. I think it will be bloodless because they have no reason to fight. They have nothing to fight for. And I think we will move toward a more egalitarian system following that. That would be my structure. Now, we live in the system that we live in right now. So this is a system that I'm going to vote on, and this is a system that I'm going to have discussions about. I do think that maybe not in my lifetime, but I do think that we're going to move toward a more Marxist system at some point in the future.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with our conversation. Fine.
If I had to guess, don't know why I don't care.
If I had to guess, based on talking with you, I would have guessed communist. So you don't disappoint there.
You said you don't know why I don't care. This is why I don't care.
It's okay. That's fair. We'll get to that. It's also, Rich, you talking about, well, Timothy McVeigh, you're a Marxist, dude. Do we need to go through the fucking blood on the hands of them? But I know that's not real Marxism. That's always the people that express the beliefs you did murdered 50,000 people in the Soviet Union. Have you read the Gulag Archipelago?
I would say that was not Marxism. I would say that it was communism. I would say that more specifically it was Stalinism.
Not true. No true communist. We know. It's not. Yeah. Always. It's never. Someday we'll get that one. Every time it's tried, it leads to mass death, starvation, etc. But sometime we'll get we'll get the right shit one of these times.
Well, I think the problem is that it's always been started by an oligarch or by an autocracy of some sort, and that autocracy has stayed in place. I think it has to be a natural popular uprising. So in that sense, I'm a populist.
What I find ridiculous, though, is I don't understand why that would mean you would be unconcerned with sort of a bureaucratic state. Because if you're a Marxist, right, even in the sense that I'm trying to put in the best picture for you, that not like Stalin Marxism or Mao Marxism, but Marxism, I guess, they would still say
Marx through Maslow. I call it Marx through Maslow.
All right, let me ask you this. What is the biggest impediment right now? Because clearly Marxism is the best system for you, right? And most people would believe that if able to see the truth, right? So who is most responsible for entrenching capitalism in our political system and keeping Marxism from coming to fruition?
The fucking socialist.
Yeah. Like, so my friend down the street that's a socialist, that's who you mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. He doesn't really have much political power at all.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that hold a lot of socialist views. So I call socialism anything. How about like
people in our bureaucratic state, in our government? Do you blame them at all?
Yeah.
You do?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because most of them are socialists too. Most of them have socialist tendencies, and they do so to make sure that the government doesn't fail.
So do you think that they're intentionally preventing communism? Because they benefit?
I do.
You do? You think that?
I do.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory.
It could be.
That's interesting.
Not something I put forth a lot.
So you think that this mass group of people, that there are large swaths of them intentionally engaged in a conspiracy to keep the people from benefiting and entrenching their own power?
No. I think that they're involved in a conspiracy to benefit the people to keep the system running.
Right. Totally. Gotcha. So it's not that they want more power for themselves because they think they know how to run the system best. And they don't want some communist...
don't want the system to fail.
Right. They don't want some communist coming in and wrecking shit, right?
Well, see, I would call Marxism a perfect democracy.
Okay, they don't
so
want
I would say that we vote on everything.
They don't want some perfect democratist coming in and wrecking shit.
They don't want the system to fail is what they don't want. That's kind of what they're hired to do, is make sure that the system doesn't fail.
And part of that system is ensuring that a perfect democracy doesn't get instituted?
Well, yeah, because you don't want a perfect democracy.
Okay, and you would think that because obviously Marxism's the way to go, that a perfect democracy would be preferable to the people if they knew the truth?
I don't even know that Marxism's the way to go. I just think that that's the way it is going to go.
You seem to be hedging a lot here now, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so what I'm getting at, it seems to be what you're suggesting is
prophecies here.
that it seems to be what you're suggesting is there is a group of people engaged in what's a word for a bunch of people coming together to do something shady? Conspiracy. There's a group of people in our government in a conspiracy to prevent true perfect democracy from existing because they want to make sure that they have the levers of power so they could run the systems.
They want to make sure that the system doesn't fail altogether.
So they're just mistaken. They're just wrong. Because actually the system would be better with Marxism.
I think the system would be better with Marxism.
So, but when you're saying
they don't.
Okay, right. So they're intentionally keeping true democracy. They don't want everyone to have a voice. Because if everyone would have a voice...
No, they don't. Because if they did, they get rid of the Electoral College. They put it up for a vote and people would vote against it.
And they don't want that. The people in government don't want that.
They don't.
And they know if people really had a voice, that's what would happen. They would lose power.
Republicans certainly feel that way.
I'm asking you.
I mean, on that particular issue, Republicans feel that way, yes.
I'm asking you. You're not a Republican, so I'm asking you. It's your worldview. You took a lot of time to articulate it, so I'm asking you.
I think that Democrats...
I'm not asking about Republicans. You're not a Republican. I'm not asking about Democrats. You're not a Democrat. You're a Marxist. A perfect
You're asking
democratist.
About them. I am a Democrat.
I'm not asking about... That's a way to avoid the question. If you say, Rob, do you like ham sandwiches? And I say, Republicans like ham sandwiches. And you're like, interesting, but I'm asking you. Well, I'm a Republican. So you're saying you like ham sandwiches? Well, Democrats like ham sandwiches. I'm asking, do you believe that there is a conspiracy of people that are intentionally withholding a perfect democracy from us because they want to maintain the positions of power? And
I don't think think they can hold the positions of power.
Then what are they doing? If they already know they lost, what are they doing?
I think they know that their time is up at some point in time.
Okay.
And they're not going to continually hold the positions of power. I think they are trying to do what's best for the American people in the meantime.
Okay, so your argument is that they're just mistaken. True democracy would be best, but these people think that true democracy is bad. So it's not that they're nefarious. It's just a mistake.
I think that they think that a pure democracy would be bad, yes.
Okay, so it's just a mistake. No corruption in the government. No self-interest. It's just we're all here to make sure things run smoothly. Coincidentally, they're literally terrible because true democracy would be the best. And they're intentionally sabotaging that and not letting it happen. But it's nothing to do with personal benefit, nothing to do with wanting to maintain a position of power. It's just, they're just happen to be mistaken.
I think that's the way the Constitution was designed.
I don't understand that argument whatsoever. That claim makes no sense in the context of what we're saying. I think it would be ludicrous to say people in positions of power would totally willfully give up that power in a heartbeat. It's just that they think if they did, it would be bad for everyone else. So they're all just self-sacrificing individuals that are there just like, dude, I'm just here. I have to prevent people from having a voice because if they had a voice, things would be bad. But I'm only here. Trust me, I'm sacrificing being here. I think that's.
Have you worked for a politician?
Difficult question. I've helped write speeches. I've talked to politicians. I've not been paid. I volunteered for politicians, but I've never been paid. I ran for Congress.
I know that too. Did you think that the politicians that you helped, that you worked on their campaigns, do you think they were genuine? Do you think they wanted to help people?
Tough. So the only one that I really volunteered for was Trump. Do you think he was?
I think... Trump would be the only person that would question on that.
Okay. I think that
seriously, throughout the history
I would say that 80%, I would say 80% or more politicians are absolute shit that are self-serving. Easily, at least at the national level. Doesn't matter. Point is, I don't even have to prove the intent's not fickle. It's Rich listening to you.
Well, I've worked for a couple politicians.
Okay.
And I think they were completely and totally genuine. And I think they truly want to help people.
Great. Okay. Cool.
I don't think they're doing it for the money.
So, for the sake of argument, we'll say 99.9% of politicians are all just self-serving, or not self-serving. They're all about sacrifice. They genuinely want to help people. But it just so happens that what they're doing is they're keeping our voices from being heard. But they're only doing that because they think our voices would ruin shit. Right? That's the only reason. So their existence is literally the strongest impediment to the best system. But they're not doing it, their intent's not to nefarious. Okay, the intent doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nonetheless, you admit that they're involved in a conspiracy to keep...
I actually think their impotence, their getting involved in the process and stopping it from happening is probably going to force it to happen. We are probably going to evolve as an economy and as a government.
Interesting.
Because of what they're doing.
Interesting. I don't give a shit about your pie in the sky utopian fucking communist shit. I don't care at all. All I care about is this. You're literally saying it is your belief that our government is conspiratorial and intentionally sabotaging a democracy. And yet your criticism of me is, I can't believe that you would believe a conspiracy theory that the FBI would pick and choose winners because there's turnover. But you believe in an even bigger conspiracy theory.
No.
Yes. You literally believe that our government has existed to intentionally sabotage true democracy and remain in power because they think that it would be worse for people if they didn't.
I think our government was designed to not be a pure democracy.
That's true, it was. But you're saying that would have been the natural transition, except that the people in charge now...
I think it will be the natural transition.
But it would have already happened if the people in charge now weren't preventing it.
If the people in charge weren't installing socialist policies.
Correct. A conspiracy working together to intentionally keep true democracy out.
No, I don't think they're doing it to keep true democracy out. I think they're doing it because they want to help people.
Is it keeping true democracy out?
I think that's a side effect, yes.
Okay, so the intent is irrelevant. What matters is that they are intentionally conspiring together to make sure that they maintain the system of power because they think if they didn't, that things would be worse.
Well, I don't think it can be a conspiracy at that point.
Of course it's a conspiracy. That's almost identical to what I think the FBI is doing. I think
because they're all doing it for different reasons, and they're all doing different things for different reasons.
I think the FBI and the State Department and the CIA and the NSA, I think the vast majority of them think, we know what's best. These people don't know. The average voter, they don't know. I think Hillary Clinton and Mitch McConnell think the same thing. We know what's best. So we need to maintain our position. And so the FBI sees someone come in like Trump that's like, I don't trust these fuckers at the FBI. I don't trust them. I don't trust these generals. And they say, we have to stop that. This guy's a threat to us, and we know what's best. That's why the generals lied to Trump. When Trump said, I want to pull troops out of Syria, and the general said, that's not good. We don't want that. We want troops to stay in Syria. So they said, we'll lie to Trump. We'll say, well, we only have 1,000 there. Let's bring 1,000 home. But then they left like another 1,000, right? It's why the FBI unlawfully got FISA warrants. That's what was going on. That's why Chuck Schumer said, what the fuck are you doing, Trump? You can't criticize the FBI. They'll find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back you. That's why. That's why all the people in the State Department were talking about Trump upset our foreign policy. That's what's going on. There is an entrenched bureaucracy that has the power in Washington, and they don't want to give it up. They don't, and many of them are corrupt. Many of them are self-serving. But I also believe, in addition to that, because two things could be true at the same time. You could be self-serving. They also believe we know what's best. We know. And so we don't want, it's a threat if someone comes in and says, no, you don't know. They don't want someone like Rand Paul or some libertarian that would come in and say, we're going to massively shrink the government. They don't want a leftist that would do that. They don't want that. They want people they could rely on. They want Hillary Clinton versus Jeb Bush. That's good for them. They know that. That ensures that they maintain the status quo. And that's the most important thing. So I don't understand how believing what you believe, how you could criticize, your conspiracy theory is larger. That you think that it's to prevent true democracy, like, that's even larger. than what I'm saying.
Because I don't think they're doing it to prevent anything. I think they're doing it to help people.
The intent doesn't matter. So I could say the same thing
matters,
about
the intent is the only
so then
thing
if
that
I
matters.
said this, the FBI is intentionally fucking Donald Trump over to help people, then you're like, oh, I believe that.
If I were to believe everything you say, I would say that that's a correct statement.
What do you mean you think it's a good thing that they're doing that?
Yeah.
Right. And that's the rub. That is exactly my criticism of people like you that condemn conspiracy theories. At the end of the day, listen. You're being honest, which I applaud. That's the truth. At the end of the day, the reason that so many people like you are like, I'm not interested in if the FBI targeted Trump. The reason is Orange Man bad.
No.
Yes, that's
Donald
literally
Trump is a criminal.
Right. There you go.
Why.
Right, he's bad. The Orange Man's
way,
very bad. So if we have to unlawfully spy on his team, so be it. That's okay.
Donald
If we have a bilateral system, so be it. Orange Man bad.
Donald Trump is bad.
Right.
However, I find it rather interesting that the exact way that you laid out your position and your theory is the exact definition of conspiracy theory, and it's the exact same thing that Nick Fuentes does.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is not. Am I talking about a race of people based on immutable characteristic being evil?
You were talking about a they.
So are you.
That are in control.
So are you.
This mysterious they.
So are you. That's exactly what you're doing. They. The people in the government, the socialists, the they,
bureaucracy behind the screen,
right? That's exactly what yours is even more massive. Yours is
I
even
didn't
more
say
massive.
anything of the sort.
Sure, you did.
I didn't say anything.
You said that.
I said people are.
You said that people in government, right? And that's what the FBI thinks they're doing, preventing Donald Trump, going after Trump.
I would say in that particular case, I would support that opinion.
There you go.
Not
you say it again.
Case,
Orange Man bad. It's okay. This is
not,
why someone
not with
like
W, not with Reagan, not with Bush,
the message. Right. Read the right. They didn't do it with him. Isn't that weird? Just Trump. That's the only one they.
Well, yeah, because I wouldn't consider him those people that the same type of person as Donald Trump.
It's very interesting for being called a conspiracy theory and stuff, a theorist and stuff. We get to the crux of it. You're like, even if your conspiracy is true, I'm cool with it.
We do. You just laid out the exact definition of a conspiracy
No. You did the same thing.
In your theory.
You talked about they as well. You talked about they as in people in government and socialists. You talked about the they as well. That's what... Right. Yeah.
I talked about politicians that come and go all the time. Right, that's what I'm
talking about. FBI agents. Right, they come and go. State Department people. Yep, they come and go. Yep, that's who I'm talking about too. Got it. Right.
And I'm talking about them doing good things, not bad things.
So am I in your world. You're saying yes, it would be good.
It would be case, yes.
It would be good. Right. That's what we're talking about. The bilateral system of how they treated an outsider like Trump, someone that they thought was a threat to them, versus how they treat the other ones.
I don't think he thought. I don't see why they would think he was a threat to them.
Then why?
Because he didn't do anything to change
it. Then let me ask you this: when you said that it was good, that you agreed, if that's true, you would agree. Why would you agree?
I agree because he's a fucking criminal.
What would that?
He's always been a criminal.
What would that matter? It matters.
Well,
the reason that they would. This dude speeds all the time. This dude cheats on his wife. So I'm glad that the FBI spied on him and tried to take him out. No. Be honest. The reason is because you thought that he might do some bad shit as president. He might get us into a war. He might be an authoritarian. He might lock up his opponents. Right? That's what you mean.
For the same reason that I think RICO being created to stop the mob was a good thing.
That didn't answer my question. Do you think that it's a possibility that if unchecked, Trump could have been a ridiculous authoritarian?
Yes.
Okay, so then if the FBI thought that, you would say, good. It's not because he cheated on his wife. It's not because he didn't pay his taxes. The reason you're saying good, I'm glad they did it,
because he did authoritarian shit.
Because you think he'd be a danger.
It's because he was a danger, because he is a danger.
Right. So
because he has done dangerous things.
And so when you say authoritarian, you mean taking more power for himself and doing whatever the fuck he wanted?
Yes.
Oh, so then that would be a threat to the people that are actually running things now, like the FBI or the State Department,
That would
right?
be a threat to every single American.
Right. So then when you said, I don't understand why the FBI would view him as a threat to them, well, you're full of shit. You just gave the reason.
But he didn't do anything to change any of that.
Well, luckily the FBI was there to stymie him.
But he could have changed the FBI. He tried. He did, didn't he?
It doesn't matter.
Didn't he install his own people?
You can't have your cake and eat it too. You're like, oh, this guy was.
Didn't he install his? You can't have your cake.
Yes, I can, and I will explain exactly. So what you're trying to do is simultaneously say this dude would have unchecked would have been an authoritarian madman, and so yeah, of course it would have been good they went after him, and then you're like, but he didn't do any of that. Well, you can't have it both ways. If he would have did it, but he didn't, either you're wrong, he wouldn't have done it, or he was prevented from doing it. It's the only possible explanation. Which one is it?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious he was prevented.
Oh, so the FBI successfully stopped him from implementing things he wanted to do.
No, the FBI didn't do it.
Who did it then?
His lack of support did it.
Why did he have a lack of support? He won the election.
Because his message is terrible.
He won the election with that message.
Well, he didn't win the hearts and minds of the people. He was actually voted down by the people. He won the Electoral College.
Nonetheless, right? The reason that Trump became unpopular was because he was stymied because of the constant leaks, because of the institutions, the media, the FBI, constantly targeting him, spreading bullshit, investigating him nonstop. That was why he's
better. If he was a better authoritarian, he would have had more people show up on January 6th. He would have had more people invade the Capitol. They would have taken it over. Yes, right. Because he doesn't have that kind of support because he's an idiot.
A very bad authoritarian, yeah.
Yes,
right?
yes,
right.
He's a terrible
That's
authoritarian.
Right.
But he certainly tried.
Oh, did he? We don't know because the FBI, as Chuck Schumer told us, started.
The FBI
so you just outlined the entire case.
It's like a
you call me a conspiracy. Everyone can see it. You outlined the entire case. You tried it, little hiccups, but when I pressed you, you got it. You don't like Trump. You thought he was an authoritarian, and you would be happy if the FBI stepped in to stop him because you think he was an authoritarian.
I told you from the beginning that I am a partisan hack.
It's evident. We see. You've proven
I told you.
You've proven
I told you.
Right.
I told you that from the beginning.
So then it's now we can see why you're against conspiracy theories that criticize the FBI because you like what they did. So you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it.
Conspiracy theories in general because they have no evidence.
No, there's plenty of evidence. You just literally said, I don't care. I outlined evidence of the double standard, and you even said at one point, I guess I'd have to look in, but yeah, if you're right, that would be a double standard. Or, I'm sorry, bilateral system.
Yeah, I would have to look at all that stuff to make an argument, but on the particular things that you've said recently, I think that a phone call occurring is not evidence of anything.
No, a phone call, for example, my phone rang. No, that wouldn't be evidence that I'm involved in some sort of criminal conspiracy. However, the guy who's the point man for corruption in Ukraine's son working for the very oligarch that he is personally by name talking about corruption already has the appearance of being very bad. Then when you put on that we know that this son was getting millions of dollars from that company, then when you put on that the business partners of that son is testifying that, yes, this guy Zlochevsky said that he thought he was under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations and he wanted Hunter Biden to call his dad. Then when you have the acknowledgement that Hunter Biden did call his dad, then when we know within a week his dad went and forced the firing of the prosecutor that was looking into that case, then when we know that the case was let go and Burisma was given a slap on the wrist, all of that lined up justifies an FBI investigation. The very FBI that you've admitted would have thought that Trump was a threat to them and would have gave them reason to not want to investigate someone like Joe Biden because he was seen as someone who was challenging Donald Trump or from the party that was challenging Donald Trump. And there's so much more than just that thing, right? We also can see the emails, right? That emails were able to show that in November, for example, that Vadim, whatever his name is, Przorsky or whatever, from Burisma was saying, look, Hunter, Devin, we need you to reach out to your contacts, like the president and stuff like that, to see how we're going to deal with the prosecutor general's office and blah, blah, blah. We could see that
Did he say, is that what he said, the president and stuff like that?
No, he gave a list. You want me to pull up the email?
Did he say Joe Biden?
He said, like, prominent politicians that you have connections to in the United States to deal with the PGO, Ukrainian officials, but listed off a bunch of Ukrainian officials. Yeah. We know, for example, that despite the fact that the Obama-Biden administration...
You're just reiterating the same conspiracy theory.
Well, you have but because you make a straw man. You say, oh, a call proves all of this. I'm like, here's all of the facts we have that we know. And you're like, that's just insane conspiracy theory.
Yeah, so what you've done is rattle off a bunch of crap and then try to tie it together in some way, shape, or form.
Name me one part of that that's crap. Name me one part of that that's wrong.
Well, I just did.
What part?
Contact the president. What the fuck?
What are you talking about?
You say shit like that in jest, but the people that listen to you don't know that you're saying it in jest. They don't know that he didn't actually put that in the email, that it wasn't contact the president. Call the president.
Literally, Devin Archer testified. He said, "Call your dad," and then Hunter said, "I called my dad."
And that particular thing, and no, literally, Hunter didn't say that I called my dad.
You want to see what he said?
What Hunter did was make a phone call.
You want to see what he said? You want me to bring it up? Is that what you want? Yeah, I got it on my phone actually. I'm used to dealing with people like you that say that this is a lie. So let me bring it up here.
Are we going to see what Archer said he said?
Page 36
are we gonna see
of Devin Archer's testimony. Question. What did Hunter Biden do after he was given the request to call? He said, listen, I didn't hear the call, but he called his dad. Question. How do you know that? Because I think Vadim told, but again, unclear. I just know that the call happened and that I was not privy to the call.
Third hand, even. And he doesn't even know that the call actually happened.
He said he wasn't privy to the call, but he knows that he called his dad. And that Hunter and Vadim told
But
him.
he can't know that.
Why can't he?
Because somebody else told him that somebody else told him.
You're right. If I said I called my wife to you, right, you could say, well, I don't know that Rob called his wife. He could be dishonest about that. But the testimony of Devin Archer is that he was told that Hunter called his dad.
Archer could be dishonest too. And
that's
the person that Vadim got it from could be dishonest as well.
Right. That's totally true. That is totally true. You could say that. And that I understand as someone who's already admitted to having Trump derangement syndrome and was happy with the double standard. If it did exist, that's what you said. If it did happen, I would be happy with it. Yes, I could see how someone like you could say, well, all of the witnesses could be lying, so I'm uninterested. They all could lie. It could all be a big conspiracy and they're all lying. So I don't take any. And again, my point isn't that this proves that Joe Biden is guilty. I'll reiterate. My point isn't that this proves Joe Biden is guilty. My point is this proves that there should have been an investigation. That the FBI should have been investigating. In fact, it should have been beyond the FBI, but at least, at minimum, the FBI investigating. If Donald Trump had forced the firing of a prosecutor that was looking into his son's company using $1 billion of your tax dollars, you and every other fucking lefty would be out there screaming, this is authoritarianism. My God, impeach him. We need a special counsel. You know it. I know it. All of us know it.
If Donald Trump got together with Great Britain and Australia and a host of other countries and decided that it would be best for the world if this prosecutor was fired, and they all put together and decided that's what we're going to go ahead and do. We're going to go ahead and pressure Ukraine to fire this prosecutor as a world, as a NATO agency, as a group of nations. If Trump would have done that, then I don't think anybody would have questioned him at all.
Okay, so your argument is if Trump forced the firing of a prosecutor that was looking into him or his family, but sort of everyone agreed that prosecutor should be fired, then that would be good enough for you?
In another country, when Trump deals with the foreign policy, sure.
Then why was there a special counsel when Trump fired Comey? Republicans wanted him fired. Democrats wanted him fired.
Comey doesn't live in another country. He didn't work in another country. So what is it specifically
about another country that makes it okay? So if just to be clear, so every Democrat could say fire Comey, every Republican could say fire Comey. Trump fires Comey, you're like, nope, still not good enough. But if Nigel Farage would have stood up in Great Britain and said, oh yes, good day, sir.
You know that
fire Comey, you would have said, oh okay, Comey, right? Okay. Tony Blair, if he would have said fire Comey, you would have been like, fair enough. Now that Tony Blair's spoken up, now Trump's within his rights.
Nobody cared that he fired Comey.
Yes, they did. That's why the special counsel was
opposed. Didn't.
Yes. That's why the special counsel was. Yes, they did.
Really, truly, nobody cared.
Yes, they did.
The people on the left hated Comey, and the people on the right hated Comey.
That's
Everybody
right.
hated Comey.
Right. And so why did they demand a special counsel?
Who demanded a special counsel?
Democrats.
Who?
Democrats.
Was there a resolution? Was there a resolution drawn up?
Yes, there was. Well, I don't know if there was a resolution, but there was mass hysteria, and they demanded a special counsel. Why? What was the impetus?
They demanded a special...
Yes!
Because they hated Comey for costing Hillary Clinton
No,
the
they
election.
didn't demand a special counsel because Trump fired Comey and they hated Comey. Bullshit.
Okay, so why did they want Comey fired?
Because he fired Comey. That's why they wanted a special counsel. They said, oh, Trump's trying to bury the investigation into himself. He knew that Comey's FBI was investigating him, and he fired him. Oh, my God, that's obstruction. We demand a special counsel. If Trump appoints an FBI director, he'll just make sure that that director covers up for him. He'll make sure that we demand Jeff Sessions recuse himself. We demand Bill Barr recuse himself. That's what they were saying, you disingenuous fuck.
This is after he released the report that he did, right?
What?
Didn't Comey release a report?
Huh? What? No.
No,
Wait, I don't know what you're... I'm sure there were many reports that Comey released in his lifetime. I don't know what report you're referencing. Right, I know so almost immediately when Trump fired Comey that the calls began that they needed a special prosecutor. Almost immediately. From almost all of our media and Democrats. I'm sure that Comey released stuff too.
Our media.
And? I don't even understand. Are you trying to rewrite history? Are you literally trying to tell me that now Democrats weren't calling for a special counsel when Trump fired Comey? That's literally the argument you're making.
Counsel. I think everybody wanted Comey fired.
That's exactly my point. The defense of Joe Biden is, well, if a bunch of people wanted Shokin fired, and even though it would have benefited his son for Shokin to be fired, it doesn't matter because everyone wanted Shokin fired. Well, by the same token, if everyone wanted Comey fired and Trump fired Comey, you would say the same thing. But no, they said it doesn't matter that Democrats wanted him fired. Trump wanted Comey gone for different reasons than the Democrats. But when it comes to Biden, if it's like, look, his son was making $1 million a year from this company, you're like, that doesn't matter.
You are comparing apples and oranges here.
No, I'm not.
Comparing foreign policy to domestic policy.
There is no reason why that differentiation would mean anything different in this circumstance. Explain to me again.
Well, domestic.
You're just using word. One's domestic and one's foreign. Why does that differentiate? So if a bunch of people, foreigners, say we want that person gone, then it's okay for a president or a vice president to force the firing of a prosecutor looking into his son. But if a bunch of domestic people, Republicans and Democrats, would have both said, yes, fire Shokin, but the UK wouldn't have, you'd have said, well, that's corrupt. He can't do that. That's what you're saying?
We have 3 branches of government in this country, and Correct. They're supposed to put a check on each other.
Okay.
They're supposed to put a check on each other. So when the president does something and Congress thinks that what he did was wrong, they put special investigators in place, or at least call for special investigators. And that may or may not happen. When foreign policy is being dealt with, then it's in the entire purview of the executive branch and the president specifically. So the president has the right to do what he wants to do at that point, and later it might be investigated as to why he made those decisions. But there has not been a point in time in the history of the United States of America where any president has ever been found guilty of anything or even charged with anything based on his foreign policy decisions.
Except Trump. They impeached him.
For what?
An alleged quid pro quo to Ukraine, as opposed to Joe Biden's acknowledged quid pro quo to Ukraine?
This would be alleged, except there's a transcript of it.
Right. Did he say you won't get this money? Did he say, just real quick, did he say you won't get this money unless you do this? Did he say that?
Yes.
No, he didn't. Show me in the transcript.
He did say that.
No, he didn't. Show me in the transcript.
If you want to, can you wait for a sec, or do you want to just go ahead and hang up? I got to go check out my dog. He's freaking out.
She's check out your dog. I'll wait. I can stay until 2.
Right.
So.
Thanks.
Isn't this hilarious? We didn't even get to the good stuff. See you after, Chuck. We didn't even get to the good stuff once we get into the Vaush stuff. Thanks so much, Dex. Do you see the amount of TDS? Do you see this? I mean, it's amazing. And I'm actually very happy with the way this went because despite the bad faith and the stupidity and, all of that shit, you finally get to it. When you poke enough, you finally get it. I think Trump's bad. Did I see the clip of who GA put in charge of the Trump trial? Posted in Discord? No. I mean, it's laughable. The other thing is, which I don't even know how much to talk about. Like, do you see why he doesn't want to talk specifics? You thought Trump wanted information on Fancy Bear, not Hunter. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it, TL. No, he specifically said something to the effect of this. Hey, that prosecutor that you had there, I heard he was a good guy. And he was forced out, and that was really bad. Do you think you could look into that, with Biden, what he did, and blah, blah, blah? So he was specifically talking about that prosecutor. When he comes back, we'll talk about this, but he keeps saying the world wants Shokin fired. Prove it. Pisco tried to prove it. You know what Pisco said? He showed me an article that said an unnamed figure. Thank you, Fedor. I appreciate it. In April of 2015, a month and a half after Shokin was in office, from the UK, it's like intelligence or something, was in talks with the U.S. State Department to get rid of Shokin. There is no evidence. Prior to it first appearing on Biden's agenda, there is no publicly available evidence that any institution in the world talked about the firing of Viktor Shokin. Not the EU, not the IMF, not the UK. I'll be happy to be proven wrong. I trust Pisco as a far better research than most of these people. He hasn't been able to find it. The best example he could give is, George Pyatt, the ambassador to Ukraine, in September, gave a speech saying, we want to work with Shokin to out corruption, but then talked about a bunch of corruption at the Prosecutor General's office. That's not saying fire him. The whole world wanted him gone. The whole world wanted Shokin gone. Prove it. Why did the whole world want Shokin gone, but then his successor, Lutsenko, who let Burisma off the hook and didn't take anyone corrupt down, for some reason the whole world wasn't demanding his firing? Why? He was there 3 years being corrupt. I'm yelling into the void.
They may have more information than we do on that, right?
Who's they? Sounds like a conspiracy.
I guess it does with they. They, as in the people that wanted Shokin fired.
Okay,
they,
so your
the
argument,
the other countries.
Your argument for the defense of Joe Biden was that the whole world wanted Shokin fired. Show me one piece of evidence before it showed up in Biden's agenda. I'll be happy to see it.
Yeah, so I heard you saying that. Yeah. Does Pisco still stand by that statement?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense, right? Because he starts to realize because the article, here's the problem. The article Pisco cites talks about like unnamed officials in the UK claiming it's not a quote. It's just like officials in an official for the State Department or something said they were in talks with UK officials about ousting Shokin in April. But that timeline wouldn't make any sense because Shokin was only in office like a month. And there's just no way within a month they're like, well, he hasn't prosecuted anyone, that they would get rid of him. That's nonsensical. Particularly when the successor, Lutsenko, comes in for 3 fucking years and isn't doing shit.
You don't know that Lutsenko, you don't know that he's done shit or not done shit.
No, I absolutely do. In fact,
you just know that the rest of the world's not involved in it.
No. You don't have to take my word for it. You could take the official United States State Department position that Lutsenko is corrupt. He's actually being charged with corruption in Ukraine.
Oh, well then somebody's doing their job, so why would we need to do anything?
What, 3 years later? So a month and a half with Shokin, they're like, yeah, fire him. But Lutsenko, it's 3 years?
I don't know. Why didn't Trump do it?
What did you want Trump to do?
I don't know. Force them to fire that dude too.
Okay, why didn't they force... That's a great question. That's actually a good question, believe it or not. That is interesting. Why didn't Trump look at Ukraine and say, your prosecutor's corrupt? Fire him. In fact, here's an even better question. Don't you think there's probably a lot of countries like that have corrupt prosecutors?
Yeah, probably. I think our country does.
Cool. Can you name me one time in history that we've ever conditioned aid on firing a prosecutor?
Well, that would be Joseph R. Biden. And, well, yeah.
It was only the one time when that prosecutor was looking into the vice president's son. Only that time. That was the only time. So to answer your question, why didn't Trump do it? Well, maybe because he didn't have personal stake, just like every president in history before that they didn't have a personal stake in corrupt prosecutors in another country, so they didn't condition aid on the firing of a prosecutor. The question... Maybe it was because
the election just occurred and there's a whole bunch of shit going on in the Ukraine, dealing with autocrats and the corruption that the government was going through at that particular point in time, with money being thrown around all over the place in the country looking like it was going to fall, and we had every reason to try and help them not fall.
I don't know what you're talking about. Whose election?
Well, there was a lot of...
Whose election?
The dude that's in power right now.
Zelensky, who came in power, 2019?
No.
You want me to look it up? So your argument... Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know.
So let me just get your argument here. Your argument as to why Trump didn't force the firing of Litsenko is because the election of Zelensky, it was a tumultuous period, and that's why he didn't fire.
No, actually, I'm not talking about Trump. I was talking about Biden. I don't know why Trump wouldn't have done the same thing that Biden did, but...
Well, the better question would be, if Biden did something that no president in history had done, why did Biden do what he did?
Well, because I think you was God, I keep saying that. I think the Ukraine was in serious trouble and on the verge of collapsing, right? At that particular point in time, because of the corruption.
You don't think that it was in 2019? You don't think it was in 2014? You don't think it was in 2012?
I think it probably was.
Right.
And I think that Obama made it a priority to try and stop that from happening.
So the only time, it just so happens, the only time in the history of the United States that this has occurred, that there was like a quid pro quo conditioning aid on the firing of a prosecutor, just so happened to be that prosecutor, at least on paper, was looking into the vice president's son.
I actually don't know that was the only time. I think it would take a hell of a lot of research to figure out if that was the only time.
Certainly, I would be interested. I would love an example. I've never heard of it. I've asked people, and I can understand that would be something difficult to research, so I'm not criticizing you for not having it. But I've never heard of it. And I'll tell you this. If it had been that the president did that and that prosecutor was looking at their family, a company that their family was on the board of directors on, there damn well would have been a shit show. I mean, I don't know what else to say. My stance from the get-go was anytime that a prominent politician uses your tax dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor that's looking into a company that their family's connected to, there ought to be an immediate and independent investigation. I thank you so much for the follow. I don't see how that's unreasonable. But that's not what happened with Biden. That's not what happened. And then it just got worse.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
One sec again. Okay. I'll be right back. I got 2 chihuahuas that are like freaking out.
That's all right. Communist with chihuahuas. And here's the thing, right? I know he's not here. That's okay. Remember, it's the same veracity about the conspiracy theories I was spreading when it came to the FISA warrants. I was right about that. Same veracity when it was the lab leak theory. I was right about that. Same veracity when it was sort of the lockdowns and not having evidence. I was right about that. Remember, I don't have to prove that Joe Biden is corrupt. I don't give a shit. What I care is, why did the FBI treat this differently than they treated Trump? Unverified opposition research they used to get a warrant to be able to spy on Trump's team. Why? Why was there difference? Why in every single time? Why is, when it came to Hillary's team, everybody got immunity deals? When it comes to Trump's team, And I've talked about this many times in the past. Everybody knows that if you're trying to get a big dog, what you do is you get the people beneath them that you could prove committed low-level crimes, then you turn the screws on them, trying to get them to flip on people above. That's what they did to Trump. That's what they're doing to Trump now. That's why Georgia charged 19 people in addition to Trump. That's exactly what they're doing. And everyone's like, oh, maybe Mark Meadows will flip. Maybe this person will flip. Maybe. Everybody knows. Everybody that's talking about that publicly acknowledges, yes, this is how you would try to get someone at the top. Except with Hillary's team. With Hillary's team, they did the opposite. Hillary's team, they're like, let's give everyone immunity. And then we'll say, okay, Paul Combetta, you have immunity. Did you delete the subpoenaed evidence? Emails? Yes, I did. And who told you to do it? I did it all myself. Oh, but you talked to Cheryl Mills a couple days before you deleted it. What'd you talk about? I don't remember. And they were like, okay, sounds good. I'm going to get a water while we wait. I will be done by 2.
When is that?
You there yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So, just to be clear, when you're making this claim, all these countries wanted Shokin fired, you don't have any evidence of that.
Well, I guess not. I was assuming that other people had given the evidence. I had never actually looked it up myself.
It was the narrative that was being told. And the story never made sense. Do you dispute my stance that any time a high-ranking politician uses your tax dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor looking into their family's company, that there should be an independent investigation? Do you dispute that?
How are our tax dollars used?
He threatened to withhold $1 billion in guaranteeing an IMF loan to Ukraine unless they fired the prosecutor. $1 billion.
So how are our tax dollars used?
Where does the government get money?
Well, they print it, for Christ's sake. But
yeah.
But you're saying that they were just guaranteeing a loan?
Yes.
Okay. Guaranteeing a loan is not spending any money.
Sure it is.
Unless the loan is defaulted on.
The loan would not be given unless there was a principal that could, like a mortgage, right? I go get a mortgage. The reason the bank will
when you get a cosigner.
No, not necessarily.
Or you get a cosigner.
That has nothing to do. There wasn't a cosigner on the IMF loan. What it was a mortgage is they need some collateral, right? So they'll give me $100,000 because they get my house. That's the collateral. This was the IMF will give the money if the United States tax dollars back it up. $1 billion. U.S. dollars back it up. Sure. If you want to say that the U.S. dollars would have been printed instead of tax, fine. Once more, you point out it, I guess, in this bilateral conversation, not two-tiered.
Were those dollars ever paid out?
I don't know if the U.S., if that $1 billion was directly sent. Certainly millions were sent, even at the time, elsewise. But I don't know the status of that bill.
That was a normal occurrence, right? I mean, we did do that.
I know
every
he
year.
released the funds as the backing. Your question is, did those funds directly go to Ukraine? Did they go to the IMF? Did we eventually get the money back? I do not know that. It doesn't matter.
You're saying that $1 billion?
Yes,
$1 billion was released from the IMF, not from us.
Ukraine got that $1 billion. The question is, did it come directly from the United States, or did the United States send the IMF money that then sent money, or did the United States ever get their money back? I don't understand.
The U.S. wouldn't have to send any.
I don't care. It's irrelevant. It's fucking irrelevant. It's a red herring.
It's a PR bond.
It's a red herring. It's a red herring. It's a red herring. Clearly, it lit a fire under Poroshenko's ass because they knew unless the United States signed off on it and put that $1 billion up as collateral, they would not get the $1 billion. Whether that money ever left U.S. coffers or not is irrelevant.
Well, I think it's relevant when you're defining it as U.S. tax dollars.
Was the money U.S. tax dollars? Was it used as collateral? Spent? If it's collateral, so your argument is, if we would send $1 billion, you agree there should be an investigation. But if the $1 billion was only collateral that we stood to lose if there was corruption in Ukraine, no problem. Go ahead and do that. That's your argument?
It works like a PR bond.
I don't know what a PR bond is. What it works like to me is collateral. It works. That's what it was. There might be a specific bond that also operates in this collateral framework. That could be true. I don't know what that bond is. I know what the term collateral is. This is collateral. The IMF's like, hey, we're not just going to give $1 billion to Ukraine. We don't know what the fuck's going on there. And the US is like, we're good for it. If they don't pay up, we'll pay. And the IMF's like, all right, we'll send it. And then Joe Biden's like, wait, never mind. We're not going to guarantee that unless they fire this prosecutor. Same fucking difference.
It's not, though, because the money was never used.
It is the same difference in that it's the same difference. It was used. It was used as collateral. It wasn't
spent.
It doesn't matter if it was spent. It was used as
collateral. It does matter because it's tax dollars that weren't spent.
You don't know that, one. I'm admitting that I don't know that as well, but it is irrelevant. I'm going to ask you point blank, just a yes or no. Is your claim that you were perfectly fine with using tax dollars as collateral to force the fire of a prosecutor looking into a politician's family, but it wouldn't be fine to use the tax dollars and give them to force the firing of a prosecutor? That's your argument?
If part of our foreign policy is to prop up a failing state to make sure that it doesn't fail so that Russia takes it back over again, then yes, I'm okay with it.
So then you would have been okay with Trump's quid pro quo?
No, because he was just looking for political dirt on. He was just looking for dirt on a political opponent.
No, he was trying to fetter out corruption.
No, he was looking for dirt on a political opponent.
How do you know?
Because that's what he asked for.
Okay, so if Obama asked for cooperation into investigations into Donald Trump, that's always inappropriate, correct?
I would say that would be inappropriate, yes.
If Democrats sent a letter to Ukraine saying, hey, we sent you a bunch of money, but if you don't continue to help investigate Donald Trump, you won't get your money, you would say that's inappropriate, correct?
But they already sent them the money.
They continually...
And Democrats wouldn't have control over that.
They sent money routinely. And yes, Democrats in Congress, when they control Congress, do control the purse strings.
Does that money have to be reappropriated every year? I don't think that money is reappropriated every year. Bob Menendez and
Patrick Leahy, and I forget the third Democratic senator, did send an email saying that they wanted Ukraine to cooperate in investigations into Donald Trump, and we sent you a lot of money, and it would be a real shame if you didn't cooperate.
They sent it to who?
To Ukraine.
To who?
I believe the president, Zelensky. Or maybe it was to the prosecutor general's office. What does it matter? Officials in Ukraine.
That's something I'd have to look up too.
Okay, well, if that happened, you would say that's corrupt.
I'm not going to say one way or another because I think it depends on the circumstances.
Right. Is that
if it happened.
I got it. Orange man bad, his opponents are good. So again, I'm in the position where I apparently am making an outlandish claim that says, hey, you're vice president. Your son's on the board of directors of the company that's considered corrupt. You're using $1 billion to force the firing of the prosecutor looking into that. I think there should be an investigation. You say no.
I think the firing of the prosecutor was outside of anything that had to do with Hunter Biden.
There you go. So, you know his...
And I think we can prove that. No, I think we can prove that considering the fact that the UK actually froze funds, right?
Wait. Go ahead. Tell me about this.
Didn't the UK freeze funds of Zelenka, whatever the fuck his name is?
What does that have to do with Shokin?
Yeah, that guy.
What does that have to do with Shokin being corrupt?
Well, because you were talking about how it wasn't a worldwide thing. No, but obviously it was at least the U.S. and the UK.
No. The firing of Shokin. Show me any evidence. Show me any evidence that the world was suggesting that.
Well, again, the UK froze funds.
Now, what happened was there's this corrupt oligarch named Zlochevsky who's considered a pro-Russian oligarch. And he's got money in these accounts all over the world, right? And one of the and the UK and the United States and the IMF, they're all giving money to Ukraine. And Zlochevsky's accused of inappropriately getting government contracts and money. Some of his money's in a bank in the UK. So they say, we're going to freeze these assets, right? What does that have to do with saying we won't send you money if you don't fire a prosecutor?
Wasn't this based on the firing of the prosecutor, because he wasn't being fired? Didn't they ask the prosecutor to do that first?
Didn't they ask the prosecutor to what?
To investigate Zlochevsky.
So they accused the prosecutor of basically tipping off Burisma, which led to the unfreezing of the assets in UK.
Led to the unfreezing?
Correct. Assets were frozen. UK said, hey, Ukrainian government, what's going on with this guy? We want evidence that he's corrupt. The allegation is that the prosecutors in Ukraine tipped off Burisma and said, hey, the UK's trying to freeze your assets. And so then Burisma, because they got tipped off, was able to argue, we didn't do anything, and the assets were unfrozen. There was a letter sent to Burisma from prosecutors saying, you didn't do anything wrong. Burisma takes that letter to the UK court and says, see, even the Ukrainian prosecutors say I did nothing wrong. And so the UK court was like, well, we can't freeze the assets anymore then.
Okay, but I think it goes to show that at least the UK was on our side about getting the dude fired, right?
Yeah, the only problem is
my point.
Right, that good point. Oops, one problem. That was in 2014 before Shokin was in office. Shucks. Nice try, though.
Well,
you know what Shokin did? He actually investigated and got to the bottom. He got to the bottom of who those prosecutors were that tipped off Burisma. He did that. Even though we were told he wasn't investigating. But he did it. Huh. That's weird. As he was freezing assets and stuff like that. But we were told he wasn't doing anything. Now what? Anything more?
No. That's a timeline I didn't know.
Yeah.
That I hadn't heard yet.
Well, that's how she went. Don't throw it. You're in good company. You're in good company. That's what the Krasenstein brothers argued with me on Twitter about. Oh, well, then explain why they blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that was Urema, was the PGO. His name was Urema. He was the predecessor of Shokin. They didn't oust him, though. They didn't say, we're not sending you money unless you fire Urema. Didn't do that. Just Shokin.
Again, I mean, this is the distinct problem. I'm going to have to just go with your word on all this shit.
Well,
because
you can feel free.
I'm certainly not going to get all ADHD on it like you have.
Because you don't care. Because you think even if it happened, it's a good thing. Yes, you admitted it.
Yeah, I said no, I don't care.
Right.
You're right.
And that's the truth. Right? Now,
it is.
So we've dispensed with this. Let's go one other interesting thing that I thought you said. You said, because I say I condemn violence, blah, 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 that I shouldn't be condemned, if someone listens to what I say and goes and commits an act of violence. But Vaush says don't commit violence all the time. So then how can I accuse him based on his comments that he made? Correct? That was what you said?
Yeah.
Because I've never made comments to shoot someone. If you say, go shoot someone, and then the next day say, I'm calling for nonviolence, and then the next day you say, go shoot someone, no, I don't take your calls for nonviolence seriously.
You've never said that somebody should be able to protect their house with deadly force if needed?
No, self-defense is different than what Vaush said. And what
that's not. That's exactly what Vaush was talking about. He was talking
saying
about
I did. I don't know Vaush's specific beliefs other than what he said, and I watched that. But let's just take what you said. You said, and I'm not making this up for the people that are watching. You could tell me if I'm wrong. You said, if I'm right here, I'm in a house, right? And if I look out the window and I see someone vandalizing my mailbox, I could shoot them. That's what you said.
No.
That is what you said.
No, I said if you go out and confront them they refuse to stop.
Oh, okay, that's not what you said, but fine. We'll
that
allow
is what
you
I
to
said,
change it. That is not what you said.
Wait, hold on. That's what I said because we were talking about Rittenhouse at the time.
No, that's not what you said because it started talking about this in the context of the Patriot Prayer people. And no one in houses went out and confronted people in trucks and then Vaush said, oh, now they should shoot at them. Vaush said, I want a world where people would shoot at those Patriot Prayer dumb fucks out windows. Not if they go confront them and they don't leave and blah, blah, blah.
When that comment was made that I made, it was in context of Rittenhouse.
Okay.
Not in context of what
I think you're wrong, but it doesn't matter. I'll allow you to adjust your comment. So, I look out my window here, and I see someone vandalizing my mailbox. And I run out there with my gun, and I say, get the fuck out of here. Stop vandalizing my mailbox. And they're like, fuck you now. Now I can shoot them.
Well, according to you, yes.
No, not according to me. I would say no.
Well, yeah, because you
it
said
is not
Rittenhouse could do it.
No, Rittenhouse was attempting to leave the situation, was being chased for someone who was going to use physical violence against him. Then he heard a gunshot behind him. He turned with his gun, and the guy was reaching for his gun, and then he shot. Then he tried to flee an angry mob again. They tried to attack him with a skateboard and a gun, and he fired again. That's self-defense. That's different than Rittenhouse is standing somewhere and someone spray painting a mailbox, and Rittenhouse says, "Get the fuck out of here," and they say no, and he shoots them.
First dude didn't have a gun, right?
He did not. But Rittenhouse heard a gunshot. Someone fired.
You said that he turned around and he saw the guy with the gun.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said. You're not listening.
Okay, you watch back then.
Yes, and I'll tell you exactly what I've said. That is not what I'll play it back right now. I'll play it back right now. Okay. You're full of shit. What I said was he was trying to flee the situation. The guy was chasing him to try to assault him. Then he heard a gunshot behind him. He turned, and the man was lunging at him, trying to grab his gun. That's what I said, because that's what happened.
Was there a gunshot?
Yes, there was a gunshot.
I thought that was proven not to be true.
No, that definitely
that happened. Prove a gunshot.
That happened. There was a gunshot. If you're running from a guy, and the fact that he's open carrying makes it even worse. Because if some lunatic's willing to run at you and try to grab your gun while you're blatantly open carrying, you have a reason to fear for your life. He did the right thing. He didn't stand there and shoot him the first time. He tried to run away. The dude was chasing him. What kind of maniac is physically chasing someone who's holding an AR-15? Then you hear a gunshot and you're like, what the fuck? You turn. The dude's right on top of you. What was he supposed to do? I know what Vaush said he was supposed to do. You want me to tell you what Vaush said he was supposed to do? Sit there and get beaten and pray that he doesn't die. That's what Vaush said.
Yeah, Vaush said.
So how is that situation analogous to, I see someone vandalizing my mailbox, I say, go out and say, what the fuck are you doing? Stop that. They say no, and I shoot them.
You have the right to defend your property.
Not like that.
Why not?
Because that is a situation, like, for example, so we saw the other day, did you see this went viral on Twitter? A guy had a Ring camera set up. He had a Trump sign. A guy came and smashed it and lit it on fire. You're saying the guy would have been within his rights to shoot that guy when he saw him kicking his sign?
I don't believe in violence at all. I'm just asking you.
No, you do believe in violence because you said that you think that they should shoot. You actually said all of this stems from the fact.
No, I was defending what Vaush said.
No. I asked you specific. No. I asked you specifically, should I be allowed to shoot this person? You said yes.
I don't even know that I said yes, but maybe I did.
If it's not, then why are you even talking about this? Because Vaush didn't say this shit.
We were speaking about what Vaush said. We were speaking about that specific scenario.
Let's talk about that specific scenario.
And then we started talking about Rittenhouse.
Vaush's scenario had nothing to do with going out and confronting. Nothing. Vaush's scenario was, and I talked to you the last time I debated you, we had the same conversation, right? Bunch of assholes are spinning tire and fucking got their loud exhaust in their trucks, and you look out, woo! Woo! Fucking rednecks, you hate them, right? As a communist, you fucking hate them. Rednecks, woo! And you're like, yeah, self-defense, shooting them. That's what Vaush said. That's self-defense. Well, did they point a gun at you? No. Did they threaten you? Did they try to get into your home? No. They're just squealing tire and yelling real loud. So I want them to be shot at. That's what Vaush said. And you defended that statement.
Okay, so I can't find anything about a gunshot with Rosenbaum.
Rittenhouse. There's a video. You can hear it. I can't show it because I'm on Twitch.
Because it's a gunshot, or just because
someone
of the
dies
scenario?
on.
Oh, okay. I understand. I can't find any reporting on a gunshot with the first shooter. He was carrying a plastic bag and he threw the plastic bag at him.
Let's see. This is shittily enough from Wikipedia, but it's going to have to do for now. Rittenhouse testified that when he reached the car source loss, he noticed a vehicle in flames in the backseat and approached the vehicle intending to put out the fire. Then approached from the near vehicle Joshua Zeminski, who was holding a pistol in his hand. Rittenhouse dropped the fire extinguisher intending to run away. He then noticed Rosenbaum approaching him on his right on the side of the vehicle with a t-shirt wrapped around his face. Rittenhouse testified that he recognized Rosenbaum as the man who previously threatened him but did not recognize Zeminski. Rittenhouse also testified that he believed Rosenbaum to be unarmed. The interaction was witnessed by McGinnis, who perceived that Rosenbaum and other protesters were moving towards Rittenhouse and that Rittenhouse was trying to evade them. Rittenhouse testified he believed himself to be in danger and ran southwest across the lot, aiming for the safety of the car source lot buildings. Rosenbaum chased him. Rittenhouse testified that he heard Zeminski shout to Rosenbaum, "Get him, kill him," and that he soon perceived his avenue of escape blocked by vehicles and a group of protesters, and that Rosenbaum was catching up to him. Video footage showed Rittenhouse being pursued across the parking lot by a group of people. During the chase, Rosenbaum threw a plastic bag containing socks, underwear, deodorant at Rittenhouse. Zeminski fired a shot into the air and was later charged with disorderly conduct for using a dangerous weapon. After the shot was fired, Rittenhouse turned around to see Rosenbaum only a few feet away. Good enough for you?
Zeminski. Yeah, I wanted to look that up. I haven't.
Now, let me just ask
like
you.
4 different sites, and none of them say that.
Despite what others have said about me, and I don't know that you've said, every time you've asked me for a source today, I've been able to provide it, and it was accurate. Every single time. Well, every single time. You acknowledge it.
We could do this. I mean, if this were ever to happen in the future, and I decided I wanted to sit here for hours on end again, I would probably want to go ahead and be able to have sources that we could look up.
Sure, you didn't ask me for a source.
Most of the time, that's fine.
No, we won't be doing this again. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you asked me for a source on everything. I'm saying every time you said, I don't know about that, I provided a source that shows that I was accurate. Anytime that it came to it wasn't like I said something and you were like, whoa, I looked it up and it doesn't say that. Every time we looked it up, I was right. Every time.
What you have given me is a Wikipedia article. I don't know. I can't seem to find it anywhere else.
Post-millennial, man who shot first during Kenosha riot charged with 7 felonies. Zeminski had been free on $13,000 bail set by Judge Bruce Schroeder, who also presided over Rittenhouse's trial. Zeminski was set to face court on January 31st, but was arrested at the time for intimidating a witness. This delayed his trial further. During the Kenosha riot... Do you want me to keep going?
No. Post-millennial, you said?
Yes.
I want to read it. I just want to read it, dude.
Don't worry
about it. I'm not like giving you a hard time about this shit. I'm just saying I'd not heard that before.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, and I can't find it looking up normal sources. So.
Well, that's because it took me literally 30 seconds to find it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because I looked up.
What did you type?
Oh, fuck. I just changed it. And I can't go back. It's not letting me go back.
I typed, was there a gunshot behind Rittenhouse? And a bunch of articles.
Wait, hold on. Was there a gunshot with the first person who Rittenhouse shot? Is what I typed.
You're not a very good searcher. So again,
okay. So what'd you type?
I will repeat. Was there a gunshot behind Rittenhouse?
Behind. That's the key.
I posted the link in my chat.
Well, no, I want to see. You said you just looked it up real quick. I wanted to see how many links
I use Brave. I don't use Google, but go ahead.
You use Brave?
Yeah. This is the browser I use.
I've not heard of it. Well, it certainly brings up a bunch of different articles. That's interesting. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, nonetheless, so
Rittenhouse
was I don't even understand why people use Rittenhouse as an example. That's a clear case of self-defense. There are better cases to stand your ground cases. This dude literally was running away from a fucking mob.
I don't think it's a good example of self-defense.
What do you think he should have done?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
What do you think
I think he shouldn't have been. I think he shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Okay, he was there. Do you say the same thing about like when a black kid gets shot? Well, he shouldn't have been there, so who cares if it was corrupt? Is that what you say? No, you don't say that. Yes, people make bad decisions.
If a black kid walks into a group of people with a gun strapped to his chest, then yeah, he shouldn't have been there with a gun strapped to his chest.
Okay, let me ask you this: George Floyd, did he deserve to die?
No.
Shouldn't have been there.
He was a criminal.
Shouldn't have been passing. Shouldn't have been there, right?
That is probably correct.
Okay, so then no need for a trial. No need for a trial. Yep, no need for a trial. Shouldn't have been there.
He should have probably been in. He probably should have been in jail for the crimes that he committed.
Yep, no need for Chauvin to
go to jail. But he didn't deserve to die.
Right, no need for Chauvin. He shouldn't have been there. That's all we need. Stupid. And there's no reason to say he shouldn't have been there. Do you think that the people protesting George Floyd should have been there? I don't think they should have been there. I think George Floyd, I don't think it was a big deal. I don't think they should have been there. Sorry. So if any of them got harmed...
Kenosha was over Blake, right?
Yeah, so I'm just talking in general. Yes, if a bunch of people for multiple nights are rioting in your town, burning it, you absolutely have the right to go to that town and try to protect property. Absolutely. If you're white, if you're black, if you're left wing, if you're right wing, absolutely you have the right to be there. 100%.
I actually disagree that a 17-year-old strapped with an AR should be there in any particular circumstance at all.
If he was 19, was it cool?
19 may have been a different story, but I guess it would have depended on the kid.
If it was my kid, I wouldn't want him there.
And whether he was invited or not, or whether he actually worked at the place that he was trying to protect or not, whether he was invited by his boss or not, I think all of that would matter. I think he was putting himself in. I think he was putting himself in a situation that he didn't have to put himself in.
Right.
And I think he did so on purpose.
The March on Selma, the same thing, right? Million Man March.
I think he did so on
same
purpose.
Thing. They put themselves. They knew that those cops were going to show up with fire hoses. They put themselves there on purpose.
Yeah, they knew they were going to get.
They should have been there.
They knew they were going to get beat up.
Yeah, MLK and his crew should have been there. They should have known. They just put themselves
they knew
there.
They were going to get beat.
Right. So you
and
agree.
Rittenhouse probably knew he was going to get
the March
shot,
on
or he
Selma,
was going to have to shoot
those
somebody.
People were selfish. The March on Selma. You agree? They shouldn't have been there. They were right. Just selfishness. Shouldn't have been there.
I didn't say anything about selfishness at all. I just said Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't have been.
Okay, the March on Selma shouldn't have happened.
I think he went there for a specific reason.
Yep. March on Selma shouldn't have happened, right?
This one has nothing to do with the other.
Yes, it does. In both scenarios, you would say the people knew what they were getting into. They knew they were inserting themselves into a dangerous situation.
And they were doing so to get equal rights, not to protect a piece of property.
It doesn't matter.
And
both of them were doing it for
property.
Reasons
property in general. And when he shot those people, he wasn't protecting any fucking property.
You're literally the dude that just 10 minutes ago was arguing that I should be allowed to shoot someone for vandalizing my mailbox. Now you're saying no property is worth.
I said according to the Rittenhouse trial, you should be able to.
It's absurdity. Absolute absurd. So if a bunch of KKK people tomorrow go into inner city Detroit and start rioting and lighting fires, dumpster fires, and vandalizing cars and shit, you would say, and the police just let it happen. Day one. Then day two, they let it happen. If day three, a black person went out there and started to be attacked by a mob and had to defend himself, you'd say, fuck that black guy. Should have been there. Property's not worth it, dude.
I would say, yes, that guy was a fucking idiot and shouldn't have been there, yes.
Well, I would say that you're a fucking communist coward.
I would say as a black guy, right. you don't walk in
I'm not surprised.
I'm
not surprised that this is the belief of a communist. And again, I challenge anyone, read Gulag Archipelago.
I am not a communist.
This mindset, you're a Marxist.
I'm not a communist.
I understand the no true Scotsman's fallacy. If you read the Gulag Archipelago, it was the same shit. Same shit that they did, right? The exact same stuff. They said, there's a famous quote that said, when the thief had a knife, it was just a misunderstanding. But when you had a knife, it was political. It was intentional. The right to self-defense was one of the first things that all of these communist nations, that was one of the egregious things that could happen. Criminals were celebrated. They were allowed to beat you, but when you struck back, that was terrible. You went to the gulag for 10 years. It's the exact same mindset. And your property means nothing. Right. That's, again, what a communist would say. no property, defending your property, it's not worth anything.
It was not his property. You're the one who's saying that about...
If roving mobs...
You're the one who's saying that about somebody's house. He wasn't protecting his property.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm saying
property.
that's different. If I look out and see a kid vandalizing my mailbox, I don't have the right to shoot them. If I see roving marauders rioting day after day after day, lighting the town on fire, I absolutely have the right to stand there and open carry to protect my business, my friend's business, or just people in the community's business. I have that right. If those people decide to mob and attack me, I do have the right to defend myself at that point. I don't have the right to preemptively shoot them because they're lighting a fire, but if they attack me, I would have the right.
If the guy was slashing your tires, would you have the right to shoot him?
Probably not.
Okay, you should God, I think he blocked you everywhere, but you should debate Destiny on that, because you guys would have the exact opposite political and opinions on this particular subject.
I don't give a shit.
I think that's
I had
funny,
one
though.
debate with Destiny on the Rittenhouse thing. We both agreed that this was a clear case of self-defense.
No, I know he's that way, but he also thinks that he should be able to shoot somebody if they're slashing his tires.
I think that's a bit much. There are circumstances where it could be like if I confront them and then they attack me or brandish the weapon, but that's because I'm in physical danger. If someone breaks into your house and you fear, that's different, right? So there are circumstances.
Do me a favor,
but that's different.
Not that I'll be listening or anything. Do me a favor, not that I'll be listening or anything, but Pisco had a long conversation with Destiny about that particular subject. I think you should ask Pisco about it. You and Pisco should talk about it. I think that's kind of funny.
Yeah. Anyway. So just wrapping this up here then. So I don't see, on that topic, you still have no defense of Vaush. It's still, you can understand
I think I have a perfect defense of Vaush.
Oh, go ahead.
That's just me.
Go.
So we
What's your
disagree
defense?
on that.
What's your defense? It's self-defense.
That somebody has the right to protect their home.
Do you believe that?
I believe that somebody has the right to protect their home. I believe that's what Vaush was saying.
Do you believe that they had the right to shoot at the Patriot Prayer people? Yes or no?
They didn't shoot at the Patriot Prayer.
Do you believe they had the right to shoot at them?
I believe that they had the right to have a gun to be able to shoot at them if their home was under threat.
That's not the question. The question is, do you believe that? No, that is not.
That would be the question if you're talking about what Vaush said.
No, that is not the question. Then your answer would be no. I do not believe they had the right to shoot them. However, if their house was being attacked, they should have had the right to have a gun in that case and then to protect themselves. Then the answer would be no, and then you expound. Or the answer is yes, I do believe in that situation they had the right to shoot those people because I clarified that as an attack on their home.
You don't get to tell me what I should say or should believe.
Because then you're not answering the question, which is what I said. But it's yes or no.
You're asking a question about something that Vaush believes, and I'm telling you what I think Vaush believes.
I don't give a shit. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking if you believe it. Because
I'm a different story altogether, and I didn't come on to defend my particular
You're trying to do this clever thing. We're like, well, I defend Vaush, and then when I'm like, well, here's problems with that, you're like, well, that's not my opinion. So I'm asking your opinion. Pretty simple. What's your opinion? Vaush said something very specific. He said he wanted them to shoot at Patriot Prayer. But we'll skip that. We'll even be more charitable. Do you think they had the right to shoot? Even if you wouldn't want them to do it, they had the right to shoot at those Patriot Prayer people. Said a simple yes or no suffice. You can expound if you like, but I would start with yes or no.
In the country we live in today, with the way the laws are set up today, I do think that somebody has the right to have a gun in their home, according to what's set up today. I do think they have a right to defend their home against people that are threatening them outside of their home.
That is not an answer to the question. And I mean, do you, honest to God, like we're at the end of this, and like I said, you'll be blocked and I'll never have to deal with you again. But just as a person to person, you probably have a nice family. You got dogs, it sounds like. I don't wish any ill to you. Just the end of the night, fucking no one's listening. Do you realize what a slimy piece of shit you are? I mean, you realize how shitty that answer is.
I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny that you have to.
Go ahead. Hey, Rob. I'll be you asking me. Rob, do you agree with Vaush that these people had the right to shoot at the Patriot Prayer people? Then I'd say no. See that? That was easy. I answered that real simply. You can't do it. You know that you're being slimy, right? You know that you're being... It's a simple yes or no. Exactly. That's why I'm asking you your opinion. Because you're like, I'm defending Vaush, but I don't agree with Vaush. Great. So what's your opinion? And you can't tell me. You can't just say yes, and here's why, or no, and here's why.
If I tell you, you're going to laugh, and then that's going to be the end of the conversation. So, yeah.
So let's say that that's true. So you're saying you're being intentionally duplicitous because you think you know what my response will be. So instead of telling me the truth, you're being duplicitous.
All right. You want to know my thoughts on the subject?
I'll ask the question again, and then we'll see how you answer it. You ready? Do you agree with Vaush that those people in Portland had the right to shoot at those Patriot Prayer people out windows?
No.
Great. So then when you're talking about stochastic terrorism, right, and the idea of, if I say, here's a conspiracy that I believe, but don't engage in violence, don't do anything like that, right? Compared to Vaush, you're admitting that you don't agree with what Vaush said, and yet any person could reasonably listen to what Vaush said and say, yes, if that happens in my neighborhood, I will shoot. So you understand implicitly how what Vaush suggested is worse than what I'm doing.
No.
Why is that?
Because he's giving somebody the ability to protect their home and their family and their neighbors while you are calling for something that's violent.
What am I calling for that's violent?
The dissolution of the FBI and the DOJ.
That's not violence.
It would be violence against our government, our way of life, our country as a whole.
Let's say that Trump created a new agency. He wins in 2024, and he creates the Department of Homeland Intelligence. Right? Is that violence?
Doing that in and of itself, no.
Okay, let's say he disbands the Department of Homeland Security. Is that violence?
No, since that was created in 2001.
So what is the cutoff for when an agency had to be created that to eliminate it is violence? 1980?
I don't know.
Anything before 1980 if you eliminated its violence? 1981 if you eliminate its not violence?
50 years might be good. Okay. I don't know.
So
maybe it should be longer. Maybe it should be in the Constitution.
But it's not. So you're differentiating. You're saying getting rid of an agency like the Department of Homeland Security isn't violence, but getting rid of the FBI is violence because go ahead. You can change your answer.
Think it is. I think it is in the Constitution.
Okay, go ahead. Point to me in the Constitution where it says to get rid of this government agency would be violence. Go ahead.
I think that the federal government can't get rid of the FBI because I think the FBI is required in order for the federal government to pursue its policies or be allowed to pursue its policies and enforce federal law.
So you think the Constitution says that?
Yes.
When was the FBI created?
Of the responsibilities.
So
I think that's part of the responsibility of the federal government.
So the FBI was created, what, in the 20s? So before then, we had perpetual violence and we were being unconstitutional?
We had federal agents that would deal with things in a different way. The FBI was done so to coordinate or to make everything into one conglomeration.
Right, so what we had was completely different than the FBI. So if you're saying the FBI is necessary, the Constitution deems that the FBI is necessary, then it would entail that before the FBI existed, it was an unconstitutional system.
If you're going to get rid of the FBI, you have to give the federal government some way to uphold the law.
How'd the federal government do that before the FBI existed?
I would argue very badly, but...
Okay, but that still wouldn't mean that it's unconstitutional, then.
I would say so, because I would say that they're not abiding by what the Constitution said their responsibilities are.
That's absolutely absurd. If that was the case, then in 1910, before the FBI, then it was unconstitutional. Why didn't the Founding Fathers immediately say, okay, here's the Constitution, here we go. Oh, right out of the gate, we're unconstitutional because we don't have an FBI. We don't have an FBI. Okay, let's say that's true. I don't agree. I don't agree that they used the military for what the FBI does, but let's say that was true. Fine. Then disbanding the FBI wouldn't be violence and it wouldn't necessarily lead to unconstitutionality. If we had a system before that was able to do it, there's no reason that a system couldn't exist today that was able to do that. It's not violence. Removing government programs isn't violence. Calling for shooting people, which you disagree with. You disagree. You said you disagree with Vaush's position that they shouldn't be allowed to shoot. And yet you're jumping through hoops now saying, the guy that's calling for shooting people that I think isn't justified, I less blame for calls to violence than the guy that says remove this government agency. It's nonsensical.
But I don't think human beings should be able to own land, so...
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, then you don't have private property to defend.
And? What does that matter? That's more reason why you would think what Vaush said is... That's more of a reason... That is more of a reason why you would think what Vaush said is worse.
Worse than you pushing conspiracy theories?
The impact, if I use a debate term, the impact of me pushing conspiracy theories is someone could interpret that to commit an act of violence. Right?
Well, I don't...
Vaush is calling directly for acts of violence that you disagree with. And you're saying that you blame me more than Vaush.
I don't think that telling somebody that they should get a gun so that they could protect your own home would lead to the blowing up of federal building and killing hundreds of people.
That's not what Vaush said. You're changing. Vaush didn't say,
I think everyone
should own a gun for self-defense. Vaush said, I want the Patriot Prayer people shot at out windows. That's what he said. You said you think that's wrong. You said, no, I don't agree with that. That means you believe Vaush is directly calling for shooting people in a way that you disagree. So the question is, who do you blame for calls of violence more? The guy who's directly calling for shooting people, which you don't think is justified, or me who says disband the FBI and says be peaceful, don't engage in acts of violence? And you say me, because getting rid of the FBI itself is an act of violence.
I don't think that what he said could lead to a federal building being blown up.
So what?
What he said was that somebody should be able to protect their own home.
That's not true. It could lead to a federal building being blown up, right?
I don't think so.
Why could?
I mean, what?
If you feel that you're justified in shooting Patriot,
whatever percent.
Let me tell you. If you feel that you're justified in shooting Patriot Prayer, and now you think that people from Patriot Prayer are running the federal building, why would you think that those people would say, "Oh, well, I wouldn't be justified in attacking that building"?
I feel that in that scenario, you're justified in protecting your own home.
It doesn't matter. But you disagree with it, right? And the reason that
I disagree, but not because of what Vaush said, but because I don't believe in the system that we have.
That makes no sense.
I don't disagree with what Vaush said. I disagree with the entire notion of owning land.
That makes no sense. If you disagree with the notion of owning land, right? The question, okay, so you say that they shouldn't be allowed to shoot just because they shouldn't own that house in the first place. Do you agree with the notion that you should be able to protect yourself?
I think that would be highly circumstantial, but yes.
Okay, so Vaush would say, these people, it wasn't just they felt their mailbox was going to be vandalized, they felt they were in danger. You agree?
Then I believe that they have the right to defend themselves.
Okay. So then you agree with Vaush's statement?
I believe they have the right to defend themselves, yes.
So now you agree with Vaush that these people had the right to shoot people if they felt threatened?
If they felt their life was in danger, yes.
Do you think they reasonably felt their life was in danger?
No, and I don't think they shot anybody.
Okay, so then, we're back to this. Then it has nothing to do with property and land. Nothing. Vaush is saying, in this situation, I think that it warranted shooting at them. You're saying...
From your house.
Well, what does it matter? From your house.
Because it's private property. Because people that say shit like that believe in private property and believe that you have the right to defend your property.
It is. So again, the question is, if it wasn't for if they said, I don't even own this house, I rent it. I don't give a fuck about the house. They could have fucking tore everything in the house. I don't give a fuck.
What
I was worried about was they were going to attack me. Now they're justifying?
Yeah, just like Rittenhouse was.
Okay, do you think they were justified in that belief that they were physically in danger?
I don't know that anybody else ever said that.
Vaush did. Vaush said they should shoot at them.
Vaush said that they should have a gun just in case they do.
No, he didn't. Do you want me to play the quote again? What he said?
What he said. You're lying. I want everybody to listen to the
right. So let's say I say the following two things. Let's say I say this. I say for an hour, I think everyone should have a gun in case they're attacked to defend themselves. And you're like, yep, sounds good. And then the next day, I'm like, hey, you know what? You should have a gun in case you're attacked. Defend yourself. And you're like, yeah, that sounds good. Hey, you know what? Here's a good idea. Everyone out there, get a gun. And then if someone attacks you, you could defend yourself. And you're like, yep, it sounds good. And then I'm like, oh, and I want them to shoot Patriot Prayer people. Those previous statements I made that you should have a gun for self-defense are irrelevant to the actual cause of shooting people. That's
no, they're
different.
Not, because
yes, it is.
Because these people were in their homes, and the Patriot Prayer people had left the particular protest that you're talking about and started driving through their neighborhoods.
Okay, so then you think they were justified to shoot at them?
I think that people are justified in protecting their home. I think that's what Vaush was saying.
No, what Vaush is saying is, this is what, I'll make the best case for Vaush. If Vaush is saying you should have a gun to protect yourself, right? And then he says, I think these people should have been shot. Then Vaush is saying, because they were in danger. That's why I think they should shoot. That's what Vaush is saying. He's saying self-defense, and I think this makes the case for self-defense. What the Patriot Prayer people are doing. That's insanity. It wasn't self-defense. People weren't breaking into homes. That wasn't happening. But Vaush says, I just believe in self-defense. And part of how I define self-defense is these Patriot Prayer people should have been shot. You can't defend that by saying
they should have been shot.
You want me to play again what he said?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here we go. How many times must you lie? How many times? Literally dozens of times I've played this for you. Now, once more,
he's saying,
get on to my video and mute your mic and listen to it.
There's a delay.
Okay, that's fine. You can delay.
Actually.
Okay, that's fine. Here's the link. Right? I'll put it in. Can you see my chat? I put it in Discord. I'll put it everywhere, right? Put it everywhere.
Wait,
here, it's in my general chat. You tell me where you need it.
I got it.
2:10. Go to 2:10. Mute your mic. Go to 2 minutes, 10 seconds. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. You go listen. You're saying Vaush didn't say shoot at them. That's what you're saying. You've heard this dozens of times. You know you're lying. But go to 2:10. Now, I'll play it for my audience. Just to be clear, that's what you're saying. Vaush didn't say shoot at them. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
But like others will say like, no, don't do that. There might be attempts at ousting. Remember during the Black Lives Matter rallies, there were like those Patriot Prayer dumb fucks rolling their, $60,000 trucks through like urban neighborhoods with a bunch of guys with guns in the pickup trucks. When that happens, I want people to be able to take shots at them from apartment windows.
That's who so many people... You let me know when you're back, Mojo. You fucking liar. Now, does everyone see why I'm blocking this guy when this is done? Do you see this? We've literally, we had a 2-hour debate on this several months ago. He's heard this clip over and over and over. He can't be honest. Yes, I agree with it. No, I disagree with it. Well, I was just defending Vaush, but I don't agree with it. Well, I just disagree with it because of personal property, but if they thought they were in danger, then I agree with it. Well, Vaush never said to shoot people. Over and over and over and over. It's
He didn't say. He didn't say what? Listen to your clip. Okay. I just listened to your clip.
Okay.
He said, I want people to be able to shoot them.
Yes.
From their apartment.
Right. Let's play it again.
We'll say like, no, don't do that. There might be attempts at ousting. Remember during the Black Lives Matter rallies, there were like those Patriot Prayer dumb fucks rolling their, $60,000 trucks through like urban neighborhoods with a bunch of guys with guns in the pickup trucks. When that happens, I want people to be able to take shots at them from apartment windows.
I want people to be able to take shots at them from apartment windows.
From their home.
Yeah. And? Let's say he wants people to shoot at them.
No, he wants people to be able to defend their house.
So your argument is when he says, I want people to be able to take shots at them, he's saying, I don't want them to shoot at them, but I want them to own a gun.
Apartments.
What does that have to do? What does that?
People.
I don't understand why. I don't understand. But you've done this.
To.
You did this last time too. You keep saying like this is. You kept using the term pot shot. Like that was different. You can't explain to me what the difference between pot shot and shot is. And now you keep saying from the apartment. So can you explain to me why the term from the apartment means that he's not saying he wants people to be able to shoot at them?
He wants people to be able to defend their home.
Okay.
He wants people to be able to.
That when he says I want them to be able to shoot, that implies it would be legal for them to shoot. It should be justified for them to shoot.
From their apartments, inside their own
What does that have to do with anything?
Because they are protecting their home.
It doesn't matter. These people aren't in their homes. He's not talking about a hypothetical situation. He's talking about a literal situation that occurred. He's not saying, if they break into their homes, I want them to be able to shoot at them. He's saying, remember when this happened? The next time that happens, I want people to be able to shoot at them from their windows. So you can't say, well, he's saying hypothetically if they break into their homes. That's not what he's saying.
He's certainly not saying that they should go out on the streets and start shooting Patriot Prayer people.
You're right. He's saying that they should shoot at them from their windows.
He's saying that they should be inside their house protecting their home.
So can you explain to me, if you're on the street and someone shoots you from their window, why that's more acceptable than they run out in the street and shoot you in the street? Go ahead.
Because you felt threatened just like Kyle Rittenhouse.
I already went through the Rittenhouse situation. You're being disingenuous. You didn't know the relevant facts of that case, including the gunshot that occurred behind him.
I just didn't know about the gunshot.
How does people squealing tires equate to people chasing you while gunshots are flying and you trying to flee from them? Even if we would accept that these two things are analogous, a mob of people trying to physically attack you while a gunshot occurred versus people squealing tires, if we accepted those two analogous, Rittenhouse tried to run away. So you would say the people in the house would have to run away first, right?
I would say that Vaush in that particular scenario doesn't give a rationale. He just says that you should be able to take shots from your apartment window.
Right, he gives a specific...
Because you're protecting your home.
It doesn't matter what his intent is. Right, I've already discussed this. If I give the most charitable explanation to Vaush, Vaush thinks this is a case of self-defense. He thinks that self-defense is included in protecting yourself and your home, and so if people are squealing tires outside your home, it is now self-defense to shoot at them. That's what Vaush is saying. I'm saying that's fucking insane.
That's not at all what he said. But then again, this is what we looped on before. And this is where you leave out the entire context of the 2-hour debate that they had.
The context is irrelevant. He gave a specific scenario.
No, it is completely irrelevant.
Okay, you tell me if this is what the context is. He thinks that there are violent people. That you tell me if this. I watched the debate. You tell me if I'm wrong, right? I'll steel man Vaush's position. There are violent people in this country that want to do terrible things to left-wingers, including people of color, gay people, LGBT, etc. You agree? He's saying that?
I don't remember if he said that or not.
I thought you watched.
Man, I watched whenever you and I had the conversation.
So he's saying, right, that we need people on the left. Stop condemning the idea of guns. Right? Don't be a pussy that's like, oh, guns are bad. No. The guy he's debating's like, well, I think we need more of a civil approach. That's the guy he's talking to, right? He's a lefty, too. He's like, I think that you're too aggressive with your shit. Vaush is like, no. We need to man up, basically. We need to arm ourselves. These fucking lunatics on the right, they're coming for you. And you need to understand that and have the right and the ability to protect yourself. So far, so good? Is that an accurate depiction in your belief of what that debate was going into where this conversation?
I think he was saying, yes, people need to get arms so they can protect
and then he says, here's an example. Remember that Portland situation? Yeah, I remember that. I want a world where people are able to shoot at them out windows. And the previous part, as I've already said to you, is because to me that's self-defense, he says. That's self-defense. These people are violent lunatics. They're coming to get you. So you would be frightened and have to defend yourself. Which is exactly what I said. So when you keep saying, but the context, yes, I keep telling you, I understand Vaush's context. Vaush's context is basically right-wingers are unhinged lunatics, and if they're in your neighborhood with guns and squealing tires, you should feel threatened and shoot at them. That's the fucking context.
So you understand that at least 3 times in that debate, at least 3 times, if not more, he actually said, look, I'm not saying that I want anybody to go out and commit violence against anybody else. I just want people to be able to protect themselves. He said that at least on at least 3 different occasions.
So then what hinges, he said, correct? He said, listen to me closely. I'm not saying I want people to go out and commit violence. Here's the important part, quote, I just want people to protect themselves.
To be able to.
To be able to protect them. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
My criticism is Vaush feels it's protecting yourself to shoot at Patriot Prayer. And you're saying, but that's because he says that's not an act of violence. That's protecting yourself. That's my entire criticism.
If you were threatened.
Right. And he's saying in this situation, it was them being threatened.
Yes, you should have the right to shoot from your apartment if you feel threatened.
And so he's saying, you keep taking it to hypothetical. We don't need to take it to a hypothetical. He gave a specific situation.
This is not a hypothetical.
Right. He gave a specific situation.
Exactly
so he's saying over and over, not calling for violence. I'm not calling for violence. I'm just saying you should protect yourself. And he defines...
Be able to.
And he defines it would be non-violence and would be protecting yourself in this specific situation to shoot out the window at Patriot Prayer. That's not violence. That's what Vaush would say. To be able to shoot. Right. So in that world, he would say that's not an act of violence. If you felt threatened and you shot, would he say that's an act of violence?
He didn't say that anybody should shoot anybody.
If you felt threatened, if you felt threatened and you shot out there, would that be an act of violence in Vaush's estimation?
Oh, it's the same loop all over again.
It is not. It's a loop because you're bad faith, you're a liar, and you're fucking stupid, and you actually support calls for violence. That's why it's a loop.
It's a loop. What he said, and
I'm not misconstruing. I literally just went through it. I showed you that I was able to steelman his entire position. Vaush isn't saying it's an act of violence for these people to shoot at Patriot Prayer people. He's saying if they felt threatened, he wants them to be able to shoot them. That's what he's saying. This situation, this specific situation, that's what he's saying. He would say, so when you say, no, he specifically said, I'm not, that'd be like this if I say, I'm a nonviolent person. I don't believe in any violence whatsoever. However, I also believe that you can't commit an act of violence to a woman. It's impossible. Men can do whatever they want to women. So if you see a woman punch her in the face, and you would say, my God, that's an act of violence. I'm like, no, didn't you hear me? I said I don't call for violence. I'm against all violence. And you'd be like, but you said punch that woman. Yeah, but I define that as self-defense. All women are out to get it, so I define that as self-defense. So that's not an act of violence. You would say horseshit, Rob. That's a call for... You can change the definitions all you want. That's a fucking call for violence. That's what Vaush is doing. Vaush is trying to play semantics and saying, no, it's not a call for violence. I'm just saying self-defense. Okay, how do you define self-defense? Well, let me give you a specific example. When the Patriot Prayer people were out there, I think that they should have been able to shoot at them. I'm saying that's insane. That's a call for violence because that's clearly beyond the scope of self-defense. You claim to agree with that. And then you backtracked.
Is it? So how is it not for Rittenhouse?
Holy fuck.
That's how Rittenhouse gets into the conversation.
Rittenhouse gets into the conversation because you're a fucking hack. Rittenhouse was being physically attacked by a mob while a gunshot went off behind him as he was trying to run away from the situation. That's different than being in your home. That is different than being in your home and someone squeals tires outside.
He was not physically touched by anybody before he shot somebody. It's
irrelevant. He was being chased by people, heard a gunshot, person was lunging for his gun.
He walked up to people with a gun strapped to his chest.
He has every right to do that, just like the people in Portland had every right to walk in their yard with a gun strapped to their chest. You do not have the right to shoot people for squealing tires because it made you feel like you needed to defend yourself.
Do you think in a world where we have to do active shooter drills on a regular basis, that somebody who has an AR-15 strapped to their chest might be seen as an active shooter?
I suppose some lunatic could see anyone with a gun and think it doesn't even have to be an AR-15. Couldn't they do it with a handgun?
They could.
Okay, so your argument
in this case, it was
so
an
your
AR-15.
argument is okay. So just to be clear, your argument is, well, let's have some respect for that mob, right? Let's think about this. In a world where there's school shootings, if you see someone with a gun, you may assume they're an active shooter. That's nonsensical.
I'll tell you what. I walked into an IHOP where I live, and there were 3 guys in there with their hunting rifles sitting next to the table as they were chewing on their waffles.
So you mobbed them and tried to take their gun and shoot them?
No, I just walked back out and never went back.
Oh. Well, you're a pussy. You're a communist. You want people not to have the ability to defend themselves because you want an authoritarian government that has total control over people. So I'm not surprised.
I didn't say that anybody should take their guns. I said that I don't feel safe in that particular situation.
That's right. I understand.
So I'm going to go ahead and leave.
I get it. I get it. But as a communist, that's what you would ultimately want. You don't want people to have... You already said you don't want people to have private property. You don't think people should have the right to protect their property. You already said
I don't think people should have land. That's what I said.
Nonetheless... Then what are you talking about? Should you be allowed to own a house?
No, you should probably just be able to rent a house or be afforded a house anyway.
Be afforded a house. Who are you renting from? Who are we renting from?
Property.
Right. So I'm not surprised. I get it.
From the collective as a whole.
I understand the collectivist mindset. I do. You are fragile and you are weak and you're intimidated by hunters. And so you think the government, people shouldn't have the right.
Not.
People should. Yes, you are. Dude, you literally said. What state do you live in? What state do you live in?
I live in Colorado.
You live in Colorado, and you were so frightened of hunters that you refused to ever return to a restaurant you saw them at.
I am not frightened of hunters.
Then why are you not returning? You told the story, not me.
I've been to shooting ranges. I've owned plenty of guns.
You told the story, not me. I'm just going by your words. Your words were, I saw hunters with guns in an IHOP, and I left, and I never went back. That's your words.
Because I don't think that in a breakfast place where you're going to eat breakfast, people should be allowed to carry their guns inside. I don't think that's right.
Because you're scared. I got it. Fine, no problem.
No, it has nothing to do with
You have every right in our great system to not go back to that IHOP because you're scared. Fine. Absolutely perfect. You got it. You got it. But we don't have to adhere to your pussification, right? And say, oh, well, Rittenhouse, people could think he's an active shooter just because he had a gun on him. So people could think he's an active shooter. So therefore, I don't even know, what's the implication you're trying to say? Therefore, the mob was justified in running him down? Because they thought he was an active shooter?
The implication is that it's perfectly justified in thinking that he would be an active shooter at that point, that he would be a threat.
That's bullshit, but okay, and so then what? Then what are you justified in doing?
Confronting the guy?
Chasing him down as he runs away from you?
Well, I think that there was a confrontation to start out with.
Sure, yeah. Rosenbaum was yelling at him I'll F you up, N-word or something as he was burning. Yeah, I got you. Yep,
I don't believe you have the right to shoot somebody in the back as they're running away from you. I don't think anybody has that right.
Well, that's not what happened.
I understand you. He was not really running. He was trying to leave the situation, but he put himself in the situation in the first place. So
it's irrelevant. He has the right to put himself. You could say it was a bad decision for him to put himself in that situation. That's your prerogative. Yes. He was legal to be there. He had every right to be there, right? So you don't like the fact he was there. I don't like the fact that George Floyd was passing fake money.
I
don't like the fact that George Floyd put a gun in his pregnant girlfriend's stomach. I think all that shitty. That still wouldn't mean that justifies the murder of George Floyd.
For a reason, got it? Because right. I think he wanted to shoot people.
No, I don't think there's zero proof that he did it. If he wanted to shoot people, why would he run away first? Why didn't he just start shooting and say, well, they were coming at me?
Because he wanted to get away with shooting people.
So your argument is he knew that these people wouldn't be able to handle themselves. They would chase him. And this was a devious plot from his. He was like, here's what I'll do. I'll show up with this gun. And then I know people won't be able to control themselves and they'll confront me. So I'll run away from them. And I know one of them will shoot a gun in the air. So that'll justify me as I'm running away, turning around. And I know that the person will be right there. And then I'll shoot at him. And then I'll run away again, and I know that a guy will point a gun at me, and another guy will come at me and try to hit me with the skateboard. I know that. That was his devious plan.
It's a conservative web dream. You guys, conservatives on a regular basis come up with scenarios where they get to shoot somebody and get away with it.
I mean, this is more conspiracy theory bullshit from you.
No, I've talked to all kinds of conservatives that tell me exactly how they would shoot somebody once they enter their home.
So now it's like, oh no, it's unreasonable. I refuse to believe that people would show up to open carry to protect property when riots were occurring every night. Now, let me ask you this.
He wasn't protecting property, though. He was walking around.
So? He was a medic?
He wasn't protecting property.
Who gives a shit? And he had every right. He was protecting. You don't think walking around was helping protecting property? He said that he was there trying to help people. With the med
I don't think he was a medic. Well, if he was just there with a med kit, nobody would have...
I'll take back the medic point. I don't give a fuck, right? There were riots in a town. Dude walking around with a gun because there's riots in the town. Let me ask you this. When the Koreans, remember the roof Koreans during the Rodney King riots? Was it their wet dream to shoot people too? Is that what was going on?
I think they were defending their property.
Oh, but wait, you know their intent. It sounds like a wet dream. Go ahead, tell us, Mr. Racist, about Koreans and how it's their wet dream to want to shoot somebody.
Rittenhouse wasn't protecting anybody's property.
Sure he was. He was protecting the community.
No, he wasn't. He was just walking around randomly.
Okay, so what? Who gives a fuck? If there's a riot outside here in my 6 city blocks here, city is a funny word for him, 6 blocks here, and on the 4th day that the cops are letting it go, I just decide to start walking around. I still could be doing that to protect this area that I'm walking in. You're speaking to his intent. What we know, the facts are, you don't know his fucking intent. You're trying to make excuses for why he shouldn't be allowed to protect himself, or how somehow a guy being mobbed by people as gunfire's going on, trying to run away from it and then defending himself, is the same as shooting at people out windows for squealing tires.
Would he have been in any danger at all if he was just carrying a med kit?
Would that woman have been raped if she wasn't wearing the short skirt?
If he was just carrying a med kit, would he have been in any danger? If she just
had jeans on, if she would have just had a guy walking with her.
I would say that would be a no.
Oh, okay. So blame any woman that gets raped, it's on her. She should have known not to be at that party. Her fault. So let's not look, if she has to defend herself to prevent from being raped, you'd say, whoa, sorry, ma'am. You shouldn't have put yourself in this position. Now you have to accept the consequences. Right?
There's some argument to be made there.
No, there is no fucking argument to be made there. You could make an argument. You could make an argument about whether people should make better choices. That's fair. That's perfectly reasonable. You can't make an argument that means that it's not a case of self-defense because someone made a poor choice to be in a situation.
Well, I think that poor choice was premeditated.
In what? Because you, despite having no evidence whatsoever, being the conspiracy theorist that you are, believe that you could read Kyle Rittenhouse's mind and he actually set up an elaborate scheme to be able to shoot people.
Well, I know it was a couple months beforehand, and I know they were doing it saying that they were just going to shoot at targets or something like that, but he happened to give somebody a gun so that they could do a straw purchase for him to get that particular gun, and then he had that person hold onto that gun in their home because he couldn't carry it across the state line into his home because he wasn't allowed to carry it in the state that he lived in. So yes, there was a premeditation to get a gun, use a straw purchase to get a gun. He also made contact with that particular person that night or the night before to say that he was going to this protest and he would like to pick up his gun so that he could use it for self-defense purposes. And then the guy said, okay, so he stopped and picked up the gun on the way into the state, and he went down to an area where violence was occurring, strapped with a gun to his chest, wondering why people might look at him kind of strange.
So he was...
Yes, there was a premeditation, and yes, he knew he was putting himself in danger because he wouldn't have grabbed the gun otherwise. And yes, I think he wanted to shoot people and get away with it.
So now you can see, for all of you that have been listening, waiting for this guy to prove how much of a conspiracy theorist I am, now you can see what one looks like. Now you get to see. So he says everything he accused me of doing, little kernels of things. First off, I'm not so sure about your idea of straw purses and shit like that. My understanding was he was not criminally convicted of any of the way that this was purchased. So even if he had someone else purchase it, I'm unaware that that broke any sort of law. The across state lines thing is just a trope that people will use. I used to live right in the border of Pennsylvania, or my friend lived right in the border of Pennsylvania and Ohio. Literally, we could walk across state lines, but it was still the community we were in. It was a community that he apparently worked in. It was like 10, 15 minutes where he was. This might shock you. I live in rural Pennsylvania. Like most of my life, I lived somewhere where I had to travel 20 minutes to get to my place of work, right? I had to trust, you ready for this? I used to cross county lines. Holy shit. So that's a nonsensical point. Then you make a bunch of points that's like, dude knew he was going to a dangerous area. Dude said he wanted the gun for self-defense. Dude picked up the gun for self-defense. Dude went to area. Okay, none of that even remotely proves your ultimate conclusion, which you just throw on there at the end. Therefore, I think he intentionally went there and was trying to kill people. You just assert that. Nothing you said remotely speaks to that being the case. Nothing. For example, I could give an alternative explanation that is even more plausible. He was upset that he saw these riots like millions of people were. He knew that it had the potential to be violent, and so he wanted a gun to defend himself because he wanted to go to the dangerous area to make sure that violence wasn't being outbroken there.
With a gun.
Yes. If I knew people were violently rioting, I know you're a pussy, and I know you're afraid of guns, but here, let me say something to blow your mind. If someone's beating you, and you pull a gun, you know what one of the most common things is? They stop beating you. They stop engaging in violence when you pull it. You could look this up for yourself, but you could find video after video. Someone's doing something that they shouldn't be, rioting or vandalizing or punching someone, and then someone pulls a gun, and then they stop. I know that's weird to you. I know that's weird. You think, well, if this guy's holding a gun, then everyone's a pussy like me, and they just go, I have to attack! But no, most people have the opposite reaction. They say, oh shit, there's a bunch of armed guards. I don't think that I'm going to attack that place. That's why criminals go to places they know are gun-free zones, because they're less likely to engage in criminal behavior if they know that people are armed. I know that's shocking. I know that sounds crazy to you. So yes, the actual concealed carry, in general. If you wanted to shoot someone, the way to do it would be to conceal carry. That would be the way, because you would think no one's going to fucking come at me while I'm holding an AR. They might yell at me, but they ain't going to come at me. They ain't going to attack me. But if you're concealed carrying and you're like, hey, fuckhead, why don't you say that to my face? They might come up to you, and then you may have your excuse. But why would you fucking open carry? Anyone with half a brain's going to run away from you. They're not going to want to start shit with you.
I could agree with that, except he couldn't legally conceal carry there.
Okay. Nonetheless, then it doesn't seem very likely. If he really wanted to shoot someone, would he be that concerned with the legality of concealed carry? You're saying he broke all these laws?
Yeah, because he wanted to get away with it.
Okay, but you're saying he broke all these laws with straw purchases and crossing state lines?
Yeah.
Even if you're not concealed carrying, even if you're not allowed to do that, open carrying a handgun or something on your waist would be far less visible than literally on your chest having an AR-15.
Yeah, but that means you would have had to buy another gun.
Well, yeah, that'd be an inconvenience. This mastermind who had plotted this for years. And somehow, you're still equating this... You're still equating this situation to shooting at someone out your window for squealing tires.
Well, you say he has the right to defend himself anywhere if he feels threatened at all.
Feeling threatened, but we're not Marxists like you, right? You have to understand, I know this is weird for you. I know that you think that your feeling is truth. It's not. right? So we have laws that set up that say you have the right to self-defense, but you can't be like, I was sitting on my porch and I saw a woman drive by and she had a Boston Red Sox shirt on and she waved to me and I felt threatened, so I shot her in the face. That's not how the real. Thank you so much for the. That's not how the real world works. You have to prove that you had a reasonable justification to feel fear. Running away from someone who's trying to a mob that's trying to tackle you, screaming at you while you hear a gunshot behind you, and then turn around and they're lunging for you.
It was one person.
Two. He said that he heard that Zeminski guy who got 13 months in jail talk about wanting to kill him too.
Yeah,
nonetheless,
and he was like
that's
way far away at that particular point.
Fired a gun, heard the gunshot. Would you? Let me ask. If someone I know you're. I guess you're going to tell us how brave you. The dude that's literally afraid to go into an IHOP because he saw some dudes with guns in there legally, right? You're going to tell me now that if you were running from someone and heard a gunshot, you would be able to know the distance between you and that gunshot?
Did I say I was afraid?
Yes. Why else would you not go back in? Because you're a pussy.
I just told you, because I don't agree with the policy.
Because you're afraid?
No, because I don't agree with the policy.
So, okay, I want you, in your expertise, your firearm expertise, you could tell us, if you heard a gunshot behind you, you would know the distance of that gunshot behind you?
Probably not in his particular circumstance.
Oh, okay. So if you heard that gunshot and you were running for your life anyways, and you turn around and hear a gunshot and you see a guy lunging at you and your gun, in that moment, you would have done what?
Well, I was actually just saying it because you said there was a mob chasing him. There wasn't a mob chasing him.
Well, the second time there was. Yeah.
Yeah, there was, because he was an active shooter at that point. He was an active shooter.
Oh, he defended himself, but yeah, the mob.
But he was still an active shooter.
Well, he wasn't.
Nobody knew what happened before that. They just knew that he just shot and killed somebody.
Okay.
They knew that.
Right.
So the mob at that point knows he's an active shooter.
No, the mob's still not justified. The mob's not justified in attack.
They don't know why he shot that person. They just know that he shot him.
Hey, high five, right? Oh wait, no, the dude lost his hand. No high five. Sorry. Yeah, his mistake, I guess. If you mistakenly think someone's a criminal because they defended themselves and you try to mob and beat them down, and you point a gun at them, you face the consequences. That's the consequence of your mistake.
That's what I'm telling you. There's no way they could possibly know that was done in self-defense.
And there's no way that Rittenhouse could know that they weren't going to stomp him to death. So their mistake cost them, one of them their life, cost one of them their hand. Sorry.
Well, if you see something, say something. If you see something, do something, right? I mean, we're all taught active shooters.
It doesn't matter. So what's it?
If you're
out in the open
and you see an active shooter, you try and stop.
Okay. Let's say that all that's true. Let's say that we agree with all of that. So then what? Rittenhouse should go to prison because of their mistake?
I think Rittenhouse should have gone to prison for his mistake. But
what mistake should he have gone to prison for?
For going there in the first place.
So he should have gotten to prison because he went there.
For soliciting a straw purchase, for going there in the first place, for having his friends.
Well, they disagreed with you in the straw purchases, and I'll be honest, I don't know much about that. But you think he should have went? This is amazing. This is amazing. I just wanted to. So in a similar situation, girl, 18 years old, 17 years old, goes to a frat party by herself. Big red flag. Shouldn't do that, right? Wears very skimpy clothes, right? Does that, right? Has a gun on her for self-protection, right? She's drinking a little. Man starts to hold her down, attempts to rape her. She pulls out gun, shoots him. She should go to jail because she put herself in that position, correct?
I would argue that she shouldn't put herself in that position.
No, I understand that. We could talk about what you would talk about is a good idea to do or not, but we're talking legally. You're saying legally because Kyle put himself in that position, he should go to jail. So I'm saying in this case, this woman should go to jail, correct? She put herself in a situation that she never should have. It resulted in a person dying. She should go to jail.
If the act of rape was occurring, I think she has the right to shoot him.
Why? She put herself in that situation.
Because she was actively being sexually assaulted.
Oh, so like if someone's actively physically attacking you, even if you put yourself in a situation that you disagree with them being in, then that would be reason.
Nobody had physically attacked him.
So he had to wait until he got punched, then he could do it?
Generally speaking, that's the way self-defense works.
That is not the way self-defense works. If you are open carrying and try to aggress a situation and someone is chasing you down and they're right on top of you, you absolutely have the right to shoot.
so then you have the right to shoot people out of your apartment window.
No, if you can't see how these two different situations are different, and you can, that's why you're laughing. You know it's a fucking joke.
I think your entire ideology is a joke. I think
Dude,
you
you're a
are a
Marxist,
joke.
of course you do.
I think everything you say and all the conspiracy theories that you create are a joke. But I think they're a dangerous joke, and I think you're going to end up getting somebody killed at some point or another, or a lot of people killed.
I know that you will try to meme your way through these things, and you're laughing about it and stuff. I know that you, as a communist, would be absolutely fine with me and many of the people here to be silenced, to be censored, to be locked up, to be physically assaulted, and all that stuff. I know that you will use anything to justify
I don't want
acts of violence.
any of that to happen.
That's
to
bullshit. That's bullshit. I know that you would justify acts of violence or acts of government tyranny against people that you disagree with or people that espouse beliefs like me. I get that.
Nope,
but
not at
I'll
all.
say this: despite the fact that your communist worldview is so shitty, the most important thing to take away from tonight is you absolutely got fucking wrecked. You don't know shit all about anything at all.
Man, whenever somebody has to tell you that they won, whenever somebody has to tell you that they won, they didn't win.
No, you could say that. I guess this proves that that's wrong. Instead of focusing on the issues we were talking about at the end, you tried to do a nice little wrap-up. You actually laughed at how stupid the point that you've been trying to defend for the past 40 minutes were. That's why you snickered. Because you know that it's asinine to say that the Rittenhouse situation is the same as shooting at people out windows for squealing tires. You know that it's asinine, so you started to laugh. So when you got tired of going through the trolling of it, what you decided to do is like, I think that your whole ideology is bad. I think that and you just go with some bullshit like sort of wrap-up overview thing. You sound terrible. Like everything you say, even in the meta conversations, you'll say, I didn't say that. And then you're like, oh yeah, I did say that. But it was a joke. But I didn't say it. But I did. You constantly do that the whole night. You don't know anything about the specifics of the things that you call me a conspiracy theory for. You're constantly contradicting. You're saying on one hand, we shouldn't talk about the specifics of these things. But on the other hand, Bernie Sanders should have been more specific because somehow people might have misunderstood when he said people will die if Obamacare is repealed. They might not have known that he was talking about health care. Everything you say is a contradiction, and it is because you're bad faith. It's because you're not interested in the truth. It's because it's something that I tell people in my audience all the time. You think that you're morally superior. You're a Marxist, you're a leftist. You think that you're somehow better than other people. So you could justify in your head being a liar, being duplicitous, being bad faith, because none of that means anything, because you ultimately think that you're a good person and I'm a bad person. And so you could do that stuff. But what it really shows is the weakness of your worldview and your position, because you're unable to defend it on the specifics. You're unable to defend it when we talk about actually going through sort of a list of the things that we're talking about, specific scenarios. And so you have to resort to these tactics, the broad generalities once you're being pinned down, everything that you accuse me of, you'll concede that you're wrong, but say, let's move over here. I didn't do that one time. You'll say that my source is wrong or something like that. You'll make arguments that say things like, well, we can't know. We don't know what really was going on in these private conversations. But then as soon as it behooves you, you somehow know that there's this grand conspiracy of what Kyle Rittenhouse was thinking. And you know that actually secretly he was there to intend to kill people. As I said you would. I said that your worldview that you were espousing at the beginning here, when you said things like, well, we don't know. We can never really know anything. We don't know. Maybe the FBI is doing investigation. Maybe Ukraine's still investigating. Maybe the conversation was about Peach Cobbler and blah, 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 blah. I said you can't go through, and I know you don't do that. You're selectively doing this because when it comes to the shit you believe, if you really believed the way that you're talking here, you wouldn't believe anything. You'd say, I don't know. There could always be information in the background, so I can't make a judgment on anything. And then you prove it because after lamenting conspiracy theories, you go off on this unhinged conspiracy theory about Kyle Rittenhouse. You just know that Kyle Rittenhouse actually had this deep, devilish conspiracy where he pre-planned out that he was going to have an excuse to murder someone. Presumably, he was getting this gun before the Kenosha riot started, so I guess maybe he was also in this conspiracy, working with the police department to shoot Jacob Blake so that he would have a reason to go shoot people. I don't know. Who could follow you outlandish conspiracy theories? But I'll say this, as someone who literally follows me around on Twitter and tries to comment on things and says I'm a dangerous conspiracy theorist, you literally don't even have the base understanding of any of the facts that you're accusing me of being inaccurate and dangerous about. You just say, these are things that I don't like against my ideology, and you finally admitted it after being pressed for several hours that you hate Trump. That if I'm right, right and the FBI was doing these things, you don't care anyways because you think it would be a good thing. So no one takes you seriously except other people that share that sort of Trump derangement syndrome, orange man bad, that, oh, I'm okay with an unhinged FBI going after him because I think he's a bad guy, so it's worth it anyways. No one takes you fucking seriously when you're criticizing people as conspiracy theorists and saying they shouldn't be believed. Meanwhile, you believe in the biggest conspiracy theory of all, that all of these government institutions are working in tandem to stop direct democracy from occurring. But you don't see the problem with that. That conspiracy theory is something that you like, so you'll be able to get behind it. You've been everything that I wanted tonight. I actually more. I never thought that I would get you to directly come out and admit, yeah, even if the FBI was corrupt, I would still be for it. So I thank you for that. I will not be dealing with you anymore. It's not because I'm intimidated by you. It's not because I'm running from you or anything like that. I won't be dealing with you anymore because you are beneath me. Because you are absolutely worthless to talk to. Because you are bad faith. And not only are you bad faith, you're not even good at arguing while you're bad faith. You're a joke. You're a punchline. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I do wish you and your wife well. I hope your dogs are doing well. But, you know, that's it. That's all I have to say. So, we'll see you. All right, 1 second, everyone. Yeah. So I hope that you all enjoy it. I did enjoy it. I like things like that. But sadly, his time has come to an end dealing with me. But what can you do? 1 second. Just taking care of a few housekeeping things. All right. Yeah, I mean, I guess I pretty much said it all there. Again, the frustration comes not just because, like, I can deal with Pisco. I deal with him. I'll call him a hack. I'll call him partisan. But someone like that, who at least is talking about facts and shit like that. Thanks, Bushcraft. Yeah. So, a couple things. I hope everyone enjoyed that. I got a full slate this week. Tomorrow, I'll be talking to Average Debate Enjoyer. He will be much better. Now, we are going to debate, though, because I think that he wants to push me on an interventionist worldview. So, he is someone who is a leftist, and he wants to say that the United States should be more involved in world affairs, where I'm closer to an isolation. Not a complete isolationist, but certainly closer to it. So, that should be an interesting conversation. Wednesday, I will be on Wick and Sanso's channels reviewing the debate. Thursday, I'll be on with It's Me, Ogre. I have no idea what that show is going to be. Ogre said that he'll be playing Minecraft and asked if I wanted to join him. I said, no, I do not want to play Minecraft. And he was like, we can come on and talk. I said, sure. So you'll probably just hear me being like, what's that thing? Did you pick up that? What's that rock do? I don't know. I've played Minecraft all of like 5 minutes my entire life. I know basically shit all about it. But, yeah, so full slate. Probably take off Friday. But, what you all could do to help me. There are 2 easy things. First, you can send me all your money. That'd be great. Thank you, Fedor. No, seriously, thank you so much to the people that send cheers like Fedor. If I missed anyone, I'm really sorry. Thank you for the subs. Really appreciate it. Also, I'll have to get the name for next time. Someone just sent me money on PayPal the other day. Thank you so much for that. Really, it means a lot. I am a little broke right now, so it actually does help. I don't know how to change that command. I got to figure that out because some of that's a little off. But anyways, there's some of my links. 2 things you can do absolutely free to help me. First, please, 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 if you have TikTok, and I know all the problems with TikTok. I do. Don't get me wrong. But I'm trying to get 1,000 followers on TikTok. The reason for this is I could then live stream on TikTok. There is a huge... Oh, shit. There's a huge untapped potential, I think, of debate on TikTok. Different types of people. But I can't live stream and do debates until I have 1,000 followers. So it's free to follow. and all that. Put in bullshit email address so you, oh, okay. The number two thing you could do, and this is very easy. If you see a minute clip that you like, please clip it on Twitch. Because what I'm going to start doing is looking at those clips and then putting them up as YouTube shorts and as TikToks. So if you clipped a minute from... Now keep that in mind when you're clipping it though, right? Like make sure that it has a nice beginning and ending of like something that I'm talking about. But if you see something that you're like, hey, I think that would make a little good 1 minute snippet, please go ahead and clip it. I'll be able to go in and Twitch and then see those clips, and I'll be able to put that on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. So I think that's a good way to get more short content. And I know Ryz3n and Aftershock have been doing that for a very long time, and I really do appreciate it. I really do. So you could go to TikTok. I'm going to try to put, about 5 a day or something like that. So, yeah, if you're following me on... My stream was demonetized for licensed music? Whatever. TikTok's a Chinese hack. Yeah, well, Amazon that owns Twitch is a U.S. government hack. Oh, the short clip. Yeah, I got you, Alligator. So, yeah. So, honestly, though, I will say this. I don't want MojoRyz3n that I debated there. Don't brigade him. Don't. I don't wish any ill to him whatsoever. I actually feel bad for people like that. I'll be honest. They have no clue. They have no clue. And they don't know. They don't know. They haven't seen. It's particularly Marxist. They don't know what's coming if they get their way. So, I don't know what to say. But I wish no ill to him. I hope he has a great marriage. Hope he has fun outside and whatever he does. I fully anticipate he will make a backup Twitter account and Twitch account so that he can come on and participate anyways under a pseudonym. But hope you all enjoyed this stream. Let's see if I can find someone to raid on Twitch, and then I am out of here.
If you're not being proactive. If you're not.
No one's on. I don't know. I'm not raiding anyone. How about that? Alright, well, enjoy the outro music. I should be back around 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Thank you so much, everyone. I will talk to you all tomorrow. As always, have a good one. Get those clips! Start clipping from tonight. Thanks.